This is the story of a king, the one who experienced the most turbulent and tumultuous life in the history of the empire. His name was Dante Renatus. I was abandoned. To that prince, my father, it was nothing more than a fleeting moment of pleasure, devoid of responsibility. My musician mother, his lover, cut ties with him, leaving me, her daughter, in the city and departing alone. In the end, I was raised by beggars, prostitutes, and street urchins. As a child, I lived by scavenging for discarded scraps. As I grew older, I resorted to stealing in the marketplace. And so I stubbornly survived. Until I was 12, my life took a turn. A man said, "Oh, you're here every day, aren't you? If you really have such talent, why don't you try holding a sword for once?" Hearing this, the girl was stunned for a moment. Then she shook herself, only a few tattered rags falling off, and replied, "But I don't have any money." The man laughed heartily. "Of course I know that." He picked up a sword. "You know, if anyone tries it once and does well, I'll take them as a disciple and teach them for free." The girl took the sword, constantly thinking about the old master's words. This old master was clearly joking. Gust ist. She then tried a few moves, unexpectedly stunning the old master with her skill. Then she praised herself. "I'm really so talented." The old master, astonished by her ability, asked, "Child, have you truly never learned swordsmanship from me before?" It was then that it dawned on me, this life of begging is finally coming to an end. He sat down, placed his hand on her shoulder, and asked, "What's your name?" The girl replied, "I don't have a name." Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Well then, from now on, I'll call you Dante. From this day forward, if anyone asks who your master is, tell them my name." From that day on, I became the adopted daughter of that old master. He taught me everything he knew, and I was determined to learn it all. Telling it like this, it sounds like a touching story. But in reality, every day of training was as brutal as torture. However, I didn't run away. I persevered with the training, because compared to enduring hunger and cold, this was much better. Until I was 19, my old master passed away. Naturally, he left his entire estate to his biological children, not a penny to me. That damned old man. In his final years, I took care of him, doing everything for him. From that day on, my goal was money. Somewhere, there was a poster recruiting participants for a swordsmanship competition. Seeing the noisy crowd, the guard yelled, "Line up. Hey, over there, stop pushing. Come over here and register." Dante quickly filled out an application form. Her face was filled with determination. I can't go back to that life of begging. In this world, money is everything. Thanks to my exceptional skills, I won the prize money in the swordsmanship competition. I used these hands to fight and claim the entire reward. I joined a mercenary company, participated in wars, and forged a great and righteous career. Especially after subduing the evil dragon, I became renowned as a hero. Everyone was clamoring, "Sir Dante, you're the continent's greatest swordsman. Please give me your autograph. Shake my hand. Marry me. Please work for our trading company. We'll triple whatever the other company offered. Marry my son. Do you want to inherit our lands? What? You don't like my son because he's ugly." This was all just to make a living. But I become so famous that I was recognized everywhere I went. At this rate, I could even build an empire. It seems I wasn't the only one who thought so. When I was 23, the king summoned me. Yes, he was my father. The emperor said to me, "Daughter, I permit you to use the Renatus name. Return to the royal family." Dante frowned, because I knew nothing at first, and even kept things like royal tokens. After I became famous, the secret of my birth was revealed. Damn it, I should have left sooner. Dante stared intently at him. The emperor asked, "Are you looking for compensation?" He dropped his hands and asked what. Dante reflected on her life. That father who had dallied with low-born women without taking responsibility. Those women who had borne him about 15 children. Plenty of children, but none with any real talent. So he was quite troubled. Then she scoffed and said, "What I want isn't just 1 or 2 positions. I yearn to live in a place like that." Then, when he learned I was his daughter, he jumped for joy, saying, "Excellent. To know the daughter I abandoned has become a hero. It's like finding a priceless treasure." The emperor roared at Dante, Do you not know what an honor it is to become a member of the royal family?" Dante angrily retorted, "I don't. So, are you going to compensate me or not?" The emperor clenched his trembling hands. "Oh, what do you want? Do you want me to declare you a princess?" Dante stroked her chin. "That I have no interest in titles. A private territory and mansion are essential, plus 10 million gold coins, 10 fine horses, and the authority to command troops." And the emperor was stunned. And Dante stepped closer to the emperor, clicking her tongue. "Your Majesty is my father, so I'm offering you a friendly price. I have to use the royal name to gain some benefits for myself, too." "Oh dear, this is quite the predicament, father." The emperor's face paled, his whole body trembling. Dante smiled inwardly, thinking, "I'll never forget the look on father's face as he tried to hold back his anger." The emperor had no choice but to agree. "Fine, I accept your proposal. If I had known it would come to this, why bother with all the pretense in the beginning?" Then she said, "Very well. I will lend the royal family my reputation." And so, an agreement that would shape the course of history was made. Of course, to save face for the Renatus family, the history books painted a different picture. Even if my father had refused the agreement, I wouldn't have regretted it. But for that father, who had long lost the support of his people, my existence was truly invaluable. Someone like me, the continent's greatest swordsman, beloved by the people, he absolutely couldn't ignore. Not to mention, I carried the Renatus bloodline, such a dramatic background. I had intended to live the rest of my life peacefully, without worrying about food or clothing. But my foolish half-siblings seemed to consider me a thorn in their side. Even though I refused the right to inherit the throne, they still looked for every way to eliminate me. But even though I was angry, I still had to live. So, in my anger, I ascended to the throne. Just like that, the wandering child who once knew nothing, overcame countless hardships, became the monarch of a nation, enjoyed all the riches and honor in the world, and lived a happy life. And so, a fairy tale comes to a close. If written into a biography of a great person, this would certainly be a perfectly structured masterpiece, a guaranteed bestseller. I did indeed die at the age of 33, but that life wasn't so bad. Every moment was filled with fierce challenges, and I gave it my all. I experienced a lot, and I also gained everything I wanted. Even if I lived again, I couldn't have put in more effort. I don't have any regrets. In fact, my heart is at peace. That's how I was. 500 years later, I was born again. I possess lustrous platinum blonde hair and deep blue eyes. I am the beloved youngest daughter of the Duke Peresca family, cherished by everyone in the household. My name is Helena Peresca. I even retain the memories of my past life. It's crazy. You look so mature for a 15-year-old. This is the sentence I hear most often, because compared to my peers, I'm more composed and have never caused any trouble. Reading alone, horseback riding, I can calmly solve any difficult problem. I'm the pride of the family. Indeed, that's true, but Helena worriedly said, "Life has no meaning. Everything is boring. Without a goal to pursue, life is meaningless." Helena's parents, upon hearing these words, were shocked. Her father asked in confusion, "Helena, you're still a child. Why do you have such thoughts?" Helena replied, "But it's true." The Duke became anxious. "Is it because nothing interesting is happening? Then you have to actively search for it to discover it." Her mother chimed in, "Your father is right, Helena. Tell us what you want, and we will fully support you." Helena was silent for a moment, looked at them, and thought to herself, "Their boundless care and affection are so different from my parents in my past life. I still haven't gotten used to it. I want to tell them not to interfere. But if I do, they'll be heartbroken." Her mother spoke up, "It's too early to give up now, Helena. You have so much potential." The Duke added, "That's right, Helena. You have a long life ahead of you." Helena thought to herself, "There are still many places to go. Did I die too young?" Then she forced a smile and replied, "Yes. I will find more hobbies later." Her parents finally left, but not without reminding her, "All right, if you're interested in anything, let us know and we'll help. If you have any difficulties, just come a mother." The door closed, leaving Helena alone. They could be so worried. "Well, I lived too diligently in my past life. But if I'm reborn again, of course, everything will feel boring and meaningless." Then she sighed and collapsed onto the bed. "I really don't understand the situation. Why was I reborn?" The next afternoon, "So you're looking for a hobby now?" The boy named Leonard Peresca, 13 years old, asked. Helena replied, "I'm just pretending to look." Leonard asked, "You don't even have the interest to look?" Helena hesitantly replied, "You could say that." Leonard sighed, "Honestly, I'll take responsibility for Helena until you're old." Helena exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, ambitious." She thought to herself, only 13 years old and already brimming with confidence. How adorable. As expected, this family's greatest asset isn't power, but my brother Leonard's adorableness. He's the most adorable. Then she spoke up. By the way, brother, what's with that sword? Leonard immediately looked at the sword and replied, oh, I'm going to swordsmanship practice later. Helena asked again, swordsmanship practice? Leonard immediately perked up. Yeah, father invited an acquaintance to teach me. He's from most famous school in the capital. Helena hummed an acknowledgement and then asked, is it fun? She thought to herself, Leonard is finally old enough to learn swordsmanship. Leonard stammered, I don't know yet. There's a lot I don't understand. Helena thought to herself, puzzled. How could that be? Leonard's comprehension skills aren't bad. He's a diligent child. Then she immediately asked, how much do you understand? Leonard scratched his head. How far along am I? Because of self-awareness, it's all sparring now. From the beginning, a large question mark appeared in Helena's mind. A beginner who doesn't even know the basics is already sparring? How strange. Even if times have changed, this is too much. I have to personally see who this person is. Then she spoke up, brother, can I join today's lesson? Leonard was surprised for a moment, staring blankly at Helena. Then he said cheerfully, of course, Helena. That afternoon, in the second-floor hall of the Duke's mansion, Leonard looked very excited, extremely cheerful. Seeing this, Helena asked, you seem to really enjoy this lesson. Leonard turned his head in surprise. I think you're the one who seems really interested. Helena was bewildered. Me? Helena remembered when Leonard had held up a sword and said to her, if you like, we can learn together. It'll definitely be fun, Helena. Helena's face fell. Oh dear, a complete misunderstanding. I have some fondness for it, but swordsmanship is one of the things I hate the most. I'm so sick of swords now. I came here out of curiosity to see how that instructor is teaching my brother. Just then, someone suddenly approached. We have a lovely young lady joining us today as well. Leonard immediately said respectfully, hello, teacher. Helena stared at the approaching person, thinking to herself, just try something funny. I'll beat you up right away for teasing Leonard. The approaching person waved his flowing sleeves and introduced himself. I am the swordsmanship master, Victor. Teacher, this is my younger sister, Helena. She's here to observe the lesson today. After hearing this, Helena's face turned icy. Not pleasing to the eye at all. Even if he's not a fraud, I still want to curse him out. Endure it. Dante, no, Helena. Then she curtsied and said, I am Helena Peresca. I'm just here to observe today. Victor pointed at her and said, feel free to look around, but if it involves swords, please stay back. Helena wondered blankly. What's he talking about? Victor continued, swords are very dangerous, lady. They can be cruel. They're not suitable for women. Helena was silent for a moment, gathering her thoughts to retort. Then she spoke. So, I suppose you also know the secret that Dante Renatus is a woman. Victor waved his hand, laughing heartily. Goodness me, Lady Helena. That one's a special case. Looks like a real oddball. Besides, he continued, does that even count as a real achievement? It's nothing but bragging rights. Just a bunch of flattery to praise the emperor's status. Helena clenched her fists, brooding, well, look at this guy. This jerk dares to call my pain bragging rights. Even if it's 500 years late, I still want to trample him. Victor picked up his sword and wiped it, saying, that's why you shouldn't worry too much, Lady Helena. Swordsmanship is a man's domain. Helena clenched her hands in frustration. Ugh, how am I supposed to deal with this guy? Leonard stepped forward, shielding Helena. Teacher, he said, what Helena likes and what she wants to become is none of your concern. Victor turned around in surprise. Looking at Leonard's determined gaze, Helena thought in surprise, no way. My dear brother really is the family's darling. So cute, so strong. Victor scoffed. Well, the young lord is feeling confident today, isn't he? Suddenly found his courage with his little sister present. He pointed his sword at Leonard, a provocative smile on his face. If you want to object, then beat me. Just once. Leonard's face flushed, which only seemed to excite Victor more. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's start the lesson. We have a long way to go. We can't afford to waste time like this. Helena sighed. Wow, I'm speechless. What kind of teacher talks to a new student like that? Let alone insulting the brother who promised to protect me forever. I can't let this go. Helena's eyes filled with murderous intent. This ill-mannered lout, I need to teach him a lesson. He's trampled on Leonard's pride during this spar. The instructor landed blow after blow. Leonard was hit, falling to the ground with a cry. Victor stood up smugly. Well, young lord, did you trip and fall? Your sister is watching. Leonard wiped his sweat, struggling to get up. Helena glared daggers at Victor, thinking this instructor is toying with Leonard, isn't he? At first glance, he seemed like a dedicated, enthusiastic teacher, but he can't fool me. Victor taunted, come on, harder. Helena watched the scene unfold, a cold smile playing on her lips, her eyes glinting with malice. Let's take a break and then continue. Young Lord looks more tired than I am. Victor was exhausted, but pretended to be unaffected. Helena keenly observed that his swordsmanship was atrocious. He'd probably picked it up somewhere. His stance was bizarre, his technique sloppy. His swordplay was riddled with openings. Helena muttered to herself, if he went to the battlefield, he'd die alone for sure. If I had the strength, I'd teach him a lesson where no one could see. Honestly, why is he like this? Noticing Helena waving him over, Leonard asked quizzically, Helena patted Leonard's shoulder and asked, brother, do you trust me? Leonard immediately replied, of course I trust you. Helena thought, as expected, my sweet brother answered without hesitation. She leaned in and whispered in his ear, good. Listen carefully. In the next match, watch the instructors, no, the teacher's feet closely. Leonard turned to Victor and asked, my leg. Helena continued, when you're sparring, the instructor's left leg will sometimes stick out. Leonard muttered, stick out. Then she pointed to Leonard's waist and continued, at that moment, you must aim for here and attack that spot. Leonard stared blankly, a confused look on his face. Helena encouraged him, you can do it. Leonard looked at her intently. Then Leonard gave a bright smile and replied, yeah, I believe you, Helena. At this moment, Victor casually asked, are you two done talking? Break time is over. Let's start the match. Leonard, long sword in hand, walked forward calmly. The two quickly took their stances, preparing for the next round. Victor chuckled. Oh, looking confident, aren't we? Must be the little sister's pep talk. If cheering helps, then that's great. Leonard remained silent, focusing on Victor. Helena crossed her arms, a confident look on her face. It's super effective, incredibly effective, you fraud. The match immediately began. Victor attacked like a whirlwind. Leonard struggled to defend against each of his opponent's blows. Victor smirked to himself. These ignorant brats, daring to be so impudent. This time I'll teach them a lesson. Leonard, visibly struggling against his opponent's effortless attacks, frowned. He's swinging harder than before. At this rate, I can't see his leg. As soon as he finished speaking, Victor's leg was exposed, and Leonard immediately saw the opening. Victor lunged, thrusting his sword towards Leonard. At this very moment, Helena realized the chance is here. Moving around so haphazardly creates so many openings. There will be plenty of opportunities. Seize the chance, succeed, Leonard. Leonard immediately jumped up, attacking Victor's side. Helena, who was sitting, suddenly straightened up. He did it. Victor, struck by the blow, cried out in pain. Leonard panted, I did it. Helena, seeing the result, was incredibly excited. Her brother, in just one try, had accomplished what she had taught him. What is this feeling? Seeing that pathetic instructor's miserable state is so satisfying. Can I also experience this feeling? After that, she happily walked over to congratulate her brother. Brother, you won. Leonard turned to look at Helena. Victor, defeated but Bufuchi yelled, don't laugh. This is a foul. This match doesn't count. I won't accept such underhanded tactics. Helena clasped her hands behind her back and said, I don't understand swordsmanship, and my brother is just a beginner. Even if we use some tactic, how sophisticated could it be? Just accept your defeat. Victor shouted, I warned you to stay away, young lady. I told you not to interfere in men's affairs. Helena snorted, this guy is truly hopeless. Then, she took Leonard's sword and said, brother, lend me your sword for a moment. She pointed the tip of the sword directly at Victor's face. Attack me. Victor was dumbfounded. What? Helena took a deep breath. I'll show you why you lost to my brother. Come on, attack. Victor immediately jumped back. Young lady, if I get injured, I'm not responsible. Looking at Victor's comical hopping around, Helena thought to herself, I absolutely cannot forgive this man who acted so smugly after winning against a 10-year-old. Such a weakling. At this moment, Victor began to lunge and attack. Helena parried his attack and said, watch closely, brother. If you block this move directly, you'll hurt your hand. Leonard's eyes widened in surprise as he focused intently on the two sparring. Helena's sword deftly circled Victor's. Victor instantly lost his balance, staggering. Helena thought to herself, you underestimate me, thinking I'm just a child, and try to use such petty tricks to defeat me? Dream on. She spoke aloud. Rotate your wrist. Let the blade follow the momentum. And while your opponent is off balance, attack their weak point. A smirk played on Helena's lips. The sword flashed. Swish! The sword struck Victor's hip again. Victor clutched his side in pain, reeling. Helena stepped forward and kicked him, sending him sprawling onto his back, legs in the air. Helena thought to herself, this guy just wants to show off in front of a novice swordsman. He has no intention of teaching properly. He's deceiving his student, deceiving my brother, just to show off and embarrass others. Victor lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Helena scoffed, piece of cake. Victor struggled to sit up, angrily roaring, W. Helena's gaze was firm, her inner thoughts resolute. Whether my past life or this one, anyone who dares to cross me will face my wrath. I'll sweep them all away. Then, Helena's demeanor transformed, her tone as friendly as a goodwill ambassador. It may sound a bit rude, but you're really not suited for swordsmanship. You shouldn't handle such dangerous things anymore. Why not learn embroidery? What do you think? Victor was dumbfounded. Helena tossed her sword into the air, startling Victor. The sword slowly descended. Helena turned away coldly. You're fired. Then, with a thwack, the sword landed squarely on Victor's head. The matter was settled. She then turned to her brother and said, Brother, don't worry. I'll teach you swordsmanship from now on. It seemed Helena had made up her mind. Dante Renatus. No, Helena Peresca, the 10-year-old girl, had finally found her purpose in this life. A short while later, she told her parents, Didn't you say that if there's anything I want to do, I should just tell you? I want to teach my brother swordsmanship myself. I brought you this good news. Of course, her parents' reaction was unexpected. Their faces darkened with anger. A week passed, and she still hadn't received their permission. A week later, in Duke Peresca's study, the Duke, holding a book, called out Helena. Helena immediately replied, Yes, father. He said, Actually, I've had someone investigate the swordsmanship instructor you dismissed. He was sent back several times from a night academy due to poor performance. Moreover, even the acquaintance who recommended him has apologized to me several times for this. He said with disappointment, I placed too much trust in the reputation and background of the school he graduated from, without personally verifying his actual skills. Helena spoke up, honestly. She had known all along. It was no surprise that he was a fraud. It was true. The Peresca family, after all, wasn't a family without prestige. So, I completely trusted the acquaintance's recommendation. I never imagined that my 10-year-old daughter could defeat him. Of course, only I could do that. That's why I said let me teach my brother swordsmanship. Helena laughed. It's fortunate we dismissed him early. If I had learned the basics from him, I probably would have only picked up bad habits. The Duke said with a sharp gaze, Helena, I know you're not a child who speaks carelessly, but commonly speaking, Helena asked, Are you saying, Father, that me teaching someone swordsmanship I've never learned is unbelievable and absurd? The Duke immediately replied, Yes, precisely. Even so, I don't have any particular intentions. I haven't wanted to do anything for a long time. I'm planning to make a proposition. Helena asked doubtfully, a proposition? He replied, Next week, a guest will be arriving at our estate. He's about Leonard's age. Can you tutor your brother, so he's capable of competing with this Leonard? Helena smiled and asked, So that my brother could defeat this guest? She thought to herself, if it's for my adorable brother, with his sharp gaze, nothing is impossible. Just as she thought that, she realized this wasn't a proposition, but a provocation. The Duke's next words startled her. Prince Caesar will be staying at our estate next summer. Helena, prove your abilities. Helena's face fell. She seemed to realize this was an unfavorable exchange. She replied, Yes, then thought to herself, telling me to defeat the prince? This is the first time in my life I've encountered something so absurd. He's enrolled in the successor's course, studying in the royal palace. So, of course, he's received swordsmanship education, and his abilities are likely considerable. The training time and current circumstances are vastly different. One is a prince. The other has only just begun. I don't know if this is excessive trust in me, or if you want me to fail and give up without any lingering attachment. Time passed quickly. Leonard turned to Helena and called, Helena, Helena, did you see the prince's eye color? Helena replied, No, it's too far away to see clearly. Why? Leonard said, Everyone in the Gray family has red eyes. Isn't that unusual? Helena pondered, red eyes. She recalled that before her death, she had entrusted the throne to her close friend, Duke Erez Grey. The eyes that looked at her then were indeed red. At this moment, the prince had also approached, standing before the two of them. Leonard placed his hand on his left chest and bowed. I am Leonard Pereska. It is an honor to meet you. Helena, standing beside him, gathered her skirt and curtsied respectfully that I am Helena Pereska. Your Highness, we wholeheartedly welcome you. Then she raised her head, looking directly at the prince. Looking closely, she found him astonishingly similar to Erez. Well, they are descendants, after all, so it's natural they would resemble each other. A verbal greeting should suffice. The prince didn't say a word and turned away. Then he said, a verbal greeting is sufficient. Both siblings were stunned. How arrogant and rude. Of course, a verbal greeting is sufficient. He's just like my only close friend. I usually pretend not to hear, then add a few words to the conversation. Helena immediately spoke up. Then, Your Highness, how would you like to be greeted? The prince, startled, turned his head and asked her, what did you say? Helena extended her hand and said, if you dislike verbal greetings, would this type of greeting satisfy you? Everyone immediately began murmuring. Only her parents were frightened to the point of near heart attacks. Oh dear, help, help! Prince Caesar cried out, hey! A man immediately rushed over, took Caesar's hand, and placed it in Helena's. Your Highness, it's wonderful that the lady is close to you, isn't it? How fortunate, isn't it? We must get along. We must get along, mustn't we? I apologize that the young lady dared to extend her hand, but shouldn't we get along while we're here, Your Highness, Prince Caesar? The prince turned his face away, clicking his tongue. TSK. What is this? Fine, let's just get along for these few months. Helena watched him, thinking he's become friendly awfully fast. I thought he'd be more arrogant. Suddenly, her lips pressed together. Caesar was now gripping Helena's hand tightly. Oh ho, you say you use a sword, but you're using brute strength to win, aren't you? It's unexpected to have a power struggle with a brat born 500 years after me. Even so, I can't lose. Watch closely. If you want to intimidate your opponent with a handshake, just squeezing tightly isn't enough. The important thing is to grip the right place and angle. Like this. Caesar's arm cracked, and he let out a yelp, pulling his hand back sharply. The man rushed over. That what's wrong? Your Highness, are you all right? Caesar yelled, oh no, it's nothing. The man asked bewilderedly, yeah, but you clearly cried out just now. Caesar roared again, shut up. It's nothing important. Then Caesar turned away to, let's go. His attendant hurried after him. Yes, Your Highness. Helena watched him, smiling to herself. He definitely won't tell on me, a descendant of Erez. Even without my father's suggestion, I could guess he wants to crush my brother. Helena spoke boldly. I'm looking forward to spending this summer with Your Highness. She thought, got that? Do that again, and you're dead. Caesar replied, I'm looking forward to it as well. I'm sure it will be very interesting. He was filled with determination. Just you wait. I'll get my revenge, you little brat. The two glared at each other, as if locked in a life or death battle, sending chills down the spines of everyone in Helena's household. It was certainly going to be an interesting summer. A little while later, Helena's mother anxiously instructed her daughter, Helena, listen to me. Even though His Highness is young, you mustn't be so disrespectful. His Highness has just lost his mother. He must be heartbroken. Helena simply nodded. Her mother, with tears in her eyes, continued, you and Leonard are the only children in this house. You two must get along, understand? Helena nodded. Yes, mother, I'll keep that in mind. Helena recalled their cat and dog introduction, thinking to herself, I think my first meeting with Caesar was a success, but not for the adults. That's why I now know why that fierce little prince came to the Duke's mansion. Last winter, the Empress passed away. This deeply saddened the prince. He requested to come here to find some peace, and only arrived after receiving His Majesty the Emperor's permission. This goes against the wishes of the nobility. I originally thought the prince's visit was quite ordinary, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Now that the Empress is gone, there's no one left in the imperial palace to protect the young prince. The emperor intends to keep Caesar in the imperial palace and gather his forces to confront the nobles. Now I understand why he's so arrogant. If someone were meticulously cared for in another's home, wouldn't they become timid? Fine, but when the adults aren't around, you'll lose. At that moment, he suddenly walked up and asked her if her mother had scolded her for what had just happened. Helena froze, looking toward Caesar, feeling as if a brilliant halo was shining above his head. Helena thought to herself, was he waiting for me? Mother scolded me for a whole hour. Caesar snorted and said, that. While your attitude was a bit arrogant, I don't care, because I don't have time to pay attention to such things. Helena retorted irritably. Oh yes, I don't care either. Caesar was startled, though. Then he pointed at Helena, roaring, you have to be careful. If you treat your superiors like that, you'll get into trouble. Helena calmly replied, Your Highness isn't my superior. Caesar yelled again, Yes, I'm the prince. Helena responded, Oh, is that so? But didn't you tell me that without farmers, there would be no nobles today? Caesar gritted his teeth in frustration, but he was helpless. Helena, like a smug cat wagging its tail, thought to herself, Isn't that right? You came running here for our help. Even in this situation, you can't just call yourself a prince and compare yourself to the duke. Then he sighed. Caesar muttered, I was just waiting for the misunderstanding to be cleared up. Helena, seeing his softened demeanor, gave him a puzzled look. Why so suddenly gentle? Haven't we always been at each other's throats? Caesar continued, I know I don't like you. But if that's the case, I'll become the Empress's family's #1 enemy. Sigh. I know I'm just a burden to Duke Peresca, even though he no longer asks about political affairs. So I thought there's no need to be so arrogant with you. That's all I wanted to say. So, let's not fight anymore. Having said that, he sighed wearily and walked away. Helena stood there alone, thinking, wait a minute, so was I the only one picking a fight? Huh. Helena put her hand on her chin. I was bickering with a child. That was Helena Peresca's first mistake. I know that arrogant prince just wants to live a happy life, but I put pressure on myself. It's too late to regret it now. I can't help him because he's not very popular. Anyway, I still have to find a way to defeat him in the future. It will probably be a battle of wits between equals. Helena continued walking. Suddenly, she stopped and looked back, but by then Caesar had really left. Helena's eyes lingered for a moment, but in the end, she left. Not long after. Helena, have you made peace with His Highness? Helena showed a look of disdain. Make peace? Make peace about what? Leonard reminded her. Don't you remember what happened last week? We were in the main hall. The atmosphere was extremely tense. She replied, that was just a childish quarrel. There's nothing to reconcile. Brother, do you still care about him? Didn't you hear what father said? Leonard said, even though father said that, I still want to make more friends. Helena asked, puzzled, why? Leonard explained, isn't it hard to make friends in the imperial palace? Besides, he looks very lonely. Helena's eyes lit up, and she thought to herself, oh my God, how can someone be so kind and naive? Then she said, brother, you still have 298 sword swings left to practice. Leonard let out in awe and immediately went back to continue his sword practice. Helena watched him and thought, after he beat that beggar of a swordsmanship teacher, he's never doubted me. He truly is a worthy disciple. He's getting stronger and stronger. It's time to assess the opponent's situation. Then she said, even my brother said so. I guess I'll have to make up with him and play together. Leonard cheerfully asked, really? Helena nodded, but inwardly she thought, no. Leonard cheerfully continued, then you go ahead. I'll practice my swings 295 more times. Helena said, I'll go. A few days later, at the second-floor hall, Helena observed Hamilton and Caesar practicing their swordsmanship. Of course, making up was just an excuse. Gathering intel was the top priority. I have to defeat him. Helena peeked through the slightly open door. Hamilton saw her and asked, Princess, what are you doing? Helena replied, I just wanted to watch the two of them practice. Hamilton immediately beamed and said, oh, Princess, young Master Leonard is practicing with His Highness Caesar, isn't he? You must be eager to observe their swordsmanship techniques. Helena nodded, thinking to herself, I'm the one teaching him. This is hard to explain. Hamilton turned to Caesar and asked, Your Highness, do you permit this? Caesar glanced at her and said, as you wish. Hamilton's eyes teared up. Is that really all right? Helena nodded, thinking to herself, with his fickle personality, he was bound to allow it, but he seems to be getting better. Either way, I'll have a chance to find his weakness. I'll show him what he's really capable of. Hamilton called out, begin. Two perfect sword arcs flashed before her eyes. The two swords clashed repeatedly, ringing out with a clang, then bounced apart. Caesar was incredibly focused. Although Caesar was younger, he wasn't inferior to Hamilton at all. Helena was utterly astonished. What is this? So skilled. Incredible. Compared to before, he's more focused, and his speed has increased. If Leonard is hardworking, then this one, she clutched her skirt, is a natural talent. In this aspect, he's just like me. I can't even compare Leonard to him. This isn't simple. Meanwhile, Leonard was continuously swinging his sword. 198, 199, 200. With Leonard's current strength, this shouldn't be possible. Something's not right. A short while later, Hamilton said, Your Highness, you seem to be in good spirits today. Caesar replied. I'll rest for a bit and then continue. Caesar sheathed his sword. At this moment, Helena stepped forward and offered him a handkerchief. Your skill is truly outstanding, Your Highness. I've observed you very carefully. Caesar took the handkerchief and asked, So you've observed me before? Helena remained silent, smiling faintly to herself. After observing him, I realized this child has basically no weaknesses. If that's the case, her eyes flashed, and she spoke. If you're not tired, could you spar with me? Helena reasoned. I just need to directly spar with him to find his weakness. Caesar was startled. Hamilton, standing behind them, was also surprised. Caesar snapped. No, I heard you haven't been learning swordsmanship for long. What if you get hurt? Caesar's expression was cold. Helena tried to persuade him. Learning swordsmanship inherently involves learning how to get hurt. Hamilton was anxious. Caesar continued, Honestly, I'm not exaggerating. But if you get hurt, what are we supposed to tell the Duke? Helena thought to herself, that's true. There's nothing to learn from fighting an opponent with such a significant difference in skill. She thought, thank you for your concern, but I have to find a way to discover Caesar's weaknesses. Helena said, It seems like you're not very interested in this match. Caesar held his head. It's not that I'm not interested. Helena asked, Then how about a wager? The loser has to grant the winner one wish. How about that? Hamilton, standing nearby, quickly advised, Your Highness, please refuse. Caesar smiled and asked any wish. Helena, smug, thought he took the bait and replied, yes, anything. Caesar asked again, including never clinging to me relentlessly again. Helena glanced at him, indicating her agreement. Everything was ready. Hamilton, with tears welling up, acted as the referee for this match. Well then, please be careful not to get hurt. Caesar's gaze became incredibly focused. Helena was equally serious. Since this was a battle to find weaknesses, the more attacks, the better. Begin. As soon as the command was given, the two lunged at each other. First, the hard-to-defend flank. She thought to herself, then aimed for Caesar's waist. However, Caesar lifted his leg and dodged just in time. Caesar blocked the attack. He parried Helena's sword, then immediately counterattacked. Helena was surprised. This kid not only defends quickly, but his counterattacks are fast too. The sword thrust quickly towards Helena. She immediately moved her feet, dodging to the side. Helena was perfectly capable of withstanding this attack. Caesar was also surprised by her ability. Helena quickly countered, knocking Caesar's sword away. The two of them retreated like lightning. Caesar smiled and asked, You're not a beginner, are you? Helena replied, That doesn't matter, I won't lose. Caesar said excitedly, Losing isn't in my vocabulary. With that, he rushed towards Helena, and Helena simultaneously charged towards him. Their swords clashed, emitting a clanging sound. A drop of sweat trickled down Helena's face as she thought. Easy for him to say, but a child's strength is still insufficient. I think Leonard's stamina has improved a lot recently. Helena immediately swung her sword, aiming for his waist, but he was still able to dodge. Helena thought, even though I'm deliberately targeting vital points, his defense is impeccable. To deal with that, I can only use practical combat skills that can never be learned in class. Helena gripped her sword tightly and took a deep breath. Her eyes widened, and she fixed her gaze on Caesar. No one could stop this move. With this attack, victory would be easy. In an instant, the sword stopped in front of Caesar's face. Caesar broke out in a cold sweat. Without time to think, Caesar immediately raised his hand to block the attack. Helena was stunned. Dangerous. This kid is too dangerous. How can he block with his hand? From behind his arm, Caesar's sword thrust straight towards Helena in a counterattack. Helena was shocked. How can he be so reckless? Hamilton immediately yelled, Stop! That's enough! Then he ran to Caesar's side. Your Highness, are you all right? Caesar turned around, panting, and asked, We were about to win. Why did you stop? Helena, also breathless, replied, It was a draw. Caesar immediately retorted, If Hamilton hadn't interfered, I would have won. Helena sighed. If this were a real sword fight, you would have lost an arm, Your Highness. Caesar asked, What about my arm? Surely the one who gets hit in the neck loses, right? Hamilton exclaimed in a panic. Both of you, please stop saying such frightening things. Caesar said, In any case, it's been a while since I've had such an exciting match. Helena replied, Me too. Hamilton immediately said, Exciting? What's exciting about it? Didn't I ask you two not to get hurt? This is troublesome. After that, the two of them left, and the door slammed shut. Left alone, she smiled. That boy is really something else. If Leonard's diligence in his studies was praiseworthy, Caesar's unpredictability was uncanny. My first teacher probably felt this way too. That confident feeling that your student can do anything. Or perhaps I should try teaching them as well. If you set your mind to it, you can do anything. In that case, I also want to try fostering ambition. At dinner that evening, Helena's mother asked, where's His Highness? Hamilton, smiling, replied, His Highness is feeling a little tired and won't be joining us for dinner, madam. The Duchess replied, oh, is that so? Helena froze, thinking to herself, Caesar isn't coming out for dinner. It must be because his arm was injured by the sword, and he's in a bad mood. Even though he didn't show any pain, he was definitely dazed for a moment. A while later, Helena irritably walked to his door and knocked. I'll just briefly check on him and then leave, she thought. A voice came from inside. Come in. Hearing his voice, she assessed he sounds pretty relaxed, so it seems he's all right. Helena Peresca, in this life for the first time, had to read someone's mood. Then, the door opened slightly. Helena entered and saw Caesar sitting on a chair. Helena slowly approached, her face falling. He needs a cast. Helena felt a pang of guilt. What have I done to this child? Wait, I stabbed him on purpose. But still, Caesar chuckled. You don't look very happy. Helena plopped down on the edge of the bed and asked, have you been treated properly? Caesar replied, Hamilton just brought the doctor in. It'll heal quickly. Helena crossed her arms and shook her head. Don't blame yourself too much. I injured my finger once before, so I know it'll ache whenever it rains. Caesar asked in surprise, your finger? What happened? Helena recalled her past, saying, just like your highness, I was also blocking a direct hit. No, I injured it while playing carelessly. A large question mark appeared above Caesar's head. Playing carelessly? Helena turned her face away, thinking, I almost let something slip about my past life. I should change the subject. Then she turned back to Caesar and asked, by the way, since I injured you, why haven't you told anyone? Caesar replied, why would I do something so childish? Helena asked, I thought your highness would hate me. Caesar said, even if I did, I wouldn't bother with such petty things. Helena asked directly, so, you do hate me? Caesar countered, don't you feel the same way? Helena smiled and replied, yes. Not all. I rather like your highness. She thought to herself, I'm determined to cultivate a talent like you. I'm being completely sincere. Caesar was silent for a moment, saying nothing. Then his ears turned red, and he stammered this. Helena chuckled. Oh my, your face is red all the way to your ears. Suddenly, Caesar stood up abruptly and exclaimed, also just now, why didn't you finish the match properly? Helena asked doubtfully, what about the match? Caesar immediately asked, at the end, you deliberately yielded to me, didn't you? Helena was startled and thought to herself, that's right. As soon as I saw Caesar was about to block with his left hand, I couldn't change the direction of my sword anymore, because I had to avoid injuring his hand as much as possible. Then she pointed at Caesar and said, as expected, you knew you'd be injured, yet you still deliberately put your hand out to block, didn't you? Your highness, are you foolish? Caesar replied irritably, how would I know? What if you made some strange wishes because I lost? He sighed, what could a princess who can't even tie a chicken wish for anyway? He then asked, so what did you wish for in the end? Helena immediately extended her hand, making a thumbs down gesture towards him, and said, you become my disciple. Reasonable, right? Caesar snorted and shouted, I knew it. A prince of a nation becoming a disciple of a noble lady. Helena laughed. What about your highness? If you had one, what would you have wished for? Caesar suddenly froze. Then he turned his head and said, forget it. It was just a boring wager anyway, why ask? Helena spread her hands, her expression helpless. I've already stated my wish. It's truly petty. Caesar immediately replied, you're the one who said it. I wasn't curious. Helena immediately provoked him. I understand. You were thinking about something indecent, weren't you? Caesar, provoked, immediately flew into a rage. Don't be ridiculous. What kind of person do you think I am? Helena thought to herself, teasing this guy is quite fun. Caesar stammered, I just wanted us to call each other by name. Helena was puzzled. Names? What's so difficult about that? Why would you need a wish? Caesar replied, yes, for you, it's just a small matter. But it's very difficult for people to treat me casually. Even Baron Hamilton has to kneel on the ground. At that moment, Hamilton bowed and said, I wouldn't dare to directly address your highness by name. If I have made any mistakes, I beg your highness's forgiveness. Caesar asked, what's wrong with you? Hamilton didn't say anything, just wept silently. Helena thought to herself, that's true. I understand that feeling. I also told Erez to call me by my name. Even though everyone respects me and praises me, power isn't everything. I don't have anyone close to me. That's why I said, only when it's just the two of us, call each other by name. Erez at that time said, don't joke like that. Erez, that stubborn person, said that. Back in the present, Helena immediately agreed to Caesar's request. All right, I'll call you by your name. Caesar asked in surprise, really? Helena calmly replied, of course, and we'll talk to each other comfortably like friends. Caesar quickly said, wait, if it's to that extent. Helena smiled and said, then we'll also spar occasionally. Caesar stared at her wide-eyed. The two were silent for a moment. Caesar blushed crimson, let out an ah, and then became flustered. He thought, I should have wished for something harder. Helena watched him, thinking, it's just calling each other by name. Is there need to be so happy? By now, Caesar's face was flushed all the way to his ears. Helena thought, if Erez had agreed to call me by my name that day, I wonder what I would have been like. Thinking this, she laughed out loud. Then suddenly, she clutched her stomach, overcome with laughter. Embarrassed, Caesar yelled, what are you laughing at? Helena paid him no mind and continued laughing, while Caesar kept shouting, stop laughing. Until Caesar's hand was fully healed, they would pause their sword practice. Every day, the three of them would gather to play cards. Leonard had offered to visit Caesar, but 5 days had passed in a flash. Moreover, to make matters worse, the rainy season suddenly arrived. All three of them complained about being unable to go outside. They felt sluggish, damp, and uncomfortable. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder echoed, and Caesar said, there's thunder too. On days like these, that thing sometimes appears in the Duke's mansion. Leonard asked curiously, what appears? Along with the sound of thunder, a voice spoke up in the room. It was Hamilton's voice, lowered and tinged with mystery. On rainy summer nights like these, legend has it that a woman in a blue dress appears in the basement. The two young men shuddered, and Caesar immediately retorted, ah, you're lying. Helena suddenly spoke, ghosts don't exist. Hamilton put on an air of mystery and said, it's not just 1 or 2 people who have seen her, my lady. That's why the Duke restricts movement on days like these, isn't it? Caesar asked, his voice trembling. Oh, really? Leonard, despite his fear, confirmed, yes, they said we're not allowed to go to the basement. Hamilton continued, I don't know what happens if you're caught by a ghost, but do you still want to go inside? Helena thought to herself, don't you see the corners of his mouth twitching upwards? Hamilton gave a strange smile. Be careful. If you're even slightly careless, the woman in the blue dress will chase after you. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and the two young men immediately panicked. Someone peeked their head in and said, excuse me for interrupting, but the Duke needs to discuss the carriage repairs with you. Hamilton nodded. Oh, is that so? Wait a moment. After the door closed, the two were still trembling. Helena thought, Hamilton, are you using this to relieve stress? Then she sighed and said, what are you so surprised about? When someone says they've seen a ghost, it just means they mistook a shadow for one. Caesar immediately retorted with a serious face. No, ghosts really do exist. It's in the Imperial Palace. Leonard, his face pale, asked at the Imperial Palace. Caesar replied, yes, when the sun sets. The evil dragon sealed by Emperor Dante Renatus when he was young. It soars through the sky, searching for a suitable body to be revived in. Helena said dumbfoundedly, huh? That story is too strange. Leonard asked curiously, is that true? Helena thought, why would it fly there? They would all be burned up along with their bodies. Then Caesar slammed his hand on the floor. All right, stop it. Tonight, we have to go see that ghost with our own eyes. Leonard immediately nodded. Yes. Helena shouted from beside them, I'm not going anywhere. Caesar pointed at Helena and said, what did you say? That's your house ghost. Helena pointed back at him. I don't believe in ghosts. Didn't you hear me? Caesar replied. Well, now is the perfect time to test whether it really exists. Helena asked, even if it doesn't exist, we still have to go? Helena thought to herself, no way. Why should I suffer in this heat just because of some kid's curiosity? I hate trouble. Then she lay down and yelled, if you guys want to go, go yourselves. I'm not going anywhere. A moment later, is this the door to the basement? Yes, this is it. Caesar looked at the door and asked, it's locked. What do we do now? Leonard replied, is this the only door? Helena, extremely exasperated, oh my God, this is ridiculous. I'm actually getting dragged into these kids' ghost hunt. Caesar, having just scared her, asked, oh, how do you feel? Scared now, huh? No, I don't have the key. This is nothing serious. I'm already exhausted from being tormented by that prank and his contradictory personality. Even if I were reborn, it would still be the same, right? It's not too late to turn back now. Helena thought briefly and decided to slip away. Leonard then said, I don't know where the key is. Then he drew his sword. There's no other way. Let's just break it down. Caesar immediately exclaimed, Great idea, Leonard. Seeing this, Helena rushed to separate the two of them. These two brats, are they trying to make things worse? She spoke up. Get out of the way, let me open it. Leonard asked suspiciously, You have the key? Helena pulled a hairpin from her hair and said, No, this won't do anything. Caesar was astonished. A hairpin? You can use that to unlock a door? Helena replied, When I was a freeloader, I became proficient at this. Then she turned to Leonard and said, I read about this in a great man's book. Leonard's eyes lit up. As expected of my sister, there's nothing you can't do. Caesar was utterly amazed by Helena's ability. Then the door slowly opened. The three of them carefully observed from above. Helena spoke up. Hey, Caesar beside her said, It's so hot, I can barely breathe. Leonard, holding the candle, said, From now on, I'll go first. You two follow me. Then Leonard led the way with the candle, Helena and Caesar following closely behind. Helena sighed. The air is worse than I thought, damp and dusty, making me very uncomfortable. I have to stay calm. If they get hurt, I'll be the only one who could take care of them. We're here, Caesar said loudly. We're here. There's nothing scary at all. I think inside the tunnel is a canal. Leonard chimed in. Yes, I hear running water. By the way, other than the sound of running water, there's nothing here, Your Highness. Caesar replied, Yeah. Helena glared at the two of them. See, I told you there were no ghosts. Suddenly, something made Helena shiver. The air by the stairs was stuffy, but it's freezing down here. There probably aren't any ghosts, right? Let's go back. The air became still, Leonard staring intently at something. Suddenly a shadowy figure appeared from behind the iron gate. Leonard's face paled, his voice trembling. Wait, what is that? The two young men cried out in fear. Oh my God. Helena froze. She seemed to have realized something. What, a person? Leonard and Caesar frantically pulled Helena away. It's a ghost. Helena said, No, wait. Helena's eyes showed exasperation. What were these two doing? Thanks for protecting me, even though you're scared. Very quickly, the three returned to the mansion. Their voices echoed everywhere. There's a ghost. The ghost appeared. We're going to be cursed. Hearing the commotion, everyone opened their doors. As a result, our sneaking into the basement was discovered. The next morning, everyone was punished. Helena didn't understand. Why blame me? Leonard, trembling with fear, said, I told you she didn't believe in ghosts. Caesar rolled his eyes beside her. Don't talk about it. It's too scary. Exasperated with the two of them, Helena asked, Couldn't it have been an optical illusion? Caesar tilted his head. An optical illusion? Don't those only appear in the desert? Helena explained. If the temperature difference in the air is significant enough, you can see optical illusions even if you're not in the desert. Isn't that basement the perfect environment for that kind of phenomenon? Leonard's face was gloomy. He was still scared. Did I ask that so? I hope so. Suddenly, Caesar froze, realizing something. He said, Helena, you missed a detail. Helena asked, puzzled, Caesar said, an optical illusion is a kind of reflection formed by light refracting in the air. Helena continued, It's like a portrait. Caesar, sweating, countered, No, there aren't any portraits in the basement. There's nothing to reflect. Helena's face also darkened that I've got goosebumps all over. Just then a loud noise rang out, and all three screamed in terror. I saw a ghost in this, my second life. Holding the hands of the two trembling children, I felt sorry for the ghost who had to spend the night in the rain. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh, you mean the ghost? Those are bricks built to prevent water from overflowing. Mosaic bricks come in white and blue. Everyone in the Duke's mansion knows this. Don't the three of you know? Caesar immediately asked, It's not a ghost. Hamilton laughed and replied, Oh dear, all three of you thought it was a real ghost? You three are so adorable. Now I have a good memory. Because of this, the three of us had a not-so-fun memory. After that, we became even closer. All three of us promised to bury this memory deep in our hearts. Later, whenever people mention our friendship, I would remember that day. No one ever mentioned that day again. Not once. Absolutely not once. When Caesar's left arm had almost fully recovered, the Hajji festival in Anbentut, where the Duke resided, began. Sunlight shining on his face, Caesar asked, You've been to the festival before, right? What was it like? Helena immediately brushed him off. Don't bother me while I'm studying. Go play somewhere else. Caesar hopped down. Wow, how selfish. You don't want to go to the festival. Helena turned around, arms crossed, and replied, Yeah, something like that. Caesar then asked, Oh, what? Helena closed her eyes and replied, There are only 3 types of people who like festivals. Children, thieves, or thieves who specialize in picking the pockets of children. Caesar, pointing at Helena, exclaimed angrily, "Aren't you a child too? You're the youngest of the three of us." Leonard chuckled from beside them. "Alpentis is a rural place, so even the festival won't be much to see, Your Highness." Caesar leaned his head back and said, "However, I'm quite curious about what a commoner's festival is like, since I've never seen one." Hearing this, Helena thought to herself, "Well, that doesn't sound quite right." Caesar continued, "And Hamilton can't go out alone either." Leonard raised his hand. "If the three of us say we want to go, I'm sure they'll let us." Caesar pointed at Leonard. As expected of Leonard, "You read my mind." Helena put her hands on her hips. "Whoa, don't count me in. It's too much trouble." Caesar immediately asked, "What's so troublesome about it?" Helena promptly replied, "Besides teaching my brother swordsmanship, everything else is troublesome." Caesar asked, "So you're a teacher?" Poor Leonard. Leonard confidently said, "Not at all, Your Highness. Our Helena is an excellent teacher." Helena immediately puffed up with pride. "See, my brother never lies." Caesar was speechless, thinking to himself, "These two siblings are something else." Helena immediately waved her hand and declared loudly, "In short, I'm not going to the festival. Even if you hold a knife to my throat, I won't go." "Absolutely not. Do you understand?" Both of them stared at her. Helena was also getting a headache. A while later, at a shop, the shopkeeper called out, "Come and see, come and see." Caesar looked at the goods and said, "You have a good eye, Leonard." The shopkeeper chuckled. "Oh, is that so?" Helena felt like she was about to explode. "Why am I being dragged along again? I hate how I'm getting used to this." Later, feeling lonely, she spoke up, "Why did you drag me here for no reason and then leave me alone?" "Honestly, these people," Caesar asked with a smile. "What do you mean, leave you alone? If we go out, Hamilton will follow us." As soon as he finished speaking, Caesar pulled her along and started running. Looking at the breathless servants chasing after them, Helena said, "Whoa, why are you always thinking of these mischievous tricks? Don't you have any sympathy for others?" Caesar replied, "It's because you're oblivious, teasing people over trivial matters and causing them so much trouble." Helena thought to herself, "I know he's not happy, but I also understand his behavior. This is just how he is, because someone is watching us. I've sensed it ever since we separated from Hamilton. Well-dressed children wandering around without adult supervision naturally become easy targets for bad people." Helena glanced around, trying to confirm whether the follower was a thief or a kidnapper. Suddenly, the person also saw Helena. Helena was startled. Our eyes met. "He's staring." "No, is he looking at me?" This suspicious appearance hits him. Seeing this, the person took off running. Helena chased after him without hesitation. "Where do you think you're going?" Caesar was bewildered. "What's going on?" Leonard yelled, "Hey, Helena." Helena replied as she ran, "I'll be back in a bit. You two stay here." Having chased the person to an intersection, he disappeared, and Helena stopped abruptly. She looked left and right, peering all around. He's gone. Such a long alley. Who on earth is that guy? Suddenly, the man appeared behind Helena, kneeling down. "My lady, it is No." Helena jumped, whirling around. "When did you get behind me?" No looked up. "My lady, I've longed to see you. You've grown up. So beautiful." Helena thought, confused. Who is this? I don't remember meeting anyone like this. He doesn't seem to want to attack me, but he doesn't look happy. Or maybe a pervert. No's tears began to stream down his cheeks. "My lady, my subordinates have been waiting for your reincarnation. My goddess, my savior, my one and only king." Helena was astonished. No sobbed as he spoke. "Why is time moving so slowly? This decaying body is so cruel." Helena didn't understand and asked, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Leonard's urgent voice called out, "Helena, where are you?" He immediately stood up. "My men are searching for you. I will return soon. Before I breathe my last, I must see you again." Helena immediately chased after him, shouting, "Hey, wait. Explain yourself." She didn't understand. "What king? Do you know the truth that my past life was Dante?" Caesar ran over and grabbed Helena. "Helena, what are you doing? It's dangerous." Helena looked back towards No. "Let go of me. Caesar, I need to talk to him." But when she turned back around, he was gone. Helena was stunned. "What?" He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Caesar immediately asked, "Who was that man? What did you say to him?" Helena replied, "I didn't do anything." Caesar, "Didn't do anything?" The atmosphere suggested otherwise. Caesar was still holding her hand tightly. Helena turned her head and lowered her voice. Really, I was just giving him directions because he asked." She thought to herself, puzzled, "I know you're worried about me, but why are you so angry?" Caesar asked, asking for directions. Helena thought to herself, is this excuse too ridiculous? Then she said, let go of my hand first. It hurts. Hearing this, Caesar released her hand. Leonard walked over and asked Helena with concern, are you really all right? You didn't hear anything unpleasant, did you? Helena rubbed her arm and replied, yeah, I'm really okay. Leonard said, let's rest here for a bit. Helena replied, okay. She thought to herself, is that guy I know still nearby? Caesar said, no, it's best to go with Hamilton. Let's rejoin the group. Helena asked, every time we get separated, I don't know where the Viscount is or how to find him. Caesar replied, where the carriage stopped. At times like these, he always waits where we left him. She thought to herself, so it hasn't just happened once or twice. I wonder why he's so proficient at this. Leonard took Helena's hand and said, well then, Your Highness, we shall take our leave. Helena turned around. No, I'll come with you. If you're alone with him, you'll definitely argue. Helena pointed and asked, don't be like that. Can't you go back with him? Leonard was taken aback. She thought to herself, if that no guy is still around, I want to talk to him a bit more while I'm alone. Caesar immediately frowned and asked, waiting alone? Would you follow any stranger who offered you a cookie? Helena also frowned in annoyance. I told you, he was asking for directions. Exasperated, Caesar ran off. Fine. Wait here, it's not far. I'll run over there quickly and be right back. Leonard felt guilty. We're practically making His Highness run errands for us. Then he worriedly patted Helena's head and asked again, Helena, are you really okay? Helena affirmed. Really, he showed no signs of wanting to harm me at all. After that, Leonard hugged her tightly. If you say so, then it must be true. But I was really worried. I didn't know what would happen since I was the one who insisted on bringing you out. I'm so glad you're okay. Helena looked at him, thinking Leonard is like an angel. He really is the sweetest and kindest person. Even as a friend of the same age, he's much better than those who get angry when things don't go their way. She then returned his embrace affectionately. Thank you, Leonard. That's right. Even the king, or whatever, it's all just a lie. No, it's nothing like that. He's a madman. See, now it doesn't feel like anyone's following us anymore, right? Suddenly, Helena's whole body shuddered. The feeling is gone. If he intends to approach me and is lurking nearby, now is the best time, as there's no one around. If the feeling disappeared after Caesar left me, she immediately pushed Leonard away, shouting, Caesar. Caesar is in danger, Leonard. Thinking about it, it's obvious. I was too at ease before. The Duchess is nothing. And although His Highness the Prince is out of favor, he's still the first in line to the throne. Who is he targeting? Leonard panicked. Helena. His Highness is nowhere to be found. Helena immediately made a judgment. He must have been taken to a brothel. Because they're not open during the day, it's easier to confine someone there. Leonard was horrified. The brothel? You think His Highness has been taken? Helena immediately rushed out. This isn't just a normal guess. It's a certainty. So, you bring the Viscount here, and I'll go to the brothel. Leonard asked, what are you worried about? It's dangerous, Helena. Helena replied, if Caesar isn't taken to a brothel, he'll soon be moved somewhere else. Leonard said in a panic, if that's the case, then it's better if I go myself. Helena immediately stopped him. No, you're faster than me, so it's best if you bring the Viscount here. Leonard hesitated, but Helena had an air of finality. I've never said anything unreliable. Leonard had no other choice. All right, promise me you won't do anything dangerous, Helena. Helena ran off, arriving at a familiar scene. She looked around and muttered to herself, don't worry, Caesar. No one else is as determined as I am to rush headlong into danger. If anything happens to Caesar here, our family is ruined. She thought to herself, I have to be careful and calm, check Caesar's whereabouts, and wait for the Viscount to arrive. If anything happens to him, I absolutely won't let them get away with it. Suddenly, a loud noise caught Helena's attention. The sound came from the alley to her left. Is it this building? The front door is dangerous, so I have to go in from the back. Helena immediately ran to the back door. She pulled out her hairpin and picked the lock. The door quickly opened. She could hear a conversation from inside. Stabbing him to death is the quickest and easiest way, right? What? Are you stupid? Doing that will make it obvious he was assassinated. Someone's in that room. Helena approached, listening to the voices from inside. I said we have to disguise it as an accident. Yeah, so let's throw him in the river. Oh, after the rainy season, the river rises a lot, a brown-haired young man said, folding his arms. We just need to make it look like he was swept away while playing in the water. The person next to him rested their chin on their hand. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Helena carefully pushed the door ajar and peeked inside. Found him, Caesar. He's safe. She thought to herself, disguising murder as an accident. This isn't a normal kidnapping. I don't know who's behind this, but but if they plan to throw him in the river, they'll do it at night. I still have time before Hamilton arrives. Waiting is the best course of action. Caesar yelled angrily, "Bastards! If you dare touch me, none of you will escape death." The brown-haired young man angrily kicked the furniture around. This brat still hasn't come to his senses? Shut up. Still doesn't understand the situation, does he? This won't do. He keeps yelling. If we throw him in the river and he survives and escapes, it'll be troublesome. Kill him now. Helena's expression grew serious. It's not safe anymore. I was able to guess his location intuitively. Luckily, at this rate, I can't wait for Hamilton. The two kidnappers discussed. How should we kill this brat? Strangle him? No, that'll leave fingerprints. Helena acted silently. Her plan, lure one out, deal with the other, then rescue Caesar. She quickly picked up a nearby chair. Good. Perfect. Helena raised the chair and threw it towards the two men. Hearing the noise, the two kidnappers looked over, alerted. What? What was that? The black-haired man chased after Helena as she ran outside. I'll go check it out. You stay here and watch him. The other man turned back inside. Honestly, what now? Helena picked up a piece of wood from the broken chair. She thought because of the height difference, it'll be difficult to hit a vital spot immediately. The knees first. In a flash, she struck the kidnapper's knee, causing him to stumble and fall to the floor. He immediately turned and yelled, "Ah, an intruder!" Caesar's eyes widened in surprise. Tears still lingered in the corners of his eyes. Quickly, Helena took down one of the men. Caesar's eyes welled up as he called out, "Helena, why are you?" Helena rushed to his side and helped him up. "Get up. We have to get out before the other one comes back." By now, the kidnapper who had chased her outside had returned. "No, what are you doing?" Helena yelled, "Run. I've opened the back door. Just get past him." Caesar replied, "Got it." The kidnapper immediately gave chase. "Stop. Even if caught by a dragon, as long as I stay calm, escape is possible. Once we're out of here, it'll be easier to avoid them. We just need to get out of here." Just as she opened the back door, a figure stood blocking the exit, startling Helena, who initially thought it was Leonard. Contrary to her expectations, a tall, imposing man stood there. Helena quickly backed away, thinking anxiously, "Another accomplice?" The newcomer asked, "What's going on?" The kidnapper inside, now recovered, returned and yelled, "Hey, catch them." The newcomer immediately drew his sword. "Oh, trying to escape? I don't think so." Helena gripped the piece of wood tightly in her hand. The kidnapper immediately swung his knife down. "Don't even think about escaping. I'll kill you right here." Facing the blow, Caesar used his back to shield her. Caesar cried out in pain, "Helena, run." Helena stared in shock at the scene unfolding before her. Caesar then collapsed heavily onto the floor. The remaining kidnapper put his hands on his hips and said, "What if I just slashed him? Now we have to make it look like an accident. Damn it, you made a huge mistake." Caesar's blood, still on Helena's hand, dripped onto the floor. Her expression instantly hardened, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The kidnapper grabbed Helena's hair and roared, "Damn it, everything's ruined. Who are you? Where did you come from?" Helena immediately threw him to the ground, striking his arm hard, making him cry out in pain, "My arm! My arm! What's wrong with my arm?" Helena was now calmer than ever. Her voice dropped low. "All my life, I've only wanted to live a peaceful life. You've ruined everything. You're all dead." In a short time, Helena had finished cleaning up the mess that I did my best. They couldn't have been any faster. It's just that my cleaning speed is faster. Hamilton was stunned. "What in the world? You mean you handle them all by yourself? Unbelievable. My lady, who are you, really?" Helena wiped the blood from her face and sighed. "Just a genius. After the kidnapping incident, I was sick for 3 days. The doctor said the ligaments in my ankle and the muscles in my arm were injured. Those kidnappers were lucky to be alive. Since they were escorted to the capital, their future won't be bright. They'll pay the price for touching the royal lineage or be eliminated by the mastermind behind it all." That day was truly troublesome and tiring. Even so, Caesar didn't die. He's still alive, which isn't so bad. Despite that, I couldn't escape my father's scolding. 2 days after I recovered, "Helena, do you know why I called you here?" Helena tried to avoid his gaze. Helena said jokingly, "Because I saved His Highness safely, so you're going to reward me, right?" The Duke glared at her. Helena thought anxiously, this isn't exactly safe, so it's not reward-worthy. It seems I have no sense of humor." The Duke sighed. "Helena, I'm worried because I know you're not an ordinary child." Helena immediately said, "Am I so outstanding that I could defeat my brother and compete for the right to inherit the dukedom?" The Duke asked in surprise, You don't have that ambition. Helena thought to herself. As expected, father understands me well. Then, the Duke anxiously voiced his concerns. Knowing how capable you are, I'm worried you'll get caught up in things you can't handle. Even if you're smart and did well, your parents don't approve of a 10-year-old daughter rushing into a group of kidnappers. Hearing him say that, Helena was speechless. The father of my previous life once said the story about the dragon I sealed was the most interesting. The Duke continued, Viscount Hamilton is also very eager to take you to the capital. I mean, he wants to try training an exceptional individual. Helena thought in surprise, Hamilton, why is there someone exactly like my master from my past life here? The Duke continued, if I allow this, I'll be acknowledging you as a special child. As your parent, I don't know if doing so is right. What do you want? Helena thought to herself, the life of a special child that father keeps warning me about clearly goes against the peaceful ideal I desire. But I haven't found anything interesting. Everything feels boring and restrictive. Only when Leonard swings his sword the way I taught him do I feel the joy of my second life. Helena hesitantly said, I want to teach Leonard swordsmanship. The Duke replied with a smile, yes, I know. Helena wore a determined expression. I want to do what I want. What I don't want to do, I won't do. This life I will live like this. Not long after, since father also gave his permission, the reason to defeat Caesar is now gone. Yes, the reason I was worried around this time wasn't because of that. At least there's a sufficient reason to visit him naturally. Helena stood before the door, raised her hand, but then hesitated and stopped. After all, I feel guilty. Because of my hesitation, Caesar got hurt. He had his hands tied. I should have used a stick to untie him. What should I say? Thank you? I'm sorry. Are you all right? No. Apologizing to him is embarrassing. Helena sighed. I'll just go back. But she didn't notice Caesar standing next to her. He spoke up, startling her. Where are you going? Helena, surprised, furrowed her brows and complained, What? Why aren't you sleeping? Why are you out here? Caesar opened the door and stepped inside, replying, because I couldn't sleep. So, what are you doing here so late? Helena stammered, well. Caesar plopped down on the bed, pulling the covers over himself, and asked slyly, You're planning something with me, aren't you? Helena froze. Shut up. Helena sat down next to Caesar and asked, How's your wound? Seeing you move around like that, it must be fine, right? Caesar closed his eyes but replied, It hurts, but it'll heal soon. Helena asked, What if it leaves a scar and you can't get a wife? Caesar, confused, asked, What are you talking about? Helena pouted and shook her head. Since childhood, men have had to have a cold personality and skin as white as jade. You're doomed this time. Caesar said angrily, Are you making fun of me? Helena continued to tease him. Our Caesar can't get a wife now. Caesar was so angry he sat up. Hey, you're doing it again. If I can't get a wife, you won't be able to marry either. Helena shrugged, That it's okay. I told my brother he'll take care of me until I'm an old lady. Caesar suddenly blushed. What? No, that can't happen. Then he pulled the covers over his head and turned away. Because of this, if I can't get a wife, you have to take responsibility for me. Helena asked, There will be a lot of troublesome things. Why should I marry into the royal family? Caesar narrowed his eyes at Helena and said, Do you find everything troublesome? It's so annoying. Helena suppressed a laugh, her body trembling slightly, thinking to herself, I really like teasing him. What should I do? I still want to tease him more. Anyway, there's something that's been bothering me this whole time. He's a patient right now. His complexion is pale and worrisome. She suddenly called out, Caesar, can't you sleep? Caesar was silent for a moment, as if thinking about something. Then he replied, Yeah, I'm scared. Because I'm afraid of going back to the royal palace. Everyone wants to kill me. Helena silently looked at him for a moment, then comforted him. No, there are people who want to protect you, Caesar, like my father, or Viscount Hamilton. Caesar ripped the blanket off himself. How long do you think they can protect me? I don't want to die. I don't need those things. I just want to live peacefully. Helena understood him. That's right. You're only 14 years old. How can you not feel uneasy? You're always lacking confidence. I once collapsed helplessly before the forces that wanted to eliminate me, which was naturally terrifying. Then you said, Caesar, even if you give up the throne, you won't be safe. They won't leave any loose ends. They'll kill you without a trace. If you abdicate, no one will protect you anymore. Helena drew a conclusion from her past life experience, thinking to herself, This story stems from my own experience. I dealt with my half-siblings in the same way. Caesar held his head in his hands, his face downcast. I know that too, but what can I do? Helena spoke with the experience of someone who had once been a monarch. What's so difficult about it? Caesar is the crown prince, the first in line to the throne. All you have to do is become the emperor. Caesar shouted, "It's not your problem. It's not that easy." Helena tried to calm him down. "Listen, Caesar, you know a cornered rat can bite a cat, right?" Helena gave him a thumbs up and continued, "The more cornered you are, the stronger you have to become. If anyone dares to touch you, their life will end. You have to make that clear to everyone, right?" Caesar froze, saying in despair, "I can't do it. I'm not as strong as you." Helena also recognized his current predicament. Special people are always lonely, as Caesar needed someone trustworthy. Helena confidently comforted him. "No, Caesar, you are strong. You risked your life to save me." She thought to herself, "I know what father is worried about for me, but even so, I want to stand by this child's side." Helena reached out to Caesar. "If you're still a child, I'll listen no matter what. So don't hide from this. Become the emperor, Caesar. It's okay. I'll be by your side. I'll help you become the emperor." Caesar was surprised by her words, his eyes widening. He remembered the scene of Helena bravely fighting the kidnappers. Caesar, exhausted, gradually drifted off to sleep. Helena continued, "So you can rest assured." Caesar grasped her hand tightly. "Thank you." Night quickly fell. Helena and Caesar, after going through so much, a long, tiring day, fell asleep holding hands. That night was long and frightening, but we held hands and got through it together. The wound on Caesar's back eventually left a scar. Hamilton desperately wanted to take me back to the capital, right up until our last day here. Hamilton cried, saying, my lady, my father firmly refused. The moment of parting had come. The two Peresca brothers bowed their heads in farewell. "Please return, your highness. Have a safe journey." Helena looked up at him, and he returned the gaze with a friendly look and a slight smile. Caesar asked Helena, "Is Leonard your only disciple?" Helena replied in surprise. "Huh? Yes." He suddenly said, "Yes, because I can't beat your brother. So, this is the first time I've conceded." Then he smiled and said, "Teach me swordsmanship." Those present were stunned and surprised. Helena said, "No, I won't go to the capital." Caesar replied, "It's all right. I'll come here every summer. All right, Duke?" The Duke naturally agreed. "Your Highness, you are always welcome." Then he turned to Helena and said, "Did you hear that? You have to keep your promise. You'll always be by my side until I reach the highest position." Helena was stunned for a moment. Then she gave a friendly smile. Helena took his hand and said, "I'm a bit picky, you know. Do you mind?" Caesar replied, "I'll try my best." Finally, Helena secured this big deal. "All right, I'll teach you." They looked at each other and smiled. The hustle and bustle had entered their otherwise monotonous daily lives. That summer was truly short. On a beautiful sunny day, the brilliant sunlight shone throughout the mansion. A maid came up to them and said, "Miss, young master, you have letters." Helena smiled and said, "Ah, bring them here." Helena opened the letter and read, "Dear Leonard and Helena, I'll be arriving next month, so have someone clean my room. And also, change those rustic curtains." Caesar Gray, after hearing the letter read, Helena said, "This letter doesn't even have a single greeting. Since when did the guest room become yours, you brat?" Leonard also came up and asked, "Is that a letter from His Highness?" Time flies. Helena replied, "Yes, it really does. He's coming back soon." Since that summer, when she first met Caesar, 3 years had passed. This summer will probably be very hot. His 4th summer here is almost upon us. Not long after, at a blacksmith shop, a man, while wiping the sword in his hand, said, "Oh, Lady Helena, you've arrived." Ever since Leonard won a few local tournaments, his teacher has even nicknamed me the lady's tutor. Helena walked up and asked, "Are the things I ordered finished?" The man immediately took out a wooden box and replied, "Of course. Please inspect them. This one is for the Duke, and this one is for you, my lady." Helena then opened the wooden box, revealing 2 exquisitely crafted swords. The man said, "Ah, yesterday, a servant from the Perel family came. I heard they wanted to meet you, my lady." Helena asked, "Someone from the Perel family?" He replied, "Yes. They are looking for a swordsmanship teacher for their family. Around here, the best teacher is you, my lady, so they would like to request your services." Helena, while drawing her sword, said, "I see. If it's the Perels, they already spoke to me last year. A 12-year-old playing teacher? Go playhouse." He mocked me like that. Helena held up the sword, admiring it. "It's better than I imagined, short and light." Then she said, "However, I'm not free enough to take on those without potential as disciples." He replied, "Then I will relay that message to them." Helena said, "Yes. Tell him to give up swordsmanship and go back to playing children's games." She sheathed the sword at her hip, thinking to herself, this sword's design is quite striking. It could be used as a decoration for a dress. Very suitable for self-defense. The maid following Helena handed the man a bag of money, saying, thank you for your hard work. The man accepted the money, his face beaming. Ha ha ha, of course. I'll pass on a message. Please come again. Helena walked outside, feeling cheerful. The sword is excellent. I haven't had this much fun in a while. Just then, someone came running hurriedly. The person accidentally bumped hard into Helena, causing her to stumble. The maid cried out in alarm. Oh, miss, are you all right? Helena remained calm, thinking to herself, I had a feeling. This is a pickpocket. Helena said calmly, I've been robbed. The maid panicked. Should I inform the guards? Helena declined. No need. It was just some spare change. Helena shook her head, thinking to herself, I've done this plenty of times in my past life, but it's truly infuriating to be on the receiving end. The maid said, touched, our lady is grown up. Helena turned and ran off, saying, I just need to get it back myself. The maid cried out in despair, my lady, they're dangerous. You can't. Helena grinned. Pray I don't get hurt then. Looking at the dumbfounded reactions of the other two, she thought, I really have no talent for humor. Where could a beggar hide in this tiny town? Meanwhile, elsewhere, several voices shouted, you're saying you robbed a noble, and this is all you got? Are you holding out on us? No, this is really all there is. If you're hiding even a single coin, you're dead. The blue-haired person who bumped into Helena yelled, I'm a Burns. I didn't steal any money. Another person picked up the purse and scoffed. What's he saying? Like this is beggar's money. The blue-haired person stammered, teach it that. Since nobles have a lot of money, I just borrowed a little. You think you could just steal any purse? At that moment, Helena appeared from above, looking down at the rambling person. The others yelled, what? If it weren't for us, you'd be dead in a ditch. Helena stroked her chin, thinking, so they're here to collect, huh? The beggars I knew sometimes did that too. And speaking of Burns, it must be old Count Burns. The blue-haired person clenched their fists and said, that's why you have to pay on time like this. Helena also recognized the family name. It's a fairly well-known family, but I haven't heard of them having a youngest daughter. The Count clearly has dark blue hair too. An illegitimate child? The thug started beating the blue-haired person. You want a lesson like this, huh? The blue-haired person could only endure and cry out. Helena thought, I'm starting to understand the rules here. They're as good as dead. This kid is bringing back some unpleasant memories. How annoying. Helena immediately jumped down from above. Excuse me. She snatched the purse back from their hands. The thug turned around in surprise. Who are you? Helena said calmly, me. I'm the owner of this purse. The thug roared, don't lie. Hand it over. Helena didn't waste any words and stomped hard on the thug's foot. She patted the sword at her side. Let's be polite, shall we, boys? I'm your senior here. The leader, having been stomped on, writhed on the ground, causing his lackeys to panic. Boss. They then clutched their heads and scattered. What was that? She's crazy. Run. Helena sighed. These delinquent boys these days have no guts at all. Except for one. The blue-haired person was panting, clutching two rocks in their hands. Seeing the way they gripped the rocks, Helena thought, are they going to charge? Kids with nothing left to lose truly fear nothing. They immediately lunged towards Helena. That purse is mine. Give it back. Helena took a light step back. How could it be yours? It's mine. The blue-haired girl replied, because I stole it. It's mine now. Helena thought to herself, how impudent. Then she held up the purse. All right, how about this? If you can land one hit on me, I'll give you all the money in here. The blue-haired girl was stunned. Really? Helena nodded and continued. On the other hand, if you surrender, you'll become mine. What do you say? The blue-haired girl gasped, staring intently at Helena with sharp eyes. Helena smiled faintly, thinking to herself, her gaze is sharper now. That's more like it. Immediately after, she lunged towards Helena like a moth to a flame. This won't do, but Helena gripped the sword in her hand. Then she lashed out at the blue-haired girl. The blue-haired girl staggered back in surprise. What is this? Helena taunted, what's wrong? Can't even handle a pretty noblewoman. The blue-haired girl immediately protested. Hey, you didn't say you were going to attack me. Helena replied, I also didn't say I wouldn't attack. Having been struck a few times, the blue-haired girl cried out, damn it, wait, I was wrong. Please spare me. The blue-haired girl immediately knelt down, clasping her hands in supplication that I'm sorry for stealing your purse. I'll never steal from you again. Helena said, don't steal from anyone. You're Burns, aren't you? The blue-haired girl, tears welling in her eyes, replied, I'm just an illegitimate child. I don't even know what the count looks like. Helena pointed her sword in front of her, asking, what's your name? She replied, my name is Tara. Helena continued, who gave you that name? Tara answered, according to my deceased mother. It was the Count who named me before I was born. Helena used her sword to lift Tara's chin. All right, from today onwards, your name is Agat. Agat was dumbfounded. Helena slung her sword over her shoulder, turning around as she said, have you forgotten? If you surrender, you become my subordinate. Agat's face lit up. That's right. Why me, though? Helena didn't know why either, thinking to herself, that's right. Why is that? A long time ago, I received help from that person too. Perhaps it's because I once yearned to escape from a wandering life. Then she smiled and said, I just felt like taking you home with me. And so, Helena gained another member. Agat smiled, introducing herself. My name is Agat, 12 years old. Agat learned everything quickly and adapted well. Thanks to this, the relationships between the servants also improved. It was good that she was able to quickly integrate into the Duke's household. Seeing Helena tying her own shoelaces, Agat immediately bent down and exclaimed, my lady, tying your own shoelaces? That won't do. Helena replied, no, I can manage this small task myself. Agat hastily prostrated herself, saying, my lady's shoes are covered in dust. Please use my body as a footcloth. Then, at mealtime, Agat also took the initiative to feed Helena. You don't need to hold the fork yourself. I'll feed you, The problem was, she was a bit too devoted. When Agat enthusiastically tried to follow her, Helena stopped her. Wait, don't follow me to the training grounds. Stay here. She really was like a puppy. Leonard stood beside her and asked, are you all right? Helena, while tying her hair up, replied, Agat will probably calm down after a while. Leonard said, that's not it. His Highness is about to arrive. Helena asked, Caesar? What about him? Leonard chuckled. I'm pretty sure His Highness and Agat won't get along. Hearing this, Helena felt a bit of a headache coming on. Sorry, maybe back then, I shouldn't have dismissed that ominous premonition. Then at some point that day arrived. A carriage slowly entered the estate. A young man stepped out. Leonard, Helena, how are you two? Seeing him, Helena and Leonard were so surprised their jaws dropped. Even the surrounding flowers and trees seemed stunned. Caesar was now much taller and more muscular, stronger than both of them combined. Helena thought in a daze, this is really like a larva transforming into a pupa. This isn't the Caesar I met last year. Then she immediately asked, Your Highness, how tall are you now? Caesar patted Helena's head as if she were a little girl and replied, Let me think, I think it's over 6 feet. Am I too tall? I'm about the same height as Leonard, but you seem to have gotten shorter. Helena glared at him. Your hands are huge too. Get off, you giant. She then said, Hey, get your hand off me. Caesar laughed. Your temper is getting worse and worse. Before he could finish his sentence, Helena punched him hard in the stomach. Caesar collapsed to the ground in pain, his whole body trembling. In this empire, only she dared to treat the prince like this. Helena declared, Where did you learn the bad habit of putting your hand on your teacher's head? Leonard, standing beside them, asked worriedly, Your Highness, are you all right? Caesar looked up and replied, No matter when I come, this place is always the same. It's good. But Caesar shifted his gaze toward the maid in front of them. He asked, Who is that? There's no one trustworthy in this world. In the drawing room, the place Caesar called my room, Helena sat down, resting her chin on her hand, and said, The only way to prevent valuables from being stolen is to have someone here. Caesar said, You're quick on the uptake. Helena rubbed her chin and asked, I've never caused any trouble. Why should I listen to you? Caesar abruptly stood up. I hate this. Leonard was forced to do it before, but now I have to take care of everything myself. Helena mused, so, Caesar, why are you so concerned about Agat? Caesar blushed, his speech becoming hesitant. Of course it's because of you. He clicked his tongue, sat down, and said, This won't do. Besides, where have you been staring this whole time? Helena replied frankly, Your thighs. Caesar was utterly astonished. He covered himself with his hands and exclaimed, Are you crazy? How can you be so shameless? Helena replied, It's nothing. You've built up so much muscle in just a year. Do you have some kind of muscle training secret? Caesar said awkwardly, I don't know anything like that. Helena suggested, Let me feel them. My brother should have muscles like that too. Just then, Agat opened the door and entered from outside. Caesar blushed crimson with embarrassment and cried out, Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. Agat approached, placed a tray of refreshments down, and said, Miss, I've brought some refreshments. Helena replied, Thank you, Agat. After that, Agat lightly brushed against Helena, creating a rustling sound. Seeing this, Caesar immediately looked displeased. Caesar gestured dismissively toward Agat. All right, you're done here. Go on out. Helena and I have important matters to discuss. Helena immediately interrupted. There's nothing important. She paused, then added, Unless you're planning on showing me your thighs. Caesar groaned. I told you to stop making me laugh. Agat, standing beside them, also scoffed, saying, Well, I'm Miss Helena's maid. My duty is to protect her from unsavory characters who might try to seduce her with their thighs. Caesar yelled, Idiot, do you think Helena needs protecting? I'm the one in danger here. Agat put on a pitiful expression, feigning tears. Miss, he's yelling at me. Helena said wearily, Please stop arguing on my account. It's troublesome. After that, the two fell into a silent battle, exchanging glances filled with boundless affection, while Helena felt helpless, thinking to herself, These two have absolutely no intention of stopping. Even though his body has developed so well, he still acts like a child. Helena sighed, Stop this, both of you. Let's go, Agat. Agat replied respectfully, Yes, Mississippi. Caesar spoke up, Wait. Agat, you win. She stuck her tongue out, mocking Caesar. Caesar, the loser, could only frown, trembling with anger. He immediately called out, Helena, Helena. Caesar patted his thigh, saying, Come here, you can touch my thigh. Helena was startled. She approached and asked, Are you serious? Caesar replied, Of course. We're close, aren't we? The tables had completely turned. Caesar looked triumphantly at Agat and snorted. Agat gritted her teeth. Helena sighed, thinking to herself, I don't recall us being close enough to say these things. He said I could touch his thigh, so I won't hold back. Then, she lightly touched Caesar's thigh. Her face flushed, so hard like stone. She then carefully stroked Caesar's thigh, thinking, How are his muscles already this developed? He's only 17. I didn't expect it to be like this, so impressive. My goodness, our little prince has grown up. Then Helena looked up at Caesar and softly said, Caesar, what have you been doing? At this level, even with advanced techniques, your body won't have any trouble. The two locked eyes. Caesar was startled. What's wrong? Helena was sweating. I'll stop now. Caesar exclaimed, What? You're just going to leave me after you're done? She then hurriedly ran off. Agat called after her, Miss, wait for me. Helena slammed the door shut. Both of you absolutely cannot follow me. Helena left, leaving the two bewildered, unsure of what had just happened. As she ran, Helena thought in a panic, What was that? What was that? Am I embarrassed right now? I was so engrossed in touching his thigh. Why was my bad feeling so accurate? Caesar, why did you suddenly become an adult? She stopped and yelled, Can you believe this? I think I need some time to adjust to my rapidly growing student today. After that, I kept avoiding Caesar. When Caesar saw her, he greeted her with a smile. Good morning, teacher. Helena immediately hid behind her brother, only raising a hand in response. Leonard chuckled and said, Good morning, Your Highness. Helena froze, unable to look him in the eye. A while later, at the training grounds, Caesar said, Helena, look at my form. Helena crossed her arms and awkwardly turned away. Lift your left foot a little higher, and your right hand should be like this. Helena had been avoiding him, not even daring to touch him. Caesar asked, confused, So what should I do? Not long after that, I absolutely didn't do it on purpose. As soon as she saw Caesar, she immediately ran away, leaving him bewildered. Helena. Wait, Caesar called. Helena ran off without a word. She felt her whole body burning up, thinking to herself, I'm a swordsmanship instructor, and I've lived a full life in my previous life. A close boy suddenly maturing both physically and mentally. This is truly the saddest thing in my second life. That evening, after returning to her room, Helena immediately collapsed onto her bed. It's been like this for several days now. Helena Pereska. I'm a teacher. I at least have to look at him to teach him swordsmanship. Tomorrow, I absolutely must return to normal. Suddenly, a knock came from outside the window. Helena walked over and threw open the window. Right? I can't take this lightly because in my past life, assassins came right to my door. Caesar stood there with a few stones in his hand, a smile on his face. Helena, it's me. Helena immediately slammed the window shut, thinking, I'd rather it be an assassin. Caesar quickly stopped her. Helena, don't close it. I came to talk to you. He gave her a gentle smile. Helena frowned. This boy, he has such a grown-up expression. He then hopped INSO. I'm coming in. How rude. Helena crossed her arms and reminded him, next time, please use the front door. Caesar replied, that girl Agat is guarding the door. There was no other way. Right now, Agat is seriously hindering love. Helena then asked, so what is it? Did it have to be tonight? Caesar sat down on the edge of the bed. That you've been avoiding me for 3 days. Helena, did I do something wrong? Helena replied, no. He continued, then why are you being so cold to me? Helena froze, thinking he noticed. She said, I feel like I've always been cold to you. Caesar said, it's different. You don't look me in the eyes as if you hate me. Helena scratched her cheek. That's not it. I'm just a little embarrassed. You've grown so much in such a short time. It's like you've become a different person. Caesar chuckled. What? That's not my fault. Helena replied, I just need time to adjust, Caesar. You don't need to worry about it. Caesar clenched his fists, interrupting her. Helena, actually, I'm very insecure. I can only stay here for 3 months. I spend more time away from you than with you. So maybe one day, both you and Leonard will forget me. Helena's eyes widened in surprise. Caesar knew what was important. Right, this is my fault. She walked over and sat down next to him. I'm sorry, Caesar. I absolutely will not abandon my student, so don't worry. Caesar said, can you swear it? Helena took his hand in hers, comforting him that I won't avoid you anymore. I swear on my heart. Helena seemed to realize her mistake, that I've been so inconsiderate. Caesar is my beloved student, no matter what he looks like. Caesar smiled. All right, that's enough. Then he abruptly lay down. I've said everything I needed to say. I'm tired. I have to go to sleep. Helena said beside him, all right, rest well. Tomorrow. Caesar lay in bed, covered by a blanket, chuckling, good night. Helena froze. What are you doing? Go back to your room. Caesar said, what's wrong? You used to sleep in my room too. I'm too tired to go back now. Helena was extremely flustered, thinking to herself, that was when we were little, that's why it was okay. Helena immediately grabbed her pillow and slipped away. I'm fine, you sleep by yourself. Caesar asked, where are you going? You swore you wouldn't avoid me. Helena thought to herself, that's different from this. Adorable disciple my foot. I thought he only grew taller, but I didn't realize his stupidity grew too. Caesar patted the spot next to him. I'm so sleepy. Hurry up. Helena stood dumbfounded for 5 seconds. Then she put her pillow down, sighing, fine. I don't know anymore. The two lay down next to each other, Caesar smiling at her. He said, I really miss the old days. Helena asked back, is that so? Caesar replied, yeah, you were by my side back then too. If I had known you didn't like it, I wouldn't have grown so tall. Helena said, slightly embarrassed, don't say such silly things. At some point, their hands had intertwined. Caesar surprised everyone with how quickly he matured physically, but he reassured her with his unchanging foolishness. She thought, kids grow up so fast, as they leaned against each other and fell asleep. With Caesar's participation, the swordsmanship class that had only been Leonard and her was revived. Helena pointed at the two of them, shouting, don't hesitate when you attack. You don't just use that one move. Leonard immediately replied, yes. She also focused on the lesson, oblivious to his feelings. Outside of class, whenever they met, they only discussed swordsmanship. Kids really do grow up so fast. Helena picked up a stack of documents, frowning. Both of their abilities were improving rapidly. This Caesar, his learning speed is far exceeding my expectations, isn't it? So I have to revise the entire teaching plan. This teaching mindset is the same as in my past life. There's no helping it. As a teacher, I can't just stop teaching. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Lady Helena, still busy as ever? Helena startled. Ah, Viscount Hamilton. Hamilton stepped forward, smiling and asking, is His Highness's progress going well? Helena replied, even so, the workload has increased accordingly. Oh no, I mean he has improved a lot. The palace has also sent another excellent teacher, haven't they? Hamilton continued, that's thanks to the implementation of the training plan you gave me 9 months ago. Helena thought to herself, so that was the intention behind that training plan. Hamilton said, "I can only thank you, miss, for becoming such a good friend to His Highness." Helena picked up a piece of paper and said, "Haha, is that so?" Hamilton continued, "These aren't empty words. His Highness here also laughs and talks freely like others his age." Helena said, surprised, "What do you mean?" She thought to herself, Caesar laughing and talking is a rare occurrence. Hamilton continued, "Do you know what everyone in the palace calls His Highness?" Helena asked curiously, "What do they call him?" Hamilton replied, "He's called the Gray Wolf. It's said he'll bite to death anyone who comes near." Helena couldn't believe it. Caesar's whimpers from last night still echoing in her head. "I should have known better than to let him grow so tall." Hamilton continued, "No one trusts him and no one is on his side. Ever since the attempted assassination, he's become even colder." Helena was stunned. Assassination? She thought to herself, "I had no idea. He didn't say anything." Hamilton sighed. "The situation in the Imperial Palace isn't very good right now. Please, miss, keep what I've said a secret. I don't want to worry anyone, including His Highness." Helena understood. She didn't need to see it to know how difficult things must be at the Imperial Palace. Hamilton continued, "However, his will to become emperor hasn't wavered at all. On the contrary, it's become even stronger. All of this is thanks to you, my lady." Helena asked in surprise, Why?" Hamilton smiled and said, "I heard you promised to help him become emperor. At first, I was worried about you calling yourself his tutor, but that was my mistake." With that, Hamilton bowed his head. "Please continue to look after His Highness." Helena was startled, thinking, "Why is he bowing to me like this?" Thinking this, she also bowed deeply to Viscount Hamilton. She recalled the words she had spoken to Caesar. "Become the emperor, Caesar. I regret it now. I wonder if that was too reckless a promise. I understand Caesar's struggles, but I don't want to be involved with the imperial family anymore. In this life, I just want to live a comfortable life. This won't do." Not long after, Caesar arrived. "Helena, did you call for me? What are those swords for? Are we training now?" Helena, holding 2 swords in her hands, replied, "Yes. From today until the day you return, we'll have a special lesson every evening." Caesar asked in surprise, "Just me? Not Leonard?" Helena raised the swords in her hands. "Yes. These things can't be taught to Leonard. I'm going to teach you some underhanded, dirty techniques." With that, she lunged forward, attacking mercilessly while Caesar was still stunned. Caesar cried out in alarm. He stammered, "What's with this sudden attack?" Helena's eyes were sharp. "Don't you understand yet? I said I'd teach you underhanded, dirty swordsmanship. I could swing a sword from behind you at any moment." Caesar, sweating profusely, asked in confusion, "And why do you have 2 swords? If it weren't for that." Helena swung her swords as she spoke. "During lessons, you should address me as teacher, student." Caesar dodged and yelled, "Wait, wait." Helena replied, "There's nothing to wait for. This technique, rather than explaining it with words, it's better for your body to memorize it." Helena thought to herself, "I wasn't taught this either. I learned it myself during my time as a mercenary. This isn't about direct confrontation, but a technique to intimidate and suppress the opponent. Simply blocking the attack is enough." One of Helena's swords grazed Caesar's cheek, and the next move knocked his sword from his hand. Helena glanced at him. "You lose, Caesar." Helena thought to herself, "This is a life I've never experienced. If you shrink back in fear, the only path left is death, Caesar." Then Helena attacked once more. Caesar's lips were pressed tightly together. Each clash of their swords rang through the room. Caesar gritted his teeth and defended himself. Helena thought, "Incredible. He really is a fast learner. He's certainly talented, although he's still overwhelmed by my strength. I'm not just going to teach you how to win with swordsmanship." Immediately after one move, Helena struck Caesar directly in the stomach. Caesar collapsed to the ground. Helena pointed her sword at him. "You lost again." Looking into his eyes, she thought to herself, "Good eyes, full of resentment and fighting spirit. But fighting spirit alone won't kill anyone." Then Helena said, "Until I become the only one who can kill you. No, you must be capable of killing me too." Caesar gasped, "What are you saying? How could I kill my teacher?" Helena said coldly, "Only then can you survive in the imperial palace. How can I become emperor amongst my half-brothers? I've already killed them all, so they no longer harbor illusions of assassinating me." "Caesar, I said I would help you become emperor." Helena said firmly, "I will be responsible for my words." Caesar raised his sword, his eyes full of determination again. Helena said, satisfied, "Yes, that's the spirit. Try to endure me, my student." The clang of clashing swords echoed outwards. Our special lessons continued throughout the summer. Casa improved every day during this time, though he showed no signs of becoming friendly with Agat. Helena said, "Tomorrow I will intensify the training." Casa asked, "Here?" Helena asked, "We're both doing very well, aren't we?" Agat stood beside them, silent, only glaring at Casa. Casa didn't back down, staring back at Agat. The two began their staring contest again, and Helena thought to herself, Casa really isn't hiding his wariness of Agat. Seeing Helena run off, Agat immediately chased after her. "Miss, wait for me." As she ran, Agat turned back to stick her tongue out at him, making him yell angrily, "Hey you." Helena sighed inwardly. Agat isn't fazed by His Highness the Crown Prince at all. Truly the child I picked up. Agat laughed as she chased after Helena. "Miss, let me wipe your sweat." Casa shouted, "Hey, stay away from Helena." A moment later, Agat poured tea for Casa and said, "I hate that guy." Helena asked, "Are you talking about Casa?" Agat puffed out her cheeks and widened her eyes. "Yes, I can see right through his sinister plot to claim you all for himself." Helena thought to herself, "You two are exactly the same, aren't you? Do you hate your own kind?" On the other side, Casa also said, "I hate her. She wants you all to herself. Get rid of her." Helena took a sip of tea and said, "I'll do what I want. I don't need to listen to anyone." Agat replied dejectedly, I know, but seeing the three of you happily practicing swordsmanship together, I'm so jealous." Helena looked at Agat and thought to herself, "Does it look that enjoyable?" She recalled the training scene. "Do you want to die on the battlefield? Keep going. Please, I'm so tired. I can't move another step." Helena, "No, get up, so it can also look like that." Suddenly, she remembered something and said, "I wonder if you'd like to learn swordsmanship." Agat replied shyly, Of course, I know it's an unreasonable request." Helena set down her teacup and said, "For me, nothing is impossible, Agat." Agat said excitedly, Miss, then." Helena continued, "All right, if you want to learn, come to the training grounds." Agat said, surprised, "Huh?" Agat immediately knelt down and said, "No, I want to learn swordsmanship from Mississippi." Helena calmly replied, "Well, that won't do. I don't intend to take on any more apprentices. Those two are enough." Agat pleaded tearfully, "Could I just observe young Master Leona's training? I'll learn on my own and absolutely won't be a bother." Helena thought to herself, "She looks even more distraught than when I hit her. That's right. When Casa returns, Leona will need a rival. The difference in skill between Leona and me is too great. If I train Agat properly, perhaps I can expect some synergy." Then she sighed and said, "Fine, do as you wish." Agat was so moved she started crying. Helena continued, "Right, when Casa isn't here, I'll teach you swordsmanship. But if you can't keep up with Leona within a year, then go to a swordsmanship school." Agat, beaming as if bathed in a radiant light, said, "Yes, please believe in me, Mississippi. I'm determined to work hard." Helena, now exhausted, crossed her arms and said, No need for such pronouncements." She thought to herself, "At this rate, will I really have to open a swordsmanship school? This reminds me of what Father said, that I'd be caught up in unbearable things." After that, Agat and Casa's relationship remained the same. I spent the entire summer teaching Casa. No matter where he went, he wouldn't be assassinated. With that, my role and responsibilities are more or less fulfilled. It was a bit troublesome, but I'm finally relieved. At the end of summer, Casa returned to the royal capital. His family all came to see him off. Helena sighed, "I've unintentionally worked hard again." Agat laughed and said, "I'll come back to visit you." Helena replied, "That's Agat for you. You've probably raised all those monsters by now. There's nothing to worry about. Leisurely training my successors and enjoying a free life with my brother and Agat." But as the years passed, all my plans went up in smoke. That winter, I apologize for arriving unannounced. I am Rowena Everin. Helena and Leona were stunned, thinking, what business do we have with her? This seems to be the first time I've met her. Rowena spoke. "His Highness Casa sent me." Rowena presented a letter. "His Highness asked me to deliver this letter to the two of you." Originally, Viscount Knox was supposed to come, but His Highness said that if he sent someone you knew, Lady Helena would run away. So he sent me. Helena took the letter, thinking if I'd known it was a letter from Casa, I wouldn't have come out. She sought us out because she assumed we'd receive the invitation to Casa's crown prince investiture ceremony from the Duke's house a few days prior. A few days prior, at the Duke's house, Helena, knitting, said, "The crown prince investiture ceremony is this winter? Isn't it usually held during the New Year's celebrations?" Leona appeared from somewhere. His Highness said he wanted to hold the investiture ceremony together with his birthday celebration. It seems he personally requested it from His Majesty. Helena asked in surprise, "Birthday?" Casa's birthday is in winter. Leona replied, that's why His Highness's middle name is Winter, Helena. He'd cry if he heard you say that. Helena held up a finger and said, anyway, we're still young, so it's all right if we don't attend such a grand event, right? Leona smiled and said, haha, isn't it just because you find it bothersome that you don't want to go? Helena replied, that's right. We could spend all day doing nothing, lazing around in the empty mansion without any adults. Agat immediately seized the opportunity. Miss, then please play with me. Back in the present, Helena put the letter away, thinking to herself, right, I certainly won't go. If it were just the investiture ceremony of an ordinary prince, I wouldn't be sure, but since it's the crown prince's investiture ceremony, it will definitely be held in the distant capital, won't it? Honestly, it's unpredictable. Then she said aloud, I'm sorry, but I haven't come of age yet, so I won't be attending. Rowena said, since you say so, miss, I would like you to take a closer look at the invitation. Helena was stunned. A closer look? Helena opened the letter, her face revealing extreme astonishment. The contents of the letter were as follows. Typewritten words, if, during this party, I publicly reveal that my tutor once playfully touched my thigh, I'm sure everyone will be very curious to know who Helena likes to touch on the thigh, won't they? Ha! Helena, after reading it, immediately crumpled the letter and abruptly stood up, throwing the letter into the fireplace. Leona asked in alarm, Helena, what are you doing? Helena gave a cold laugh. Without an invitation, I can't attend the party anymore, can I? Leona stared at her blankly. Tada! Surprise! Rowena took out several more letters and said, His Highness anticipated this situation and instructed me to prepare several backup copies. Leona's jaw dropped, and Helena, seeing this, was utterly astonished. She clenched her fists, trembling with anger. Helena said, Brother, you really are looking forward to this party, aren't you? Leona also asked Helena in alarm, Are you planning to attend the party? Helena angrily replied, Yes. Of course I have to go. I have to go to see Casa. She thought to herself, It's best that after I meet him, I just kill him. Rowena pushed up her glasses and said, That's wonderful. His Highness is very much looking forward to both of your attendance. Regarding the main arrangements, I have completed preparations for both of your official debuts into high society. Due to the tight schedule, I didn't seek out another designer, but contacted them directly and have already prepared your gowns. Please take a look at this portfolio of designs and make your selections. I will continue preparing the other necessities. I have also compiled a list of the nobles who will be attending, so please familiarize yourselves with them beforehand. Leona was stunned. All of this. Rowena continued. His Highness instructed me to provide full support, both mentally and materially, for your debut, ensuring it is flawless. Furthermore, I have already obtained permission from the Duke beforehand. Helena felt herself on the verge of a complete breakdown. Rowena's appearance had completely overturned all her plans. A servant immediately approached Helena. Please allow me to take your measurements, Mississippi. Helena collapsed in misery, just as she was struggling with being entangled by that girl. The day of the investiture ceremony drew near. The day of the investiture ceremony in the capital. The Duke and his wife beside him said, Leona, Helena, we will be attending the investiture ceremony, so after the banquet concludes, you two may leave beforehand. Since this is your first time attending such an event, speak less and listen more. Leona nodded and replied, Yes, Father, I will keep that in mind. Helena asked, bewildered, You won't be with us throughout the banquet? The Duke turned away and said, We have many places to visit during the day, so let's meet at the villa afterward. At this moment, Helena finally understood. It turned out they were going around, making rounds with the other nobles. Leona stood beside her and said, Let's go in together. Hearing this, Helena nodded. She thought to herself, although the Parika family doesn't need to directly participate in politics, we are still a ducal family. Social gatherings like these are very important for the nobility, even if they are just brief encounters and small talk. But within these conversations, factions are formed and information is exchanged. After entering, Leona spoke, It seems that no matter how close we are to His Highness, we don't need to personally attend the coronation ceremony. Helena replied, Yes. She thought to herself, Well, it's normal. Leona, supporting her sister as they walked, said, So, do we have a chance to see His Highness? Just meeting and greeting the politicians will keep him busy enough. Helena pondered. When I ascended the throne, no one dared to approach me. I guess after I purged those princes, they were all afraid of me. Well, it's understandable, since I didn't ascend the throne through legitimate means. Still, there was one person, my only friend, Duke Airray. In that uncomfortable atmosphere, the awkwardness gradually disappeared. He was the one who reached out first, so I was very happy at that time. Of course, it made my heart race. That certainly won't happen again. Helena spoke up. I will definitely meet Casa. Leona asked, you still want to see His Highness that much? Helena replied, of course. I've been holding on to this resentment for so long. She clenched her fist, recalling the contents of the letter, and thought, no matter what happens, I have to kill him. Leona turned and asked, is that so? Is that the only reason? Helena asked back, do you have any other reasons? Leona laughed and replied, no. Helena, you think your brother is the most wonderful person in the world, right? Helena immediately replied, of course, brother is always the best. She looked at her brother and thought, it's true. Whether it's this life or the last, there's no man more handsome and kind than Leona. Right, because of my brother's presence in this social setting, I'll postpone extracting Casa's soul. Leona supported her. Let's go. The banquet is about to begin. In my past life, I always hated these kinds of parties. I always had to obey my father, standing in a hidden corner where no one noticed me. The banquet has begun. Even after hundreds of years, the rules of these parties haven't changed. Beauties and nobles are still the center of everyone's attention. This means that when people see Helena and her brother, they will come over and start conversations. Lady Helena, aren't you planning to join our reading group? The Duke's investment in our family's business will certainly. Young master, I watched your swordsmanship match last time. We will become the center of everyone's attention. Helena forced a smile that it's a pleasure to meet such fine people. But inwardly, she thought irritably, this is so annoying. Leona's doing a pretty good job. This means I can slip away soon. Then, she turned to those around her and said, please excuse me for interrupting. I'm a little embarrassed, but this is my first time in a place like this, so I'd like to take a short break. In reality, she wanted to shoo them away, thinking, so all of you go somewhere else. The young men, seeing Helena's desire to leave, immediately seized the opportunity. Well then, allow me to escort you to the lounge. I'll bring you a drink. No, please come with me to a more important place. Helena was extremely distressed. What is with these guys? I have no reason to refuse them. This is so troublesome. Then she stammered, no. Just then, Leona stepped forward and took her hand, rescuing her. Excuse me, but I'll be escorting my sister. Helena turned to her brother in surprise. Leona smiled, causing the young men to hesitate. Their faces fell out of course. Helena breathed a sigh of relief. I'm saved. A moment later, the two returned to their room. Helena plopped down. Thank you, brother. I really wanted to run away just now. Leona chuckled in response. Yeah, I could tell. Helena, no punks were bothering you, were there? She replied, no. Helena was surprised by her brother's choice of words. Even my Angela brother is using the word punk. Who did he learn that from? In this Duke's mansion, the only one who talks like that is me. Could it be I taught him? Leona smiled, but his words were sharp that, if anyone dares to bully you, tell me. I'll deal with them. Helena thought to herself, this is the first time I've seen my brother so aggressive. Leona turned and said, I'll go get you a drink. Helena waved him off to be quick. She thought, if he goes out there, he'll definitely be held up by those young ladies for a while. Poor Leona. It's so nice and quiet like this. Now I can finally rest a bit. Before she could relax, someone else approached. Please pardon my intrusion, Lady Parika. Helena cracked open an eye. What is it now? This group gathering together. It can't be anything good. Then Helena tried to dismiss them that if you're looking for my brother, you'll find him in the hall. The young lady denied. I'm looking for you, Lady Parika. My name is Dulika Ranti. Helena immediately understood, thinking to herself, if she's a Ranti, then she's definitely from a branch of the below dukedom, the same family as the Empress. This family and Crown Prince Casa have been in conflict for a long time. Casa prevented the imperial consort from becoming empress, and the empress hindered Casa's ascension to crown prince. The two powers were equal, constantly fighting openly and covertly. I don't know what agreement they reached, but Casa became crown prince this year. Normally, they wouldn't get along with Casa, but they're still here. Helena asked suspiciously, is there something you need from me? Dulika stepped closer. I heard a rumor that you and His Highness the Crown Prince have a very close relationship. Helena replied, that's right. The group suddenly giggled, oh my. Then Dulika placed a hand on her chest. I apologize, my lady. I didn't expect to hear such an absurd rumor from the person involved herself. Sometimes there are nobles who, after just a few words with His Highness, start boasting about their close relationship with him. Helena replied calmly, "Of course, there are people like that." She thought, "Why are these girls trying to give me a hard time?" The group sneered again. Of course, the Duchess couldn't possibly be like that, right? Country bumpkins are all so naive and innocent. They don't know anything, as blank as a sheet of paper. Helena thought to herself, no poison, no knives, this level of provocation is rather cute. Dulika approached and said, "But Duchess, I'm saying these things out of concern for you." Helena remained calm and asked, "What is it? I'm happy to listen." Dulika glared, leaning close to Helena's ear and whispering menacingly, "It seems you should know your place. Wearing such a countrified dress and still daring to spread such ridiculous rumors. Don't you know what kind of person His Highness is?" After speaking, she splashed her wine onto Helena. Feigning distress, she said, "Oh dear, how clumsy of me. I seem to have slipped." Wine dripped from Helena's dress onto the floor. Dulika continued, "Miss, you must change your clothes. Luckily, I brought a spare dress. You can borrow it. Please follow me." The others chimed in, "Yes, miss, accept Lady Ranty's kindness." Helena's anger flared. "I can't let them get away with this. It's definitely a shabby spare dress. But if I get angry with her, they'll call me petty." Helena abruptly stood up and said, "It's all right, Mississippi. Your hand is wet. Come here and wipe it." Saying this, Helena grabbed Dulika's hand that held the wine glass and splashed the wine in her face. "Don't play games with me. I've lived 2 lifetimes." The 2 young ladies beside them gasped, "Lady Ranty, Duchess, what have you done?" Helena's voice turned cold. "Oh dear, how clumsy of me. I seem to have slipped. You are all such generous people. I trust with your forgiving hearts, you'll understand. That spare dress should stay with Lady Ranty. How fortunate that there was a spare. Also, I thank you, miss, for your input on my dress. I will certainly relay your valuable opinion to His Highness." Dulika finally panicked. "What?" Helena flicked her skirt, stating firmly, "His Highness chose this dress. Or rather, to be precise, Casa's subordinate, Rowena, chose it." The others were stunned, their mouths agape, wider than bowls. "Lady Northbinka, Lady Hecto, Lady Rumbia, if you want to cause trouble, you should at least be clever about it. Thank you for your concern regarding the Duke Parika's banquet. I will certainly keep it in mind and report it faithfully to your families." Their faces immediately fell. Seeing their pale, frightened expressions was rather amusing. "Well then, I'll take my leave. I hope to see you again, Lady Dulika Ranty." Helena curtsied in farewell. Something like this could be considered a youthful memory. However, it's best we don't meet again. "Oh, you naive young ladies." Dulika gritted her teeth. Helena Parika. After leaving, Helena tried to wipe the stain. Her handkerchief was soaked, but the stain wouldn't come out. Helena simply threw the handkerchief away. "Oh well, I'll use this as an excuse to go to the banquet hall. But that Lady Ranty seems to be plotting something. The Ranty family is quite powerful because they have a close relationship with the Empress. Moreover, the Marquis has a strong foundation in politics and is also considered a powerful force. Unlike our family, what benefit is there for someone from such a family to confront the Paracas?" Helena recalled Dulika's threat. "I heard you have an unusual relationship with His Highness, the Crown Prince. How dare you spread such ridiculous rumors while wearing such a shabby dress? Do you not know His Highness's status? Could it be that she likes Casa? If so, she's rather endearing. Although the way she expresses her jealousy isn't endearing at all." Lost in thought, a voice rang out. "His Royal Highness, Prince Casa Huintaray, has arrived." Hearing the commotion, Helena turned around. The main character has finally appeared. Just in time, I can also take a look at his appearance. It's snowing again. Helena walked over to the window. A gentle breeze blew past. The scenery was already beautiful, but Helena was even more so. She opened the window, looking out. A magnificent and imposing castle bathed in the soft sunlight. Whether this dress is countrified or not, one can only tell by wearing it. In my past life, I didn't pay much attention to clothes and jewelry. Before becoming the monarch, I was always on the battlefield. Even after ascending the throne, I spent many days in armor. But I don't have any fond memories of the imperial city. I don't know why, but I keep remembering those times. Just then, someone suddenly approached. Found you. Helena turned around in surprise. Casa, why are you here? Casa replied with a smile. I couldn't find Master, so I asked around and learned you were here. Helena hesitated. My clothes are a little dirty. Casa said, is that so? I thought you were hiding here because you found it bothersome. Helena replied without hesitation. Of course, that's one of the reasons. Casa laughed heartily. That's Helena for you. Helena asked suspiciously, is it really all right for the main character of the banquet to be here? Casa replied, I came to greet everyone, so it's fine to stay here for a while. Looking at his slightly trembling appearance, Helena thought to herself, I originally planned to lecture Casa about that letter when I saw him. But seeing how tired he looks from all the preparations, all the words I wanted to say have vanished. Only now does it feel real. He has safely become the crown prince. Casa, Helena complained, you're so arrogant and even taller than me. Casa replied, I've always been taller than you. Helena sighed, but you don't have to make me look up at you like this. Casa smirked, really? It must be very uncomfortable to have to look up at your disciple, right? Casa leaned his face close to hers. Is this better? Helena shyly pushed his face away. That's too close. Casa asked in frustration. Then what do you want me to do? Do you want me to kneel? Helena immediately agreed. That's not bad. It would be better for me to look down at you. So kneel down. Casa was stunned. What? I can't stand you. Are you satisfied now, Master? Helena gave a knowing smile. This is wonderful. Helena gently walked over and covered his eyes with her hands. If anyone saw the crown prince kneeling, they would surely be frightened to death. But if one looked into his eyes, they probably wouldn't be able to speak. Then, she offered him a birthday wish. Casa, happy 18th birthday. Thank you for coming into this world. Helena's face flushed red, her hands reddening as well. But Casa didn't say anything, which prompted Helena to speak up, embarrassed. Say something. I'm about to die of shame. Casa smiled and said, thank you. Then he took her hand. Actually, I came to find you because I wanted to hear those words. Helena scoffed. You could hear many people say that at the banquet hall. Casa immediately refused. Hearing you say it personally is what matters. Casa squeezed her hand tightly. I was born for Helena. Helena pondered silently. I can feel Casa's breath with every word he speaks. I can only silently embrace him. He said he was born for me? What a stubborn and incredibly lonely disciple. Thank you for being born into this world. A world with me. Casa, there will be a 3-day break after the banquet. Leona sat at the dining table and asked Helena, what do you want to do during these 3 days? Helena replied matter-of-factly, I want to go home and sleep. Leona laughed. I knew you'd say that. Helena asked curiously, are you planning to be like Mother and attend those social gatherings? But you already received many invitations from young ladies at the banquet. Leona held his teacup and replied, no, I've wanted to intern at the Knight's Order for a while now. So I want to take this opportunity of being in the capital to try out there. Helena exclaimed, my goodness, what a model student, a praiseworthy brother. So the mansion will be empty later. How wonderful, I must roll around and sleep to my heart's content. That evening, as expected, the saying being handsome is no match for being shameless proved true. Casa appeared out of nowhere and said, Master, I'm here to hang out with you. Helena's face darkened. Oh my God, my beautiful dream has gone up in smoke. Helena angrily pointed at him and yelled, you, a crown prince, how can you be so free as to sit here? Casa calmly replied, I've been so busy these past few days that I haven't been able to sleep. So please excuse my informality. Helena roared, then go to sleep. Casa pointed upwards and said, it's just that I heard today that Leona is planning to intern at the Knight's Order. Helena was seething. This guy completely ignores what I say now. Meanwhile, Casa continued leisurely. Then you'll definitely be lazily sprawled out. That's why I came here personally to hang out with you. Helena immediately slammed the door shut. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Casa yelled, hey, Helena, how can you be so rough? That's too much. Are you really planning to just wish me a happy birthday with words? Just consider hanging out together as a birthday present. Helena was stunned. A birthday present? Oh my, then what do you want as a gift? Just giving a gift is enough, right? Casa asked in surprise. Really? Then can you build me a mansion in the coastal city? A moment later, Your Highness, are you really all right without us, your servants? Casa turned around and replied, I can take care of myself, so you don't need to follow me. Helena held her head in her hands, her face grim. It's turned out like this again. This cunning fellow. His Highness the Crown Prince walks around like this. Doesn't he need an attendant? Could it be that I've trained him to be too strong? Casa suddenly took her hand. Come on, Helena. Helena pulled her hand back. Wait, why are you holding my hand? Casa replied. So Helena won't run away in the middle of this. Helena said angrily, don't worry. At this point, how could I run away? Casa recalled their time at the fair and said, how can I trust you? Last time at the fair, you also abandoned me and disappeared. Don't you remember? Helena was speechless, unable to retort. Casa gave a triumphant smile. Helena looked at him thoughtfully, saying nothing. Fine, have it your way today. Casa urged, Helena, come see this. Helena replied, all right. Helena had no other choice, as this was for his birthday. A moment later, the two entered a luxurious restaurant. A waiter brought a cup of tea and said, enjoy your meal. Helena spoke up, Casa. Casa asked suspiciously, what is it? Helena held a pile of items, her face falling as she asked, why did you buy all this stuff for me? Isn't it your birthday today? Casa took a sip of tea and said, so what? Buying things for Helena makes me much happier. Helena continued, even so, we're out because of you, so please buy something for yourself. Casa laughed and replied, I only use things made by artisans, so I don't really need those things. Helena's face fell. Sigh, this is just my luck. Helena picked up a piece of cake and asked, do you really not want to buy anything? Besides the mansion? Casa smiled and said, if I could buy you, I'd buy Helena. Helena frowned as she ate and asked, do you want to die? Her question made Casa laugh uncontrollably. Helena sighed, thinking to herself, when did this kid become so sly? He used to get angry and upset immediately when I tease him like this. The older he gets, the worse his personality becomes. The only good thing about him is his good looks. The feng shui of the imperial city must not be very good. Casa asked Helena, what did you think of the party yesterday? Helena replied, it was nothing special. At first, only my face was shining, then I just stayed in my room. And then you kept following me around. Casa rested his chin on his hand and asked, you didn't make any friends? That's so like you, but this is quite serious. Helena thought irritably, what does it have to do with you? Casa put on a serious expression. No young lords caused you any trouble, did they? Helena raised her teacup to her lips and replied, no. Suddenly, she remembered something. Casa started. There were, Helena continued. Now that you mention it, I did get acquainted with Lady Ranty. Casa asked suspiciously, Lady Ranty? I see. So it's House Ranty. Then Casa rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Helena thought to herself, that's right. House Ranty is a family on the Empress's side, and I just spoke carelessly. I need to change the subject. Then she looked toward the pile of gifts and said, oh, this Casa, I have something I want to give you. Casa looked up, Helena took out a gift box and said, actually, I was going to give it to you at the party, but I felt it couldn't compare to the other gifts you received then, so I'm giving it to you now. Casa immediately became flustered and asked, what is it? Is it really for me? Really? Can I open it? Helena nodded and replied, it's just a small gift, so don't expect too much. Casa opened the gift box. Inside was a scarf. Casa's eyes widened as he stared at the item. Then he said, Helena, your taste is truly terrible. It looks like a rag. Helena immediately flew into a rage and lunged forward to snatch it back. Hey, give it back then. Casa wrapped the scarf around his neck and said, but this is my favorite gift of all the gifts I've received. Helena sighed, liar, better than all the treasures you received at the banquet. Casa cherishingly stroked the scarf and replied, those treasures weren't given to me. They were gifts for the royal family. But this belongs only to me. This is the best. Thank you. Helena, looking at his expression, immediately understood. Because she and Casa had known each other for a long time, she could tell. Casa was truly happy now. Then she said, I didn't know you liked wool scarves so much. Your tastes are even stranger than I thought. Hearing this, Casa grinned from ear to ear. He laughed more cheerfully than ever before. That's right, I love them. So much that you'd be willing to trade your life for them. Helena said, even so, don't trade your life for that wool scarf. Casa continued to laugh. Don't say any more. It's too funny, Helena. Helena asked, puzzled, what are you laughing about? This disciple gets harder and harder to understand. That night, I returned in a different carriage than the one the Duke mentioned back in the countryside. The night in the capital here, dazzlingly bright. This place is still as prosperous as ever. 500 years ago, I spent countless nights in this city. What makes me feel they're more beautiful now? Why is that? Casa dozed off, and Helena called him awake. Hey, Casa, wake up. We're almost at the Imperial Palace. Casa, casa. He breathed evenly, snoring softly. His stomach even rumbled. Just how tired was he? Before coming to see her, he should have rested a bit. Then she sat down beside him and shook him awake. Casa, wake up, we're almost there. Casa drowsily woke up. Helena, oh my. The carriage, neither too early nor too late, hit a rock on the side of the road at that very moment. The carriage lurched, and both of them lost their balance. With a thud, the driver laughed loudly. Whoops. Inside the carriage, what was bound to happen happened. Their eyes met, lips touched lips, though a bit too forcefully. Helena, embarrassed, covered her face and pushed him away. The driver said, "Whoops, pardon me. The road here is quite dangerous." Helena was incredibly flustered. We both collided. There was no romance at all. On the contrary, I almost lost my teeth. Helena exclaimed, "No way." Casa was also trembling in disbelief. He whimpered, "This trick doesn't work." Helena's teeth also ached sharply. Casa roared, "I told you it wouldn't work." Helena also got angry and retorted, "So what?" She fumed inwardly. "This idiot, do you hate touching me that much?" The carriage had arrived by then. The driver stepped forward and announced, "We've arrived." Helena immediately pushed the carriage door open forcefully. "I'll go ahead." Casa yelled, "Good heavens, Helena!" As she ran off, she cursed under her breath, "Hateful man." Helena quickly ran back to her residence. Casa remained sitting in the carriage. His lips were burning. He murmured, "Helena." At that moment, at Helena's place, Leona saw her lips and asked, "Helena, what happened to your lips? They're all swollen." Helena was startled. "Is it that obvious?" She stammered, the carriage shook and I bumped into something. "Oh no, I bit my lip." Leona looked at her face, worriedly saying, "Your face is red too. Are you catching a cold? Should I call a doctor?" Helena's face turned even redder. "I'm so embarrassed. What's wrong with me?" Helena immediately turned away. It's nothing. I'll be fine after a little rest. I'll go to bed early." Leona didn't understand. But Helena's heart pounded. "I'm sorry, brother, I lied. But I can't say that I kissed Casa, because I was so angry just now. I have to get back to headquarters quickly. I won't run into that Casa there. I'll forget about this and not think about it at all." 2 days later, heavy snow blanketed the capital. "It seems my schedule will have to be postponed because of this." Helena sighed. At the same time, Hamilton rambled on. "I heard, Your Highness." I told His Highness. "The coronation rehearsal starts at noon." "But I mean, he practiced all morning, drenched in sweat. How can he say he didn't practice and still be sweating? Honestly, it's so noisy." Hamilton pointed at Casa and said, "No, you must be properly dressed. How can you not be?" Casa didn't say anything, just looked at Helena. Helena took a sip of tea, thinking to herself, "These people barged into the mansion early in the morning. Why is it always like this? Clinging to me and causing trouble. Please go back soon." Leona is the only one on Hamilton's side. Was it really necessary to come here? Normally, I wouldn't have any objections to Hamilton's complaints. Hamilton continued, "Anyway, my heart aches for His Highness, Princess. Say something." Helena coldly replied, "That Casa is obviously the bad guy. I don't know the whole story, but it's definitely Casa's fault." Casa immediately reacted strongly. "Me wrong? What does that even mean?" Hamilton said resentfully, "I can't believe it. Her Highness surely understands my suffering." Helena nodded. "You've worked hard all this time." Hamilton teared up. "It's okay. It's not time for me to give up yet." Casa snorted and said, "I'm not stopping you. If you want to go, then go." Hamilton immediately turned around. "Don't say that. Look, how can you be so heartless to me? A few days ago, you left me alone and disappeared. I don't know how you did it, but your lips are all swollen." Both of the people involved were startled upon hearing this. Casa immediately yelled, "Shut up, be quiet." Helena also shouted, "Stop talking. Don't mention it." Hamilton asked blankly, "Why are you two suddenly so agitated?" Looking closely, it seems like the princess's lips are a bit swollen too. Helena, hearing him call her name, was also startled and felt guilty. Hamilton suspected. Could it be? Both of them immediately panicked. "No, it's not like that." Hamilton didn't understand. I haven't even said anything yet." At the same time, both of them stared intensely at Hamilton, sweating. Helena thought to herself, embarrassed. This is so embarrassing. That's why I overreacted. I absolutely cannot let this blabbermouth find out. Then she stammered, "Do you know there's a Balon monastery in this mansion?" Hamilton was startled and exclaimed, "What?" The scribes of the Balon monastery are famous for their elegant calligraphy. You know what I mean. The books there are very expensive. Helena pulled him along, saying, I'll show you. Come on. Hamilton happily followed. It's an honor. It's an honor. Casa, startled, came back to his senses. Helena, I'm coming too. Helena immediately turned around, glaring. It's fine if just he and I go. You stay here. She fumed inwardly. Idiot, I was trying to avoid you. If you, the one who kissed me, keep following me around, how am I supposed to face this? Hamilton placed a hand on his chest and declared, Your Highness, please wait here a moment. If it gets too crowded and noisy, those expensive books might get damaged. Casa froze. Helena stared at him without blinking. Casa recalled the scene after their lips touched, how she had covered her mouth. He turned away. Fine, do as you please. Hamilton cheerfully hurried off. Then let's go, princess. Casa continued to turn away, lost in thought. Helena, worried about him, glanced back. This idiot. Casa gazed into the distance, seemingly deep in thought. It hurt so much. A moment later, the two of them went inside. Hamilton's eyes lit up with excitement. I can see such precious books too. What an honor, Your Highness. While Hamilton carefully turned the pages of a book, Helena stood beside him, pouting. Doesn't he get bored reading for so long? It seems he's completely absorbed in those books. But why is Casa hurting? All of this is just to cover up what happened back then. All I want to do is shout, It's not true. Then she spoke up. Isn't he busy preparing for the coronation? Is it all right for him to be here like this? Hamilton replied, Normally no, but she sighed. It must be tough. Casa is still forced to make appearances. Hamilton suddenly said, Actually, I came here today under the pretext of wanting to complain to Your Highness. Helena asked in surprise, Huh? Viscount Hamilton. Hamilton continued, His Highness is so stressed about the coronation that he can't sleep. I wanted him to relax a little. Does Your Highness know why they're holding a banquet before the coronation? Helena thought for a moment, then said, I heard he's planning to attend that banquet as well. Hamilton, still turning the pages of the book, replied, That's what they're announcing publicly. But to be precise, they're trying to finish everything as soon as possible. Helena was surprised, thinking to herself, the coronation is scheduled for winter, not the new year. And they're even holding the banquet earlier. All of this is to keep to the schedule. The reason he's in such a hurry is, she spoke gravely, the royal consort is about to be crowned empress. Hamilton nodded in agreement. If the royal consort becomes empress, House Villega's power will grow even stronger. By then, the one vying for the crown prince's position might not be Casa, but the empress's youngest son. Helena finally understood that, oh, that's it. No wonder my father has been busy with social gatherings lately. House Perica has formally decided to side with Casa. Our family is far from the capital, so news doesn't reach us quickly. Hamilton continued, If Your Highness is willing, I can become your source of information. Helena laughed and pointed at herself, asking, Are you joking? Why me, and not my father or older brother? Hamilton shrugged without replying. Seeing this, Helena thought to herself, So Hamilton has always seen me as an adult. Then she asked, puzzled, Why are you telling me these things? Hamilton turned another page, hummed, and then said, Well, Your Highness, consider this repayment for those precious books today. Helena pondered. This is indeed a heavy repayment. So, hearing about this rush coronation, I just have to pretend I don't know. But if it's something related to my disciple, it's a different story. After that, Helena abruptly stood up and left. I'll be going now. Arriving at the guest room, she pushed the door open and saw Casa lying down, resting, living in the largest and most magnificent place in the empire. He can sleep so soundly in this small house of mine. Besides my place, do you have nowhere else to sleep? I said I would make you emperor, even though I know better than anyone what the position of emperor means. Could it be that I placed a terrible curse on you? If something's wrong, tell me. Don't shoulder it alone, pretending nothing happened. I told you can act spoiled. You can also boast, right? It's not that I don't know you don't want to tell me these things. I mean, you should also think about that eventual guilt. You stubborn man. At this moment, Casa also woke up, sitting up abruptly. Helena, when did you get back? Helena also stood up and replied, Just now. I was planning a doodle on your face, but I failed. Casa reacted strongly. Good heavens. In front of you. I'm afraid I wouldn't dare sleep too soundly. Helena continued, I'm just kidding. You can sleep peacefully in front of me. Casa was stunned for a moment, then smiled brightly. Yes, I will. The two gazed into each other's eyes, deeply. Casa reached out and caressed her lips. This wound hasn't healed yet. His eyes were gentle. Casa gently touched Helena's cheek, then kissed her, startling Helena. Just now, something very natural brushed past. Casa stroked her hair and said, Helena, may I kiss you? Helena clutched his sleeve tightly. You should obviously ask before doing that. Casa moved closer to her. We can start over. She wondered, is it really okay to do this with my disciple? But in these uncertain and chaotic times, with a bit of curiosity, let's try it once. First kisses are all like this. A first kiss, as long as it has that feeling with anyone, is fine. For him and me, it's not a big deal. After the snow stopped falling, Leona and I were able to leave the capital as planned. Hamilton and Rona came to see us off. Casa didn't show up. In the carriage, Leona's voice rang out. You miss them a lot, don't you? Helena was stunned. Helena laughed and replied, yes, of course I miss them. You must miss them a lot. It's been 3 summers since Casa became crown prince. The last time Leona trained with the knights, one of them pointed at him and said, a delicate young man like that is training here? Aren't all red knights supposed to be intimidating? The training load is 100 times heavier than usual. What are we going to do? I almost fainted earlier. Leona wiped his sweat and gave a bright smile. The knight's training is indeed very demanding. He's truly exceptional. He even impressed the knight commander and got into the officers' academy. Thanks to him, I only get to see Leona once a month. Although Casa visits the Duke's mansion every summer, his stays aren't as long as they used to be. The greater the power, the less freedom. Agate is engrossed in swordsmanship. The blisters on her hands haven't even healed yet. While she thinks swordsmanship is the only common ground she has with me, which is a bit pitiful, she's actually working hard to prove her loyalty and improve her skills. It's been 4 summers since then. As expected, Casa visited the Duke's mansion, bringing along something quite bothersome. Helena looked at the paper in her hand and asked, a royal swordsmanship tournament. Casa continued, it's a quadrennial event. She asked, not understanding, why are you giving this to me? Isn't this kind of tournament a place for nobles to showcase their talents? Casa immediately replied, but the rules have changed this year. Originally, only those with knighthood titles were eligible to participate. But this year, even commoners can join. Moreover, since it's hosted by the royal family, there are no restrictions on participation. There will definitely be a lot of top-tier experts flocking to it. It'll be exciting, Master. Helena pondered, resting her chin on her hand. This is quite appealing. Leona could use some real combat experience. Truly the brother of the year, always worried about his older brother. Leona, seeing her staring at him, asked cluelessly, is there something on my face? Just then, Agate arrived with a plate of cookies that I brought chocolate rice cakes for dessert. Seeing this, Casa complained, oh my, why chocolate? It's all sweet, not tasty at all. Agate calmly replied, yes. Your Highness doesn't like sweets, does he? I'll prepare egg rice cakes to your liking. Of course, that's after your Highness leaves the Duke's mansion. A true battle of wits. Casa's face puffed up in frustration. This girl is really... The two exchanged daggers with their eyes. Witnessing this, Helena thought to herself, these 2 children are quite stubborn. In that respect, they're a good match. Helena interrupted their staring contest. Even commoners can participate, so Agate can join too. Agate's ears perked up, incredibly excited. Really? Helena asked Casa, so you brought this here for Agate? Arguing every day. It seems like you two are quite fond of each other. Casa immediately yelled, crazy. No. Helena continued, he brought this news for you. That's great, Agate. That Agate is also sharp-tongued. Not good at all. Nothing good besides the young miss. Helena asked curiously, Agate, aren't you interested in the tournament? Agate immediately became excited, her eyes practically sparkling. Actually, I really want to go. Helena smiled. That's the spirit, Agate. Then, Agate turned to Casa. She spoke stiffly and awkwardly, each word distinct. Thank you, Your Highness. Casa also frowned and asked, so you will register to participate, right? Then he sighed. Anyway, everyone should try it out. It's also a good place for Master's disciples to compete. I don't like being the only one participating. Leona laughed and said, of course, it's a bit lonely being alone. Helena ate a piece of cake before saying, what are you talking about? You make it sound like you're being forced. Casa said helplessly, you don't know. The crown prince is required to participate unconditionally. Helena asked curiously, is that so? Since when? Leona, standing beside them, explained, ever since the Ray family seized the throne for Emperor Dante, the sword has become one of the symbols of the royal family. That's why His Highness had to learn swordsmanship from a young age. Helena chewed slowly, pondering, could this tradition have been established because I was too outstanding in my past life? The butterfly effect is truly terrifying. I only did that for a living. Anyway, this is also a chance to see how much you 3 have improved. Then Helena concluded, all right, you 3 just go there and sweep the competition, and the three of them naturally agreed, smiling confidently. That night, the carriage was prepared, and Casa was ready to leave. Helena walked over and asked, "Why don't you stay the night and leave tomorrow? Traveling by carriage at night is dangerous." Casa said in surprise, "Why? I deliberately waited until this late to leave quietly. I'm just stopping by on my way back to Salisbury, so I have to return quickly." Helena spoke as she approached him. "So being the crown prince is that busy?" Casa replied, "It's all right. I've already made arrangements." Helena choked up. "You won't be staying at the Duke's mansion this summer either?" She reminisced, thinking to herself, if it were before, this would be the time he'd stay at the Duke's mansion. Casa looked at her, smiled, and apologized. Hearing this, she thought to herself, I asked a redundant question. He's naturally very busy. I'm making myself sound like I'm nagging. To be precise, it's after that day, 3 years ago between us. I gradually felt an indescribable awkwardness. Neither of us actively brought up what happened then. Perhaps I'm afraid that our relationship is changing too quickly. But due to our individual circumstances, we gradually drifted apart, which makes it even more regrettable. Then his following words surprised Helena. "Oh, you mentioned being close with Miss Rani at the banquet, right? Did you receive a social invitation from him?" Helena was suspicious. "Marquis Rani? Why are you asking about this?" Casa replied, "I just suddenly thought of it." Helena grew suspicious, thinking to herself, there's no way he suddenly thought of it for no reason. There must be something related to the Rani family. And that Miss Rani, who always suddenly causes trouble too. While I'm in the capital for the swordsmanship tournament, I must secretly ask Hamilton. Casa turned around. It's good that you didn't. Well, I'll be going then. After saying that, Casa immediately left. It was supposed to be seeing off the crown prince, yet it was so cold. After hearing that the previous banquet was hastily organized and the ceremony was perfunctory, I understood why my disciple was pressured so much by the Empress. Perhaps I was just being irritable because I was worried he was being wronged. Before parting, Helena advised Casa, if anyone makes you suffer, you can tell me anytime. Casa immediately turned around and he smiled brightly, saying, Helena, I'm Helena's disciple. Helena thought to herself, that's true. I taught him never to let himself be hit, no matter where he goes. Then she said with a smile, I mean, it's okay for you to act spoiled. Casa walked towards her. Okay, so master means it's all right to act spoiled? Without hesitation, he embraced her tightly. Helena asked, flustered, wait, what are you doing? Casa replied, Master said I could act spoiled. I need to recharge to endure those hardships. Helena was exasperated with him. He truly was a strange one. She patted his back gently and said, there, recharge all you want. Casa's eyes crinkled with a smile. Thank you, Master. Helena leaned against his shoulder. All right, my disciple. After that, the carriage truly departed. If this sincerity is what he wants, I can give him as much as he needs. I'll give it all without holding back. Come anytime, my lovely disciple. 1 month passed since that day. The three of us arrived at the capital's villa to participate in the swordsmanship tournament. Helena's parents were overjoyed. You volunteer to come to the capital? Our Helena is finally living with passion. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Since you're going anyway, you might as well participate in some social activities. Social activities? I don't even have the passion to go. But seeing her parents so happy, Helena decided to let it be. There was one other person who also looked very happy. It was none other than Agathe. Having just arrived from the countryside, she was awestruck by the magnificent and bustling architecture. Helena approached her and asked, Agathe, do you find the capital marvelous? Agathe immediately turned around. Oh yes, Mississippi. I thought I would never be able to come to the capital, even when I grew old. So I find it incredibly marvelous. Look, miss, so many carriages pass by, yet the paving stones aren't even slightly cracked. Seeing this adorable reaction, Helena thought to herself, so that's what she's amazed by. What a sweet girl. Agathe pointed at the royal palace and asked, what do you think of that magnificent wall, miss? What kind of person gets to live in a place like that? Helena thought to herself, it's where Casa, the person you despise so much, will be staying. And it's also where I lived 500 years ago. Like a child, Agathe pointed at a dragon statue and asked, do you see that dragon statue, miss? It's so big and majestic. Helena replied with surprise, ah, that was erected to commemorate my victory over the evil dragon, Rusesh. This girl finds everything new and fascinating. It feels like I'm walking a dog. Agathe ran off happily, seeing her still so excited right before her first tournament. Leona couldn't help but feel a little worried. He turned to Helena and said, "It seems like you've got quite a few things already." Helena replied with a smile, "Honestly, what about you?" Every time Agat received something, her eyes would widen in surprise as if they were about to pop out. "I just find it amusing," Leona replied. "Well, actually, so do I." Agat clutched her hands tightly. "Thank you, Miss Young Master. I'll do my best. Even if I can't win, I'll give it my all so I don't disgrace you, Mississippi." Helena spoke up. "Don't say that. Since we're here, we have to win, of course. I said we'd sweep the competition, didn't I?" Agat immediately responded enthusiastically. "You're right, miss. I'll aim for victory." Helena gave a strained smile. "That's right. That's the spirit." Leona laughed cheerfully. Though not fervent, the spirit is certainly there. Helena closed her eyes. "That's a given. It's a bother, but if we're participating, we have to win." Leona replied. "Then I'll do my best for you, Helena." Helena thought to herself, Leona is rarely this confident. Of course we'll win. Whose disciples are we? After all, the winner will definitely be one of our three. She suddenly looked at her watch, pausing for a moment. "I just noticed the time. Leona, I have an appointment here, so I have to go for a bit." Leona was surprised. "What? A date? With who?" Helena asked curiously. "Why are you so surprised?" "I'm just going to meet Viscount Hamilton for a little while." Leona felt something was amiss and said, "No, it's not that. It's just that normally you find meeting people troublesome, Helena." Helena turned away, replying, "That's true, but..." She thought to herself, well, what good would it do to know what kind of relationship the Rani and Casa families have? Then she said aloud, "Anyway, the carriage has been called. I can't cancel it. I'll be back as soon as I'm done." A little while later, "Your ladyship, I'm surprised you wanted to see me." Helena replied, "Because I have something I want to ask." Hamilton said, surprised, "Has your ladyship finally decided to use me as an informant?" Helena shook her head and replied, "No, I have absolutely no interest in politics." Hamilton was taken aback. "But why?" Helena thought to herself, "This man, he really wants to drag me into the political whirlwind. I can't let my guard down around him." Hamilton coughed, regaining his composure, and said, "Well then, what is your ladyship curious about?" Helena replied, "I want to ask, how much do you know about the Rani family?" Hamilton stiffened at her words. Has your ladyship done something at the Rani house?" Helena observed his reaction, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. "You didn't ask if I knew them, but what I did." Hamilton gave a forced laugh. "I misspoke." Helena spoke meaningfully. "It seems you wouldn't make a very good informant." He laughed in response. That's true. Where should I begin?" "Does your ladyship know about the current empress's desire to make her biological son, Prince Ran, the crown prince?" Helena nodded, thinking to herself, "Saying I know isn't as accurate as saying I deduced it." Hamilton continued to explain, "His Highness Casa has already become the crown prince, so it won't be easy for him to suddenly die. The Empress's biological son can't become the crown prince anymore either. If that's the case, they'll have to wait until His Highness Casa ascends the throne before Prince Ran has a chance to become crown prince. But if His Highness Casa has an heir, things won't be so simple. The power within the palace has shifted towards His Highness, the crown prince. If this continues, it will be even more difficult for the Empress to place Ran on the throne. Therefore, the Empress will want to install someone in an important position." Helena immediately understood, continuing, "Then, of course, she wants Dulika Randy to become the crown princess." Hamilton picked up where she left off. "This has been going on for a while now." Helena thought to herself, "Now I understand that sudden declaration of war. How tedious, but in the end, it's all just political maneuvering." Helena asked curiously, "It's almost time for discussions about His Highness Casa's marriage, isn't it?" Hamilton said, surprised, "Your ladyship is much calmer than I expected." Helena raised her glass in response. "It's not surprising. I've always been perceptive about royal marriages." She thought to herself, "Even if I die unmarried." Hamilton suddenly suggested, "If your ladyship wishes to become the crown princess, we have sufficient resources to support you. What are your thoughts?" Helena calmly took a sip of wine and replied, "I don't want to." Hamilton gaped. What? But you could become the Empress in the future." Helena sighed. "The thing is, being Empress is also quite troublesome." Hamilton was astonished. "You say it's troublesome? This isn't allowed. That isn't allowed. You don't even like this?" Helena shook her head, thinking to herself, "I've been a king before. Why would I want to be a king's wife? Too troublesome." Hamilton sank into deep despair. "Indeed, she's just like that." Helena thought to herself, "Anyway, during this period of marriage discussions, what was Kosif thinking when he kissed me? Helena frowned. Now is the time when the official discussions regarding the crown princess candidates begin. After that, Hamilton excused himself and left. Sitting in the carriage, she couldn't stop thinking. No matter who becomes Kasa's wife, even if it's just to attract attention, it will be difficult for us to get along from now on. I seem to feel a bit bitter. The swordsmanship tournament has finally arrived. The atmosphere is incredibly lively. 16 contestants who passed yesterday's qualifiers are about to begin. Please take your seats. The ladies' seats are this way. Helena looked around. This is hosted by the royal family. I no longer care about the contestant skills. The stands are already packed. Should I follow the instructions and sit on the first floor? The view is better here compared to the terrace. As soon as Helena sat down, another person sat down next to her. Helena turned her head, feeling suspicious. Who would dress so elegantly to watch a swordsmanship tournament? It was none other than Dulika. Seeing Helena, Dulika was startled and exclaimed, "Ah!" Dulika immediately turned to leave. I should sit somewhere else. Helena grabbed her arm. Oh my, Lady Dulika Rani, is there something inconvenient that makes you absolutely have to change seats? Helena then pulled Dulika back down onto the seat. Helena greeted her with a smile. Long time no see. Dulika trembled. Pant. Yes, is your ladyship well? Helena patted her shoulder and said, "Why are you so nervous, miss?" "Thanks to you, I'm doing well." "Smile, miss. Don't ruin the atmosphere. People will misunderstand and think we don't get along." Helena observed Dulika's demeanor and thought to herself, this young lady's mental fortitude is too weak. How can she even think of entering the royal family and competing? I can already see the outcome without even watching. Dulika's face was ashen as she forced a laugh. Ha ha ha. Helena asked with a smile. "Isn't that right?" Dulika also tried to laugh along. Ha ha ha, yes. Helena smiled to herself. This foolish girl is quite cute, because being foolish is also a kind of affliction. Dulika kept covering her face with her fan. The bell rang, signaling the start of the swordsmanship tournament finals. The atmosphere was incredibly exciting. The nobles were all seated, and the swordsmen began to compete. For the nobility, this was incredibly tense, exciting, and captivating. But then again, everyone was astonished, their jaws dropping. Where did that swordswoman come from? She looks so young, yet her movements are so swift and agile. Helena recalled Agat's appearance as a child. I want to learn swordsmanship to protect Milady. Agat, who wanted to learn practical swordsmanship, had shown exceptional effort during that time. It would be a shame if Agat were eliminated, but after this match, she'll gain more favor. Helena applauded her. Seeing her beloved Milady cheering for her, Agat was overjoyed. Now, it was everyone's turn to gossip about Leona. Isn't that Duke Parika's son? I heard he's a genius and has won all his previous matches. He's planning to enter the military academy, isn't he? He truly has a bright future. Leona's match began immediately, but it seemed to end very quickly, his opponent knocked down. I lost. Even Helena was astonished. Unbelievable. He only used 2 moves. The announcer's voice boomed. Leona Parika wins. Leona smiled brightly, extending a hand to his opponent. You fought well. Helena watched the scene unfold, certain that love letters from young ladies must be piling up at his house. Now, only one person remained. It was Crown Prince Kasa's victory. Everyone murmured, saying that he hadn't even used his other hand. He fights in his own way. That's why he's so gallant and beautiful. Just like the rumors, he truly is a gray wolf. No wonder everyone says so. That killing intent is chilling. Where did he learn such ruthless swordsmanship? Helena remained silent, thinking to herself, it's a pity I'm the one who taught him. What do these people think swordsmanship is? A sword is a weapon for killing. Carrying a killing intent is only natural. Leona Parika wins. The final match is about to begin. Leona Parika versus His Highness Crown Prince Kasa. Both of you, please prepare. Begin. The two immediately clashed. Helena thought to herself, no matter who wins, it's my disciple who wins. She said cheerfully, His Highness's swordsmanship is incredibly elegant and refined, isn't it, Lady Randy? Dulika was surprised. Helena continued to comment on the match. His technique is overwhelmingly frightening. But isn't the flower of a swordsman the allure of the sword, its dance between life and death? Dulika finally paid attention. Now that you mention it, Lady Parika, it seems that's true. Helena continued. You should know who protects those weaklings under their blade. Hearing this, the 2 people behind them flinched. Dulika hesitantly asked. So, you mean His Highness is incredibly formidable, right? Helena was speechless. This girl doesn't understand a word I'm saying, yet she wants to match wits with me. How can such a child become the crown princess? I don't have the time to worry about other people's daughters. Dulika suddenly gasped. Leona had finished the match. He was panting, but a smile still graced his face. The winner has been decided. It is His Highness Crown Prince Casa. Dulika's jaw dropped. This is the first time His Highness has won the swordsmanship tournament. Helena proudly thought to herself, of course. The previous crown princes were forced to participate, so they just went through the motions and withdrew, but my disciple is different. Returning to the stands, Casa was given a garland. This was the victor's garland. Everyone applauded in unison. Congratulations, Your Highness. Helena asked, puzzled, what's going on? Why are the young ladies so excited? Why is he coming this way? Dulika immediately explained to her, oh my, Lady Parika, if you don't know. Traditionally, the winner gives the garland to the young lady they have their eye on. Helena thought to herself, this girl doesn't understand the true meaning of swordsmanship, but she sure knows about these flashy things. Helena became tense. Wait, could it be? Casa walked towards Dulika, who was solemnly waiting for the garland in his hand. Annoyed, Helena turned away. I chose the wrong spot. Dulika gave a somewhat vain smile, placing her hand on her chest and saying, Your Highness, congratulations on your victory. I was certain Your Highness would be victorious. Casa replied with a smile, I'm glad I didn't disappoint. Seeing his smile, Helena felt a surge of annoyance. It was incredibly cheesy. What's with that polite smile? Above, the Empress also wore a satisfied smile. Helena pondered, thinking to herself, right, this is politics. How utterly boring. Casa then removed the garland from his head. Dulika's face flushed with excitement, feeling slightly giddy. She closed her eyes, waiting for that dramatic moment. Casa placed the garland on Helena's head. Even she was stunned, her face blank with surprise. Casa smiled. All the glory of this day I dedicate to my esteemed teacher. The noble ladies present were astonished. The Empress was utterly shocked. Oh my. Dulika was a mixture of embarrassed and angry. Her face crimson, tears welling up. Shrieks filled the arena, making Helena anxious. Her peaceful life was completely shattered. Oh no, this is bad. Those present immediately began to gossip, talking amongst themselves. Did you hear? I heard His Highness the Crown Prince gave the garland to Lady Parika. I heard it's because she's his swordsmanship teacher. What? How could that young lady be? The rumor spread like wildfire, but that story is quite famous in the West District. I heard that young master was also taught by her. No way. How is that possible? Not to mention, giving the garland is practically the same as implicitly naming the crown princess, isn't it? If she becomes crown princess, if it's that Lady Parika, there's really nothing she can't do, is there? The story always ends with such questions. What will become of Lady Randy? Casa knelt down to apologize. I deserve death. Helena gripped the sword in Casa's hand. What do I hate the most? Casa replied, trouble. Helena, seething with rage, asked coldly, then can I kill you? Casa immediately cried out for mercy. Helena, please spare me. Helena roared angrily. What were you thinking? Giving me the garland. Casa raised both hands, forcing a smile. Wait. Hear me out. Helena, you told us if we won, we should come find you. A disciple achieving success, coming to thank their master. How could this be a bad thing? Suddenly, the sword plunged into the ground, startling Casa. She pressed close to him, saying, That's true, but I'm very angry right now, so don't laugh. Casa, with cold sweat dripping down his face. Yes. Helena sighed. Do you want to drag me into your political struggles? Casa immediately replied, I have no such intention. Helena crossed her arms, turning away, her tone full of disgust. But in a blink of an eye, everyone is saying that Lady Ranty and I have become rivals vying for the position of Crown Princess. If you want to control the Empress, find another way. Don't drag me into this. Casa looked at her for a moment before speaking. If Agat or Leona had one, they would naturally have presented the garland to you as well, wouldn't they? Helena asked, puzzled. Why are you talking about this now? Casa bowed his head and replied, Because I am your disciple. Because I only want you to see what I have learned. Helena glanced at him, replying, That's true, but Casa said resentfully, Then why am I the only one who can't? I'm also Helena's disciple. Do you hate me giving you the garland that much? Do you hate being associated with me that much? Do you even hate it to the point that anything received from me is disgusting? Helena, seeing him on the verge of tears, panicked slightly. Wait, calm down. I don't hate it. It's good. I said it's very good. I was very touched to receive the garland. Casa abruptly stood up, shouting, lies. Lies hurt the heart. Helena, not to be outdone, clenched her fists and shouted back, I'm not lying. Casa immediately asked, Master, seeing me win, did you truly feel proud? Helena immediately replied, Of course. I nurture my successors precisely to feel this kind of pride. Helena panicked inwardly. Please don't cry. I'm really not good at comforting crying children. Casa declared, if that's the case, Master should naturally praise and reward her disciple, right? Helena had a splitting headache. Of course. Sigh. Casa calmly said cheerfully, that's fortunate. Actually, this is precisely why I was determined to win. I almost got hurt, Master. Helena was stunned. Huh. Casa took her hand and kissed the back of it. I'll obediently await your praise and reward. Then he turned and left, leaving Helena dumbfounded. The door swung open, Casa chattering as he walked away. Everyone, no need to worry anymore. Go about your business. No one died. Helena inside still stood dumbfounded. I've been tricked. A short while later, Leona, arms crossed, asked with a laugh. So, you were just vaguely dragged into this indirectly? Helena hung her head. A moment later, Casa poked his head in through the door. Oh, right, Helena. You said that after His Highness's birthday, you received so many private invitations that you had to help write rejection letters every day, right? Helena asked suspiciously. So? Casa replied, you won't have to work so hard anymore after this. So, this is also something praiseworthy, right? Having said that, he smiled and left. Helena thought to herself, what on earth did he just do? Honestly, back in the present. Helena crossed her arms, surprised. She uttered, that was 3 years ago, and he still remembers. But the half completely stopped. Aside from the letters recruiting a god, there haven't been any others. Leona rested her chin on her hand, speaking doubtfully. Isn't that a good thing? It was such a hassle having to write rejection letters every time. Helena sounded a little disgruntled, but I'm a little unhappy. She shook her head and, thinking positively, it was troublesome anyway. Leona's voice dropped, but hearing you say that, it is strange. Then he held out a letter, because from now on, these kinds of invitations will be sent to you, Helena. Helena took the letter, puzzled. This is the royal seal, sent from Casa. She wondered to herself, what is this? Is he using some scheme to block? This letter is from the Empress. Since it's an invitation from the Empress, I can't refuse, no matter the excuse. It's all because Casa gave me the garland. At the Imperial Palace, Helena muttered to herself as she walked. I shouldn't worry anymore. But as the person involved, I'm still a little flustered. At that moment, the door opened. A man invited her in, saying, we've kept the lady in waiting. Please come in. As she entered, the Empress greeted her with a smile. Thank you for accepting my invitation, Lady Parika. Helena elegantly curtsied in response. It's my honor to be invited by your majesty. Then she looked at the person beside her. We meet again, Lady Rani. Dulika replied with a smile. Yes, it seems we meet quite often, Lady Parika. The Empress spoke in surprise. Oh, you two know each other? I wasn't aware you were so close. Dulika gave a small huff. I've only spoken with Lady Parika a few times, Your Majesty. The Empress chuckled. Lady Rani is even quicker than I am. Today, I've only invited you two ladies for a casual chat, so please don't be so formal. Helena replied, there's no need to be formal, Your Majesty. I'm only happy to be invited. The Empress covered her mouth with her hand as she laughed. Even though you're favored by the Crown Prince, you're still so humble, Lady Parika. Helena forced a smile. Favored. Your Majesty is too kind. She thought to herself, favored by Casa? It's more like I favor him. They're such fools. The Empress continued, I'm just teasing. Wasn't the garland from this year's tournament yours, Lady Parika? Dulika immediately exclaimed, Your Majesty. The Empress spoke sternly. It seems Lady Rani needs to put in more effort. Dulika paled at the reprimand. She lowered her head, murmuring, I'm ashamed, Your Majesty. Helena felt a pang of sympathy for her, but there was nothing she could do. She then spoke up, His Highness and I train in swordsmanship together, so he was merely sharing his joy as a fellow student. The Empress crossed her arms and replied, How humble of you, Lady Parika. If that's the case, perhaps Lady Rani should take up the sword instead of magic. Helena thought to herself in surprise. Learning magic? Magic is a complex and difficult subject to practice. Furthermore, it's not very practical. Hardly anyone uses or learns it these days. Dulika was feeling incredibly self-conscious, but Helena was slightly intrigued. She had assumed Dulika was a foolish, incompetent girl, but she wasn't as she seemed. The Empress glanced out the window. It's a beautiful day. Shall we go to the back garden? I just so happen to have something I'd like to show you too. Helena smiled and replied, "It would be my honor to accompany you, Your Majesty," though she felt no curiosity whatsoever. A moment later, in the back garden, an archer shot an arrow. Helena watched him, thinking, shooting an arrow out of the blue. The archer, seeing them, bowed respectfully. The Empress introduced him. "This is the youngest archer in the imperial city. I called him here for your entertainment, ladies." Helena was taken aback, thinking, is this the Empress's idea of entertainment? It seems Lady Rani is also seeing this for the first time. The Empress continued, "I hear you're skilled with a sword, Lady Parika. Surely you must also be proficient with a bow then?" Helena feigned ignorance for a moment before replying, "I dabbled in archery in my youth. That's all." She thought to herself, "During my mercenary days, I did train a bit with my comrades. Of course, mastering it like the sword would have been arduous, so I gave up." Dulika seized the opportunity to lecture Helena. "Swordsmanship isn't enough for you? You even want to try archery? How frivolous and unrefined. A noble lady should wield dance and poetry as her weapons, not swords and bows." Helena inwardly scoffed. "Keep your vapid pronouncements to yourself, little girl." Aloud, she said, "Yes, you're quite right, Lady Rani." Dulika was taken aback, feeling as though she'd been subtly insulted but unable to pinpoint how. She remained silent. Helena lifted her teacup, thinking, no need to argue with such a low-level provocation. The Empress smiled faintly. Looking at Dulika, Lady Rani has been a prodigy since childhood, groomed to become the crown princess. Lady Parika, on the other hand, seems to have enjoyed a more unconventional upbringing. Helena immediately responded, "That's because I come from a place far removed from the battlefield of power." The Empress nodded. "Indeed, that is the prerogative of the ducal nobility. I simply hope the Duke can continue to uphold that honor." "And what of you, Lady Parika? Are you like your father, devoid of any ambition for power?" Helena asked dubiously, "You mean politically, Your Majesty?" The Empress's voice sharpened. "I mean a position of power, such as Crown Princess." Dulika abruptly stood up. "Your Majesty, how can you say such a thing?" A sudden thwack startled her. Another arrow had hit the bullseye. The Empress raised a hand to calm Dulika. Helena replied, "I have no interest in royal affairs, Your Majesty." It was only then that Helena realized the Empress's intent. "I understand now. In this quiet garden, she's using the sharp whiz of arrows as a veiled threat to silence me." The Empress smiled enigmatically. "Lady Parika, can you swear to that? Swear that you have no designs on the position of royal consort." Another arrow, laced with a threatening undercurrent, was released. Helena thought, irritated, how troublesome. Then she spoke, "Your Majesty, before I answer, might I display a small bit of skill? Consider it a gesture of gratitude for this interesting visit." The Empress agreed with a smile. "That be by all means, Lady Parika." Helena stepped forward and picked up an arrow, thinking the target is quite close. "Compared to the archery I learned as a mercenary, this is child's play. This is nothing more than a children's game. But more importantly, this will be a subtle warning. Don't threaten me again." But this still isn't enough to fully convey my meaning. After shooting the arrow, Helena said, "Your Majesty, I truly apologize, but I can only offer a transaction, not an oath." Dulika immediately jumped up. "How dare you speak of transacting with Her Majesty?" The Empress stopped Dulika, Lady Rani. "Go to my chambers and retrieve my earrings." Dulika was dismissed, her face flushed, her lips pressed tightly together. After Dulika left, the Empress said, "Lady Parika, to possess such talent and composure at such a young age, I truly can't believe you and Lady Ranti are the same age. I hold you in high regard. This is also a kind of fate. What do you think about forming a close relationship with me, Lady Parika?" Helena's expression remained unchanged as she replied, "I am a good friend of His Highness, the Crown Prince." The Empress laughed, tilting her head. "The Crown Prince is both a good friend of yours and my beloved son. If you become close to me, you certainly won't suffer any losses." Helena thought to herself, "She really won't let me go. I've already clearly responded to her threat. How persistent. Does she really need me to flip this tea table over?" Suddenly, someone approached and placed a hand on Helena's shoulder. "Oh, you're here, Helena." It was Casa. His eyes were fixed on the Empress. A moment later, Casa pulled her away. He sat down, breathing a long sigh of relief that, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make things so troublesome. I didn't know the Empress would interfere. Helena felt very uncomfortable, wanting to tell him that he'd made a mistake from the moment he gave her the flower wreath. Back when Casa had just arrived, he looked at the Empress with sharp eyes and said, If I had known there was a place like this, I would have come sooner, Your Highness. Helena was stunned, thinking, Casa, I'm right here, what is he planning to do? The Empress laughed. The Crown Prince has arrived. Why don't you join us for a cup of tea? Casa gently shook his head. Please don't tease my good friend. She's not accustomed to these kinds of occasions. The Empress replied, Goodness me, tease her? I just wanted to get to know her. Casa asked, Well then, can this friendship-building conversation be postponed for a bit so I can escort Lady Perico away? The Empress immediately turned around and replied, Of course. To avoid angering my son, I, as his mother, must naturally yield. The time spent today was worthwhile. Until we meet again, Lady Perica. Helena watched her back, thinking, sometimes son, sometimes mother, speaking so smoothly without a hint of embarrassment, truly eloquent. A person with a gentle, artificial smile, a smile that seems to reveal the wickedness within. And Casa is about to face such a person. Back in the present, Helena said, Your Highness, if you wish, I can stand by your side here. Casa was surprised what? Then he shook his head in, Oh, there's no need. Helena, just live a normal life as you are now. In this imperial city, you don't need to use honorifics with me, because I won't choose Helena. Helena didn't understand and asked choose. Casa lowered his head and said, Because this matter is very troublesome. She thought to herself, That's right, when I stand by your side, it also means I'll be stepping into a war without swords. Moreover, it's truly very troublesome and boring, but Helena seemed to have made her own decision. She spoke, Casa, the one who chooses isn't you, it's me. She sank into thought, including having a disciple like you. Including the promise I'm made to help you become king, and also my desire to help you escape the crown princess's threats, all of these things. Her gaze softened. This master will help you. Casa was so astonished he froze, his face flushing crimson before he covered it with his hands. Helena watched him, thinking to herself, It seems he's quite moved by my resolve. Good to know, kid. A while later. Am I late? Helena sat at the table and replied, No, I'm just early. Hamilton walked over and sat down. You came to see me before returning to the Duke's territory? I'm honored. Helena said, I'll be going back soon. Hamilton looked a little surprised. What? Do you still have business in the capital? Helena asked. Isn't it perfectly normal for a noble lady to frequent social gatherings? Hamilton set down his teacup and said, Well, yes, but your ladyship, compared to others, aren't you a little different? Helena said, You don't have to beat around the bush. I know you mean I'm lazy. Hamilton gave a forced laugh. You caught me. Let's drop the subject. What did you want to see me about? Helena spoke seriously. Viscount, you once said you would do intelligence work for me. I wanted to ask if that offer still stands. Hamilton's hand, holding his teacup, paused. He immediately set the teacup down and said, Of course it still stands. But if it's information regarding His Highness and the Crown Princess, I don't have any. Helena was silent for a moment, lost in thought. Then she spoke. Viscount, do I look like that kind of person? Hamilton laughed and said, My apologies. Please understand my concern and my desire to protect His Highness. Helena picked up her teacup and nodded. She understood his feelings. Helena said, I know, and I trust you, Viscount, with this matter. Although every time Casa comes to the Duke's estate, we children joke that someone who's always around children like Hamilton is stiff and boring. But we know he's the most trustworthy. Hamilton asked, What kind of information are you looking for? Helena placed a stack of documents on the table and said, This is a list of nobles and organizations that have sent me invitations. Hamilton picked up the list. I've heard you've received a lot of invitations, but I didn't expect this many. Helena took a piece of cake and said, Trading companies, guilds, artisan organizations, schools, they're all here. After the swordsmanship tournament, there was a significant number, but I don't know what Casa did, but they stopped sending them. So, I'd like you to tell me, Viscount, which places I should go to and which I can skip. Hearing this, Hamilton's eyes widened, almost popping out of his head. He looked as if he wanted to shout, Are you serious? You're actually planning to attend these social gatherings? Helena picked up her fork and said, What Casa lacks is backing. But right now, among the nobles on our side, not a single one is trustworthy. Hamilton agreed. Indeed, these people only support him because of the crown prince's position. Should any unfavorable situation arise, they'll abandon him in an instant. Hamilton, disbelieving, asked again, "But are you serious?" "Truly." Helena, nibbling her food, replied, "You don't believe me?" Surprised enough to ask twice. Hamilton asked, "Don't you find this astonishing?" Helena answered, "It is. There have been similar instances lately." Hamilton continued, "Other matters aside, if you, your ladyship, participate, His Highness will certainly object." Helena immediately frowned and asked, "Why would my decisions require Casa's permission?" Hamilton nodded. "That's not what I meant. It's just that later, you'll have to explain to His Highness that I advised against it." Helena also nodded. "You're so honest. Well then, please handle this matter for me within 3 days." Hamilton said confidently, "Leave it to me. I'll return with results within 2 days. If your ladyship can smoothly become the crown princess this way, I couldn't ask for more." Helena sipped her tea. Why parents never expected this. So why should the Viscount be concerned? Hamilton then asked, "Don't you desire that position, your ladyship? For a woman, it's the most exalted status." Helena asked, "Can a woman not hold power unless she becomes someone's wife?" Hamilton was startled. That's not what I meant." Helena narrowed her eyes. "I wasn't interrogating you." Then she looked out the window. "It seems even in a large city like this, there are street urchins." Hamilton followed her gaze. "Indeed, they're everywhere." Helena set down her teacup. "King Dante was once a street urchin. I wonder if any of these children dream of becoming the ruler of a nation." Hamilton chuckled. "King Dante was quite exceptional, wasn't he?" "I'm not entirely sure, but it seems his lineage was different from ours." Helena gave a faint smile. "Indeed. Someone who could even seal a dragon. Perhaps that's true." Hamilton suddenly seemed to remember something. "Speaking of which, I've heard there's a strange cult worshipping dragons recently." Helena paused. "Worshipping dragons." Hamilton explained, "It seems they've attracted some followers from the commoners, but their scale isn't large, so the royal family hasn't paid much attention." Helena said, "The church certainly won't just stand by and watch." Hamilton shrugged. "They naturally wouldn't concern themselves with such riffraff." Helena thought to herself, "But I didn't seal that dragon to see this happen." Hamilton chuckled. "Anyway, that kind of cult will probably just flare up for a while and then disappear. If King Dante saw this rabble, he might be so angry he'd rise from his grave." The corners of Helena's mouth twitched upwards into a small smile. "This was originally my story, but hearing it now, it feels like someone else's." Helena crossed her arms and laughed. "Perhaps. Maybe I'm gradually moving away from Dante's life and starting to adapt to Helena's. A life completely opposite to Dante's. A life without the need to be strong and resilient. I don't know why I feel lonely, sad, but I'm certain that many troublesome things will come in the future." Somewhere, someone was wearing a strange smile. Later, Leona and her father received the news while passing through the capital. "All this time, I've done a lot to appease them." Despite the chaotic dinner, her father and brother took turns telling her, "If you need anything, just tell us." "That's right, Helena. If you have any difficulties, your brother will help you too." If Mother were there, it would have been even more chaotic. Also, just 2 days later, Hamilton submitted a list of nobles and organizations, clearly distinguishing friends and foes. "We can directly search for and invite them to the banquet. Since things are progressing quickly, there's nothing particularly noteworthy. It's just building a few more relationships." The following summer, at the Perica dukedom, I got approached with a stack of letters, saying, "Good morning, your ladyship. We received invitations again today." Helena lay in bed, flipping through each one, humming in response. Finally, an invitation to Dulicia's birthday party, or rather, her coming-of-age ceremony. I got asked, "Aren't you planning to go?" Helena replied, "Of course, I have to go. There are a lot of rumors that Lady Rani and I are allies. If I refuse, people will say I'm selfish." She thought further. "Moreover, since it's the Rani family's banquet, the families on their side will also attend. This is a great opportunity to approach and observe them. Now all I need is backup." On the day of the banquet, Helena sighed. "Although I said I needed backup, it would be nice if my brother would skip school and come with me." When she called, Leona said, "Sorry, Helena, I have something to do at school that day." Hamilton gave a wry smile and asked, "Does your ladyship hate me that much?" Helena replied, "Your lordship is almost twice my age." Hamilton stammered, "It's not that bad." She thought to herself, "I was going to say that anyway. But Hamilton is suitable as a companion today. Hamilton is now both Kasa's assistant and my companion. Although it's not as effective as Kasa coming himself, this will signal a close relationship between the crown prince and me. The atmosphere was incredibly crowded and noisy. Helena exclaimed, "There are so many, no, I should say a huge crowd. It's even more extravagant than the crown prince's coronation ceremony. If it's too excessive, His Majesty won't pay attention anymore." But His Majesty also married the Queen to gain the support of the three great families. This much will probably be tacitly permitted. I know Idyllica picked a fight with my dress. It's the complete opposite of a country bumpkin like me. Lost in thought, Helena was startled back to reality when Hamilton said, "Lady Rani is over there. Let's go greet her." She had been so engrossed in her thoughts that she'd forgotten. Hamilton approached Dullica. "Happy birthday, Lady Dullica Rani." Dullica turned around. Thank you both for coming to the party. Especially Lady Parika. Coming all the way from the countryside must have been tiring. Helena caught the implication in Dullica's words, seemingly alluding to the remoteness of her home and the difficult journey. She was extremely annoyed. Helena retorted, "Traveling to such a remote border region, a little danger is nothing. In fact, although it's not a grand gift, our dukedom has prepared a birthday present for you, Lady Rani." Dullica sneered, "Oh my, thank you very much. Could it be this season's pumpkin harvest?" The young ladies standing nearby giggled. "Goodness, how clueless can you be?" Helena thought, irritated. "You lot, I'm barely restraining myself from skewering you right now." Then she said aloud, "Lady Ranty, pumpkins are only harvested in the fall." Dullica froze, then sneered, "Of course, having grown up in the countryside, you'd know that, wouldn't you?" Helena replied, "It's called common sense." Goodness, does she really not know that? Dullica stammered, "Oh no, that." Then Hamilton chimed in, "Your ladyship, an apology would be in order. Touching upon someone's lack of knowledge is quite rude." Helena immediately played along. "Is that so? My apologies, Lady Dullica." Dullica quickly said, Who needs your apology?" Helena quickly waved goodbye, that we should probably excuse ourselves. "Well then, thank you again for inviting us to the party." Dullica called after them, "Wait." Helena thought, making a swift retreat from this verbal sparring is the best course of action. Once away, Helena chuckled, Lady Ranty's flustered look was quite amusing. Hamilton replied, "She truly is something else." Helena nodded in agreement. "Indeed. You certainly helped me out, Viscount." He clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "Maintaining a good relationship with His Highness must have its reasons." Helena immediately asked, "Was that a dig at me just now?" Not long after, Helena sat alone on a chair. She looked around and thought, everyone is talking to Hamilton. No one is coming near me. Well, it's to be expected. Feigning closeness to me in front of Dullica wouldn't benefit them. Indeed, this kind of party where no one pays attention to me is perfect for reconnaissance. The neutral faction and the Empress's faction are easy to spot. But where are the Rani family's guards? Helena called a servant over. "Excuse me, I'd like to wash my hands. Could you have someone show me the way?" The servant nodded. "Yes, I'll find someone right away." A maid quickly arrived to escort her. As they walked, Helena curiously asked, "Why isn't the Count present in the main hall today?" The maid turned and replied, "Oh, the master is smoking." Helena thought, could he really be spending the entire day cooped up in a smoking room? Passing by a room with the door slightly ajar, she asked, "Why is this door open?" The maid replied, "Oh, it's for ventilation. Otherwise, the books would be ruined." Helena exclaimed, "The books here are densely packed. They seem to be very well preserved. Such a small space, yet it holds so many books." Suddenly, a voice startled her. "What are you doing here, your ladyship? Don't snoop around someone else's house. It's very rude." Helena turned around. "I was just on my way to wash my hands and happened to pass by." Dullica's voice rose. "That's not where the restrooms are." Helena offered a compliment. "Because the Count's library looks so organized and convenient. I apologize. It seems the Count is very fond of reading. Besides the study in the central wing, he's built this room as well." Dullica flinched. "That's..." Helena, confused, asked him. Dullica exclaimed, That's my study." Helena remembered it. "Oh, right. She studies magic." She wondered to herself, what was so difficult about saying that? Dullica muttered, "Although I'm not quite at the level of practical application yet, I really enjoy magical theory and specialized books. It's all for the sake of learning. A truly accomplished lady should be proficient in these areas, shouldn't she? Then Dulika suddenly raised her voice and exclaimed, "This is much more useful than harvesting pumpkins." Helena thought to herself, she's clearly still holding a grudge about that. Dulika said haughtily, "Well then, the Lavi Rose summoning ritual, the theory of chain magic, Vanti's sealing technique. I bet you don't know a single thing about any of these, do you?" Helena clapped her hands perfunctorily. "Oh, how wonderful. You're truly erudite in the field of magic." Dulika looked at her with a smugly upturned nose. Of course. Even though everyone says it's pointless, after studying it, I've realized it's all very useful knowledge. Helena wondered to herself in confusion. Everyone says it's pointless? Well, they're not entirely wrong. Magic is gradually disappearing. No matter how good the theory is, what use is it if you can't put it into practice? But Dulika's eyes, when she talks about magic, are the most radiant things in the world. Then Helena said aloud, "No kind of learning is pointless. You're pursuing a very commendable endeavor." Dulika was so astonished by Helena's words that she couldn't believe her ears. For some reason, Dulika turned around and said, "You should go back now, Lady Parika. You need to review proper ladylike etiquette. Accepting an invitation to someone's home and then snooping around their rooms. A lady shouldn't behave like that." Helena replied, "My apologies. Please forgive my rudeness. Then, I'll take my leave." As Helena left, she thought to herself, "I only complimented Dulika out of courtesy. Dulika is the princess's person. The enemy of Casa is my enemy. Still, if she has friends, I should inquire further about what that girl is really up to." Not long after, at the Parika dukedom, you know autumn is approaching, right? I know, your ladyship. Your first birthday after coming of age is in the autumn. Therefore, no matter how thorough the preparations are, it's never enough for the Rani family, right? You all must remember, everything must be meticulously prepared. Be sure to use all the silver tableware, and the food must be served continuously. There can't be any shortages. Agat replied, "Yes, your ladyship. I wonder if the flower garden needs rearranging. It seems I should mention to the lady that a new pond should be dug." Helena stepped forward and said, "Everyone doesn't need to be so busy making arrangements for my birthday." Agat clenched her fist at the other servants. "We're simply waging a battle, your ladyship." Helena asked, puzzled, "Has something happened at the Ranti estate?" The maids nodded, and Agat looked as if she were about to breathe fire. "Yes. Their servants are far too arrogant. If our lady becomes the crown princess, then, at your wedding, who will be the ones in charge?" Hearing this, Helena burst out laughing. Agat quickly said, "Goodness, I'm not joking." Helena thought to herself, "Actually, from the moment I left there, I became Dulika's rival." But even servants have their own pride. That evening, as Agat was folding the blankets, she asked, "Oh, by the way, will Lord Casa be attending? He didn't attend Lady Ranti's banquet before." Helena replied, "No, he probably won't come to my birthday celebration." Agat immediately pouted. "Did I ask that so? But how can he be like that?" Helena chuckled. "Calm down, Agat. His rival is the crown prince. So we didn't send him an invitation." She thought to herself, Parika is naturally on the crown prince's side. Because Kasa's influence isn't stable yet, he has to be even more careful at this time. Kasa knows this too, so he definitely wouldn't dare anger the crown princess, so he'll certainly know how to handle this. Agat sighed. He'll probably cry. Not receiving an invitation to Miss Helena's 22nd birthday party, he'll definitely be very sad. 7 days before the banquet, Helena and her brother hugged each other tightly. Helena, her brother said, "Is everything all right at the academy? You said you were busy." Leona replied, "I've requested a leave of absence. Don't worry. Your birthday is just around the corner." Then they hugged again. "You're truly the best brother," Helena said. Leona replied, "I only care about you." Helena asked in surprise, "You seem to have gotten taller." Leona replied, "Yeah, I think I'll be as tall as His Highness soon." Helena exclaimed, "Wow, you're still growing after 20? I don't think I'll get any taller." Leona leaned down close to her and said, "Helena, you don't need to grow anymore. You're perfect just the way you are." Helena felt a little awkward. "Yes," she replied, thinking to herself, "but before my coming-of-age ceremony, being shorter than even my students was a bit embarrassing." Leona looked at the mountain of gifts in front of him and asked, "Are these all for you, Helena?" "It's more than I imagined." Helena replied, "Yes," thinking to herself, "These are all gifts from the Parika and Casa families." Leona encouraged her, "You're going to be very busy soon. Good luck, Helena. Indeed, the birthday gifts, from clothes to jewelry, were all meticulously prepared. As the main character of the party, I have to prepare everything perfectly. One day before the party, Agathe held 2 swords and said, "Well, let's not waste today." Helena praised her. "You've done well. Thank you for helping me practice my swordsmanship. I've been a little busy lately with my birthday party." Agathe said with a smile, "It's nothing, Mississippi. But, excuse me, miss, could you spare me an hour today?" Helena immediately turned around and asked now. Agathe nodded. Helena thought to herself, I don't actually have much time left, since the party is tomorrow. But this is the first time Agathe has asked for something like this. She tilted her head and agreed, "If it's just an hour, I think I can." Agathe's face lit up with joy. "Really? That's wonderful. I was planning to take you somewhere during that time." Helena said, "All right, we need to change our clothes." Agathe immediately ran off. "Yes, I'll go change right now and come back to see you." Helena asked Beth, puzzled, "Do you know why God is acting like this?" Beth pressed Helena down onto a chair as she spoke. "No, I don't know, Mississippi. Let me prepare your outfit now. I'll go right away." "All right." Helena didn't understand the meaning behind Agat's actions. She wondered, why is Agathe so excited today? I don't know what she's planning. Very quickly, Beth fastened a sparkling necklace around Helena's neck and styled her hair until it shone. Helena asked, confused, isn't this a little too formal?" Beth smiled proudly. "IT should be incredibly beautiful. This is the outfit for today. Look, miss, how beautiful you are." Helena said, "I know, but I still feel like something's a little strange." Helena was deeply puzzled. Why is this happening so suddenly? Beth, standing beside her, suddenly burst into tears. "Honestly, I don't understand why time flies so fast. It's like it was just yesterday." Helena said in alarm, "Don't, Beth. Why are you crying?" This made Helena even more confused. "What's the difference between now and then?" Beth abruptly turned around, saying sadly, "Because I keep thinking that one day I won't be able to take care of Miss anymore, and then I'll definitely be heartbroken." Helena said with a sigh, "Beth, after I grow up, you'll still continue to take care of me." Beth replied through her tears, "Yes, miss, but someone like me always thinks about unpleasant things, so I get emotional easily." Helena said, "Hey, don't say such cruel things to me." At this moment, Agathe, having finished changing Helena's clothes, opened the door and stepped out. "Miss, it's time to go." Helena turned her head and replied, "Yes, I'm ready anyway." Then Helena left with the 2 servants. Arriving at their destination, Helena wondered pensively, is this the servants' quarters? Agathe pointed to the door and said, "I'll open the door now." The door opened. The male and female servants immediately greeted her warmly. "Happy birthday, miss." "Congratulations, miss." "Miss, we just wanted to wish you a happy birthday a little early." Helena cried out in surprise. "Oh," a maid asked. "You must be very surprised, right? I don't know what to do." "Miss, please calm down." Agathe prepared everything. "I'm sorry for startling you, Mississippi. Everyone just wanted to celebrate your birthday." Helena said in astonishment, I've never been celebrated like this before." The butler brought a gift box. "We heard that Miss is about to go to the capital, so everyone is very reluctant to see you go. This is a birthday present from all the servants here. Although it's just a small gift, we hope you'll accept it." Helena happily accepted the gift box. "May I open it now?" Helena opened the gift box and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, but this must be very expensive, right? It must have cost everyone a lot of money." The butler smiled and replied, "It's all right, Mississippi. We could afford it." "I'm very sorry. Perhaps a necklace or gemstone would have been better." Helena immediately held up the gift and said, "No, I really like this gift. It's incredibly precious to me." The male and female servants said one after another, "That's wonderful. Thank you, Mississippi. Thank you for liking it." Helena's heart was filled with a mix of emotions. What is this feeling? They're always the ones who understand me the most, giving me the most sincere blessings. "We hope you won't forget this gift, Mississippi." Helena replied, "I won't. This is the most precious gift everyone has given me." She thought to herself, this gift is absolutely incomparable to any of the expensive gifts piled up like mountains in the main hall. I've never received a gift like this in my entire life. Back then, my heart was only in one place. No matter where I went, I never felt like I was home. But here, this is truly a home I can return to any time. Helena hugged the gift in her arms, a bright smile on her face. "Thank you all so much. I will definitely come back often." "That night that we've troubled you, Mississippi, good night." Helena replied, "It's all right. I'm very happy. Good night, everyone." Helena hugged the gift box in her arms. She felt a little wistful. but suddenly something caught her attention. A voice called out, "You're back." Helena exclaimed in surprise. "Casa?" She asked, "When did you arrive?" Casa, resting his chin on his hand, replied, "A few hours ago." I also greeted Leona. "It seems you were having a lot of fun, so I waited here." Helena put down her gift box. "That it's so late." From the capital to here, Casa furrowed his brow, reproaching her. "Yes, even though I didn't have an invitation." Helena asked, puzzled, "Don't be unreasonably angry. Didn't Princess Randy intervene?" Casa took her hand and led her away. "It's my only master's birthday. How could I just sit still?" Helena followed him. "Even so, you could have come to the party tomorrow. Why wait for me all night?" Casa plopped down meeting today is very important. Do you know what date it is? Helena wondered to herself, puzzled. Why is he suddenly asking this? Is there something scheduled today that I missed? Then she replied, my birthday. Casa grinned widely. "It's already past midnight." "Happy birthday, Helena Parika. I wanted to be the first to wish you a happy birthday. I waited because I wanted to wish you a happy birthday." Helena's heart stirred slightly. "It's strange. Yesterday and this morning felt no different. But why do I feel like I've grown up just by holding this hand? Speaking of which, there really is something that makes one feel vulnerable." Then she smiled and said, "Thank you, Casa." The next morning, "I sincerely thank everyone who has helped me shine. I wish you all happiness and peace today." A young lady, resting her chin on her hand, said, "Duchess, do you remember me? Time flies. You look beautiful today." Helena smiled. "Thank you for your compliment." Helena looked around. Many important figures had arrived. Nobles from houses like Va Lo and Parika could be seen. Still, no one here has truly come to celebrate my birthday. Lost in thought, someone approached. "Looking at you, Duchess, you're like a swan. Today is truly a joyous day." Helena replied with a smile. "It seems your highness is in a cheerful mood today." Casa smiled as well. "Of course. Because I can see you smiling like this today." Helena fumed. "Whose fault is that you?" Helena restrained herself. "Birthdays only come once a year, so your highness must be feeling quite regretful, right?" Casa kissed the back of her hand. "It's fine, because I like every expression on your face. Once again, congratulations on becoming older." With that, he left, leaving Helena fuming. "That rogue, just you wait." Another young lady approached. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Duchess." Helena forced a smile. "The pleasure is all mine." A moment later, Helena sighed. "It's been a while since I've seen such a carefree scene. This time I'm the main character, so I can't sneak away." She wondered, what are Casa and Leona doing? He's entertaining the nobles, probably to attract the attention of Leona, who has earned the title of Junior Duke, and those young ladies are preoccupied with other matters. As for Casa, at this moment, a young man approached her. "Duchess, you seem a little tired." Helena also recognized this young man. He was the Earl's eldest son, a classmate of Leona's, if she remembered correctly. Then she spoke, "Thank you for your concern. I hope you enjoy the party." The young man held his glass. "Thanks to the Duchess's meticulous preparations, this party is truly wonderful. And if you wouldn't mind, may I have this dance? I've heard Leona mention you many times. Seeing you today, I realize everything he said was true. I'm very curious about what kind of person you are to have him speak so highly of you. Would you grant me this honor of being your first dance partner?" Helena playfully asked, "What if I accidentally step on your foot?" The young man smiled brightly, flirting. "You're as light as a feather. I wouldn't feel a thing." Helena extended her hand in agreement. "Well then." Suddenly, another hand reached out and took hers. The corner of Casa's mouth curled into a cold smile, his eyes sharp as daggers. "Forgive my interruption, but the Duchess has already agreed to let me be her first dance partner." The young man stammered, Your Highness." Helena thought in confusion. "No, since when? This is the first I'm hearing of it." The young man quickly excused himself. "Oh dear, I apologize, Your Highness. I'll take my leave then." Helena was bewildered. What was that about? That's absurd. Casa held her hand, a bright smile on his face. Without such boldness, how could one have the qualifications to be Helena's first dance partner? "So, my lady, I sincerely hope you will grant me this honor." She thought to herself, this is really to show everyone clearly who Valega and Rani will have to face in the future. Then Helena stood up and stepped forward. "What if I accidentally step on your highness's foot?" Casa replied, "It's all right. I can dance with you until you improve." In a romantic setting, with melodious music, everyone was dancing. Among them, Helena and Casa were also dancing. Holding her hand, he said, "Helena, you dance beautifully. What did you learn?" Amidst the melodious music, Helena replied, "A long time ago. I learned from a friend." "It was a long time ago." Casa asked in surprise, "A friend? You have friends?" Helena replied, "It's true. He looked like you, but his personality was completely different. Even though I had no talent for dancing, Air was still very patient in teaching me. When everyone else hesitated to be my dance partner, even when I stepped on his feet, he didn't say a word. My dance partner, Air. Air was my dance teacher and also my first dance partner." Suddenly, she stumbled, her steps faltering. Helena swayed, lost in thought, but Casa caught her in time. He even swept her up into his arms amidst the astonished gazes of everyone. Casa asked, "You didn't fall, did you, Helena?" Helena replied, "Thank you, Casa." Then they continued their dance. Helena said, "This incident will definitely cause a lot of rumors." Casa asked her suspiciously, "So you don't like it?" Helena hummed, "It's up to you." Helena sank into thought that in my past life, I only had one thing to protect, so I didn't have any regrets or lingering attachments. But in this life, if anything happens, my heart will ache. The more people I have around me, the more I feel weak. But it's too late now. There's no going back. These people are incredibly important to Helena Parika. Next autumn, finally, my training journey has been decided. It was also the time I left the Duke's mansion. Helena sat in the carriage, looking out the window. "It's strange. My heart is pounding. I feel very restless. But I have nothing to worry about, do I?" Agat smiled and said, "Miss is probably sad because she's about to leave home. It's natural to feel this way when you have to leave the people who are waiting for you." Helena thought to herself, "People waiting for me? This is something Dante Rinatat doesn't have." Then Helena rested her chin on her hand and said, "Helena Parika is truly blessed." Agat laughed and asked, "Why does Miss speak as if it's someone else's story? You're so funny. Ha 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 ha." Not long after, Helena arrived at her destination. A man came out to greet her. "We are incredibly honored to welcome you, Miss Helena." Helena asked suspiciously, "Why are you being so formal with me?" He replied, "Because Miss won't just be staying here for a short while. You will become the master of this house." Helena continued, "Even so, nothing will change. Just leave all the management to Kigo and have him report to me briefly." He immediately, obediently replied, "Yes, I will do so." Helena walked inside and asked, "Oh, right. I want a space large enough for sword practice." He replied, "I've already made preparations to renovate the garden. You looked at it last time you were here, didn't you?" Helena immediately felt satisfied. "Very good. I like it very much. I'll look at the rest later. I have something to do. I must go now." He then said, "In that case, there's something I'd like to report to you. Master Leonis said he will visit next weekend." Helena nodded. "Oh, is that so?" He continued, "His Highness, the Crown Prince, will also be visiting on the same day." Helena simply replied, "Ah." He smiled and said, "Aren't you happy that His Highness is visiting?" Helena replied, "Because Casa always causes trouble for me." He asked, "Then, should we decline his visit?" Helena turned around and said, "In any case, a master can't refuse a visit from their disciple." Not long after, in the reception room of the Imperial Palace, "It's been a while, Viscount and Miss Rowena Everin as well." Rowena pushed up her glasses and said to Helena, "Please, just call me Rowena, Duchess." Helena took out a stack of documents. "Well then, let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the main issue. Based on the list you provided, I've attended and observed a number of social gatherings. There's quite a bit of information on nobles who could be drawn to our side." The Viscount and Rowena immediately took the documents to examine. Rowena raised her glasses. "Such confidential information. How did?" Helena replied, "It's very difficult to silence servants. Just a brief interaction is enough to extract information from them. Agat is still young, so they were quite careless and let their guard down. That's how the information leaked out." Helena thought to herself, "I've heard similar stories in my past life." Hamilton held his head and sighed. "Has it come to this? Now is not the time for proposals. We must seize the opportunity quickly." Helena didn't understand and asked, "Proposals? What do you mean?" Hamilton coughed. "Duchess, no matter what, you should come to the capital. Please become His Highness's swordsmanship instructor." Helena, hearing his proposal, was also stunned. Then her expression darkened. "That sounds like you want to tie me to Casa's side, so I can't run away." Hamilton appeared distressed. "I don't have any other choice. It would be a shame to miss this opportunity, and His Highness, the Crown Prince, has no objections. Besides doing this, I have no other options." Helena thought to herself, "Asking me to be Casa's swordsmanship instructor. Actually, being a swordsmanship instructor isn't beyond my capabilities. But then she crossed her arms and said, if I suddenly take that position, there will certainly be objections. Things could also develop in the opposite direction. Helena reasoned internally. Up until now, I've only been behind the scenes. So, there will be many who won't welcome me because I'm a woman whose true abilities haven't been proven. Rowena spoke up, making a suggestion. Actually, I have a reason for proposing this. Do you know what happened after Ben changed? Hearing this name, Helena thought to herself, Ben? A former noble who recently attended Parika's banquet. Just like me, he changed his name after entering politics. Even so, attending that banquet made me hesitate. Rowena continued, because I heard that many magical beasts have recently appeared in the border region. Parika has requested reinforcements. Reinforcements to stop those mages. Independent command of troops will allow for changes in the nobility. Helena asked doubtfully, after the change, Ben will no longer be able to command soldiers? Rowena replied, we haven't surveyed the area yet, so we don't know the exact numbers. Helena rested her chin on her hand. Even so, it's strange. In this situation, why not request aid from Parika? Rowena hesitated that. I also sent a request to Rani, but they seem to have refused. Helena seemed to realize something. Oh, so that means the relationship with the Empress is fractured. Hamilton raised his hand. I haven't yet decided to deploy the reserve troops to the Imperial Palace. There's a slight problem with the budget, and the palace's standing army isn't accustomed to driving away magical beasts. Helena smirked slightly. Indeed. Now is our chance. If we can transfer ownership of the soldiers to His Highness the Crown Prince, I would welcome it. Hamilton raised a finger. So, I was thinking this. The Duchess could establish a magical beast subjugation squad, providing support from the rear. Helena asked, in that case, after the change, my abilities will also be proven correct. Hamilton immediately agreed. Exactly. Helena sighed, lost in thought. Even so, from my past life to this one, I have to fight magical beasts. She then asked seriously, do you think I can do it? You know, don't you? Hamilton, with complete confidence in her, said, I believe in your abilities, Duchess. Then he smiled. Helena thought to herself, just thinking about it is troublesome. But proposing this also means that Lord Hamilton acknowledges me as a swordswoman. I don't necessarily dislike that. After thinking it over, she made a suggestion. In that case, I have a condition. Hamilton cheerfully replied, yes, Duchess, please tell me. She thought to herself, all right. In that case, I have to give my lovely disciples a new practical training opportunity. Then she said with a smile, I will personally choose those who will accompany me, including, of course, my 3 disciples. A few days later, Casa was sitting listlessly, sighing deeply. How can I make any more progress with Helena? Rowena asked. Haven't you even held her hand yet? Casa waved his hand dismissively, but it's not that. I've held her hand, hugged her, even slept together, although we were children then. Rowena advised, a shortcut to avoid getting hurt is to give up on hopeless situations. Casa immediately retorted, don't say it's hopeless. Rowena suggested, how about trying to be more physically intimate? Hearing this, Casa was startled. He exclaimed in a panic. She even sat on my lap. Rowena was a little surprised. Lap? That's really beyond my imagination. Casa laughed heartily. What else do I have to do for her to see me as a man? Rowena thought for a moment and then said, if you're that worried, how about going to a counseling session? Not long after, Ace was seen sitting comfortably, holding a teacup, saying that is the secret to capturing a woman's heart. This was because Rowena had previously suggested there's a black knight named Ace Garen who's very good at capturing women's hearts. I happen to know him and can introduce you. His nickname is Black Rose Magician. That's how it happened. Ace said, it's simple, your highness. Casa was skeptical. Simple. Ace replied, his eyes sparkling, yes. Just be handsome like me. There's no stronger weapon than a handsome face for a first meeting, your highness. Casa sighed that it's not a first meeting. We've known each other for a long time. But the problem is, I can't move the relationship forward. Ace propped his chin on his hand and hummed. It's not like there's no way. Your highness, have you ever heard of the Cape Dawn technique? Cape Dawn. It's a technique to show strong attraction, shortening the eye contact distance between two people. You can look down at the other person, show off your height, and even naturally touch lips. Even if it fails, there's nothing to lose. Not long after, Casa, what were you just thinking about? You seem spaced out. Casa replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Helena continued, "It seems there will be many different opinions in the competition. Honestly, the atmosphere is always so tense." Casa thought to himself, she's really perceptive about these things. I was too hasty, like a fool. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait a minute. There's no one else here right now, just me and her. Now is the perfect opportunity. Casa immediately used the Cape Dawn technique on Helena. Helena, still unsure of what was happening, stammered, Wait. Casa, having reached this point, fumbled, look in her eyes with a deep gaze, but I don't know what to do. Helena asked, puzzled, "What's wrong, Casa?" Casa stared at her. Just staring like this enough? Wise IT, and no matter who it is, smiling and making up lies is so simple. Even just after waking up, anyone can do it. But facing Helena, it's not so easy. Gently lifting her chin like this, looking directly into her eyes, Helena asked, "Aren't you going to let go?" Casa paused. Helena remembered her miserable situation in her past life. She asked, "Are you forcing me to look up at you right now?" This startled Casa. Helena immediately pushed him away. Reversing the situation, Helena then pushed him against the wall. She asked, "Is this what you want? If you keep playing around like this, I'll really get angry." Casa's face flushed red. "I'm sorry." Every weekend, Leona would visit the mansion. Leona said with a smile, "It's been a while since we've all gotten together like this. Remember how the three of us used to play cards together?" Casa continued, "It's a shame, Leona. We're all grown up now, not really suited for card games anymore." Helena glanced at him and asked, "So what do grown-ups do then?" Casa stammered, that. Then he took out a bottle of alcohol. Kigo immediately asked, "Is that alcohol?" Casa held the bottle and replied, "Helena is an adult now too." "Ah, that's right. Your birthday hasn't passed yet, has it? You should have some juice then." Helena immediately said, "I know how to drink alcohol too." Helena worriedly asked, "But, Your Highness, is this really all right? Isn't this a bit much?" Casa replied, "What's wrong with drinking in my own home?" Hearing this, Helena didn't say anything more. Then she raised her glass. "That's right. Let's enjoy ourselves." Casa said with a smile, "Helena is as confident as ever." Helena thought to herself, "I've drunk so much alcohol before. Back when I was a mercenary, wasn't there a night I didn't drink? While everyone is feeling down, it would be reasonable to bring up the topic of magical beasts and the natives." Then, the four of them raised their glasses. "Well then, cheers. Congratulations on arriving in the capital, Helena." Helena held her glass, feeling a surge of happiness. "Finally, I can drink. This is what life is all about." But right after, Helena collapsed to the floor with a thud. Everyone cried out in alarm. "Helena!" Helena's eyes teared up. "I'm already down after half a glass." When it comes to alcohol tolerance, Dante is the one who can hold their liquor, not Helena. Not long after, Helena slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Casa, she thought to herself, "Why is he standing there?" Casa was curious about what had driven her to take such a risk. Helena held her head. "What? My head? It hurts so much." Casa placed his hand on Helena's cheek and continued, "All right, I'm sorry. I didn't know that alcohol was so strong. I didn't expect you to be down after just one glass." Helena replied, "It's been a while since I've had alcohol. I didn't know either." She felt Casa's cool hand make her feel a little better. Casa continued, "It's been a while? It seems you're really drunk." Helena looked at his face and said, "Casa, your face is really handsome. With a name like that, you should really thank your ancestors for their accumulated virtues." Casa hesitantly asked, "A duchess with your status, how can you say such things?" Helena immediately replied, "I like you." Casa pressed, "What did you say?" "Say that again." Helena replied, "I said I like your face. It's very much to my liking." Casa chuckled and called her name. "Helena, you should close your eyes now." The next day, the things I said yesterday were all because of the alcohol. I have to go help Marquis Ben at the border exterminate the magical beasts. Therefore, you guys have to participate too. Casa immediately slammed the table in protest. "No way. I object. Are you crazy? Do you know how dangerous it is there?" Helena remained unmoved. She countered, "Are we just going to give up such a good opportunity?" Casa said loudly, "I can go alone." "Helena, you don't need to go." Helena crossed her arms and said sternly, "Can you complete my part alone, Your Highness?" Casa faltered that. Then he covered his face and slumped onto the table dejectedly. Helena thought to herself, Are you seriously trying to guilt-trip me with your dramatics, disciple? Casa asked in confusion. Why do you have to go to such lengths? Doesn't Helena hate troublesome things? Helena replied, people can't live only for things that benefit themselves. Casa's expression became serious. If the reason you're participating in exterminating the magical beasts is for me, I refuse. Because I don't want Helena to be in danger for the sake of completing the mission. Helena looked at him and said, have you forgotten? I'm the one who said I would help you become emperor. Casa worried incessantly, but Helena leaned closer and said, Casa, this is a chance for you to witness your master's true strength firsthand. Do you want to miss it? Perhaps you'll see a sight where no one can defeat me. Casa held his head and sighed again. He clasped his hands together and said, if there's any real danger at the scene, you must retreat immediately. Helena chuckled softly. It'll be taken care of before winter ends. After that, getting permission from my parents was easier than I thought. They kept their promise and agreed to let me do whatever I wanted. One day, while waiting for the inspection team to return, Hamilton shouted, my lady, the captain of the Red Knights, Duke Danton, requests an audience with the Duchess. He says he will provide the Red Knights well-trained soldiers for this magical beast extermination campaign. Helena held a stack of documents in her hand. Not knights, but well-trained soldiers? This is less about contributing to the extermination and more about giving them some practical experience before they return. Hamilton interjected, that is certainly beneficial for them. Helena put down the documents and said, there's no other way. Arrange a meeting. I should also meet with Duke Danton. Not long after, Helena said, we don't need to go together, Casa. Casa, standing beside her, replied, it's not necessary. Isn't it natural for a disciple to escort their master? Anyway, Helena, you look imposing today. Helena had changed into attire more suited to the situation, rather than her usual elegant dresses. She said loudly, Casa, if a woman in a dress said, I'm the captain leading you into battle, would you find it convincing? Of course, I have to dress appropriately for the occasion. Casa affirmed, that's because it's Lady Helena. No matter what you wear, you inspire boundless confidence. Helena said, you have too much faith in me. You can't blindly trust others like that. Casa, what if one day I betray you, stab you in the back? What would you do? Casa didn't speak, but gave a confident, characteristic smile. He made a gesture of slitting his throat and said, then I'd just die. Helena exclaimed, think before you answer. Of course you can't die. Exasperated with her disciple, she thought, this kid is hopeless. How did he grow into such a blindly trusting person? Whose fault is this? Could it be mine? Lost in thought, someone opened the door. Neep rushed in, saying, I finally found you, Leona's little sister. No, I should say Leona's master. Helena stood up and took his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Helena Perica. Neep also took her hand. I'm Neep Danton, captain of the Red Knights. I've gathered well-trained soldiers at the training grounds. You can choose freely. Helena gratefully replied, thank you for your trouble. Neep asked, shall we go there now? Would your highness like to come along? Casa immediately interrupted, wait, Helena. Helena turned her head, questioningly asking, what's wrong? Then Casa took hold of the hand Helena had just used to shake Neep's, saying, disinfect. Helena looked at her hand in confusion. Disinfect what? Then Casa spoke up. I'm just worried about whether those soldiers will obey Helena's commands. Helena walked behind him. Casa continued, well, a noble suddenly appears and then forces a young lady to obey her every word. Isn't that absurd? In any case, the Red Knights worship violence, while the White Knights worship nobility. There's been a long-standing feud between them. Neep smiled and said, you'd best be prepared. Helena immediately fell into thought. Prepared? That's true. The Red Knights really hate the White Knights, those who rely on their family status to obtain their knighthood. It's not unreasonable that they don't believe in my strength. However, we'll have to see which side really needs to be prepared. Helena walked out, sword in hand, and announced clearly, I am Helena Perica, captain of the Vinda Lum Eastern Capital Monster Subjugation Squad. Some of you here will be joining me on this monster subjugation. I stand here today to choose those who will accompany me. A young man scoffed. He raised his hand and said, I have a question. Is our mission to protect the young lady, correct? Helena calmly raised her hand and said in a firm tone, Unfortunately, I'm afraid you won't have that opportunity, because I will not accept protection from someone weaker than me. The young man understood the implication of her words, his veins bulging with anger. Helena stepped forward and asked, "Is it because the captain is a woman that you doubt my strength? If so, I will yield this position of captain of the subjugation squad to anyone who can defeat me. You are all welcome to challenge me at any time." Those present murmured amongst themselves after hearing this, while the young man gritted his teeth in anger. Then he immediately charged forward, his sword pointed directly at Helena. "I am the trainee soldier, Len. Even if I accidentally injure the young lady, I won't be punished, right?" Helena smiled faintly and replied, "You're very confident, but that will absolutely not happen." The battle then began immediately. The two clashed like moths drawn to a flame. One powerful blow from Helena sent the young man stumbling back. In a flash, her sword was at his throat, and the crowd roared with excitement. Helena turned towards the stands and shouted. Next, another person stepped forward, then two, then 3, 4, 5. The number quickly reached 30, all kneeling at her feet. Helena turned to the remaining soldiers and asked, "Is there anyone else?" At this point, the remaining soldiers began to feel apprehensive. No one else. Then, she sheathed her sword and said, "I've seen your strength. None of you are chosen for the subjugation squad." Before the anxious gazes of the crowd, Helena said coldly. 3 days later, the new recruits said in unison, "We sincerely apologize. Please give us another chance." Helena crossed her legs, arms folded across her chest, sitting comfortably on a chair. "You all know the selection process is over." The new recruits bowed their heads. "We were too arrogant. We will try harder and will not repeat this mistake. Please give us a chance to learn." Helena thought to herself, just as I predicted, the Red Knights are very proud of their strength. If I revealed my identity to force their submission, they wouldn't lower their heads like this. Then she spoke, "Everyone stand up. I'm warning you now, my training is definitely not easy." The new recruits immediately replied in unison, "We're ready." Helena threatened, "I'm warning you, I absolutely will not go easy on you. Anyone who disobeys or challenges my authority will be severely punished. Remember that." Everyone shouted in unison seriously, "Yes, ma'am." Quickly, they began training under Helena's guidance. Neep stepped forward and asked, "Is the training going smoothly, Duchess?" Helena turned around, surprised. "Duke Danton, is there something you need?" Neep looked towards everyone and said, "I came to inform you that the patrol has returned from Vindalum." Helena continued, "Is that so? It seems it's time to depart." Soon, Helena was settled in the carriage. She asked Casa, "Have you ever been to Vindalum?" Casa replied, "I went there for an inspection a few years ago. At that time, the monsters weren't as rampant as they are now." Leona also chimed in, "That's right, it's strange. I heard that besides Vindalum, quite a few monsters have appeared in other border regions, causing extremely heavy damage." Helena thought to herself, heavy damage is inevitable. Before, when monsters were numerous, the border lords played a crucial role. But now that monster appearances are rare, they only retain their titles. Their role has disappeared. That's why they can't deal with the monsters. Casa rested his chin on his hand and said, "Speaking of which, the frequency of lesser monster appearances has been quite stable recently. But before that, their numbers suddenly dropped sharply. This is a bit strange." Leona also said, "There's a rumor that the decrease in monster numbers is due to dragons." Helena was surprised. "Dragons?" Leona replied, "The time of the dragon's extinction and the time of the decrease in monster numbers coincide." Helena felt puzzled. That's strange. Could there be some connection between dragons and magic power? Casa, resting his chin on his hand, chuckled softly. "Whether there's a connection or not doesn't matter, as long as dragons don't reappear. For humanity now, dragon hunting is an absurd notion." Helena also smiled. "I'm sure the dead dragons won't come back to life, right?" Not long after, they got out of the carriage. Neep spoke up, "Duchess, isn't it a bit dangerous to bring a maid on this hunt?" Helena replied, "Maid? You mean a god. You'll soon understand why she's coming with us." A knight suddenly shouted, "There are footprints here. They're blackhound footprints. They've been around here before." Helena looked at the footprints and said, "Judging by the tracks, there are quite a few of them. It will be very dangerous." Len said with a laugh, "Even so, it's all right, because we won't show up so early." Neep also stepped forward. "It's hard to say. In my opinion, they're not far from here. The dew has fallen, but the footprints haven't faded yet. They must be fresh tracks left after dawn." If that's the case, let's stop here for today and head back. Helena asked, what now? We just found footprints. What good is that? Nep anxiously said, but with our current numbers, we can't deal with a large number of black hounds. What if larger monsters appear too? Suddenly, something appeared, attracting his attention. A black hound appeared. Everyone yelled, it's a black hound. A black hound lunged towards Helena. Your Highness, look out. Just then, a flash of sword light cut the black hound down. It was Leona who had made the move. Helena praised him. Well done, brother. Leona asked worriedly, are you all right, Helena? Helena replied, yes, I'm fine. Then she turned to the knights and said, didn't you say they weren't active during the day? It seems that's not the case. Let's head back first. We need to discuss this thoroughly. A short while later. Count, what do you think about what happened today? The Count said, not long ago, I received a report saying that monsters with nocturnal habits have been roaming around for 3 days. Helena took a sip of warm tea. Have you found a cause yet? The Count stroked his chin and hummed softly. Actually, I wasn't planning on mentioning this. Helena asked him, have you ever heard of the Reiko cult? The Count replied, is that the newly emerged religion that worships dragons? Yes. Actually, last spring, followers of that religion came here. At the time, it was just some nonsense, so I didn't pay much attention. Helena asked doubtfully, nonsense? He said, because they said they wanted to resurrect a dragon. So at the time, I thought they were talking nonsense. After those people performed a resurrection ritual in the forest, the number of monsters increased. The atmosphere became heavy. Maybe it's just a coincidence. In any case, it's too absurd. The other border lords, just like you, said it was a coincidence. But after those people came, the number of monsters did indeed increase. Helena questioned, why are you only mentioning such an important matter now? He replied, because I didn't have any proof. Helena thought to herself, unhappily, good heavens, he really does like proof. But then again, without solid evidence, it's just conjecture. It does sound quite absurd. After that, Helena stood up and continued. Anyway, let's leave it at that for now. Do you have anything else to say? He replied, nothing else. If there's any other news, I'll inform you later. Helena took her leave. Thank you. Then I'll excuse myself. He asked, you're not resting? Where are you going again? Helena replied, I still have things to do. If we hadn't been attacked just now, were we supposed to be investigating the monsters? A moment later, Helena walked over and asked the knights, have all the weapons been checked? Agat, seeing her, immediately stood up. Mississippi. Helena, while stretching her joints, said, gather everyone. I have something to say, starting with today's encounter with the Black Hounds. Although they are agile and ferocious, they're not difficult monsters to deal with. Because their weapons are their teeth, attacking their flanks is easier than a direct frontal assault. Furthermore, absolutely do not let them see your backs, and don't face them alone. Does everyone understand? Everyone immediately replied, yes, understood. Agat exclaimed, Miss, you're so cool. How do you know these things? Casa also stepped forward. Master, you're so cool. Helena complained, you're all stating the obvious. Then she glanced at her brother. By the way, brother, I saw you seemed worried about something earlier, didn't you? Leona pondered, Then he smiled that I was thinking about what we talked about before. Helena asked curiously, what is it? Leona replied, about the theory of dragon extinction, related to the reason why the number of magical beasts began to decrease sharply. If that's the case, the reason why the number of magical beasts is increasing again is also related to the revival of dragons. Helena pondered, that's not right. There's no way to bring back something that's already dead. But there's something strange here. I was born with all the memories of my past life. So, the Reiko cult could naturally want to revive the dragons. This might just be a coincidence. Seeing her lost in thought, Leona said, I'm sorry for making you worry with my useless words. Helena, let's focus on the subjugation for now. Helena agreed with a smile. Yes. The important thing now is to subjugate the magical beasts. Even if it weren't, I have something I want to tell everyone. This time, we'll have to destroy a great magical beast. He looked surprised. A great magical beast. Helena continued, yes. What we have to face is most likely a Luke Rakota. Leona didn't understand and immediately asked, what's that? Helena explained, it's a type of magical beast with a badger's head and a lion's body. It has a massive body, but is very fast. Moreover, it has a superhuman regenerative ability, so it will continuously revive. If you don't cut off its head in one blow, it won't die. The Luke Rakota's head is yours. Casa, sweating profusely, pointed at himself and asked in confusion, me? Isn't it you? Helena replied, because I barely managed to defeat that giant. Besides, wouldn't it be better if all the credit went to our crown prince? After saying that, she and Leona looked at each other and laughed. Only Agat remained firmly opposed, pouting. Then, Helena confidently said, "Well then, let's have another competition." The expedition quickly began. Blackhound tracks were discovered in the northern forest. Many traps had been destroyed. This meant that the Lucracoda was with them. "This is troublesome. Our night vision will be greatly limited." "Casa, your complexion doesn't look good. Are you nervous?" Casa looked blank and asked, "Nervous? Who, me? I'm just a little confused." Helena asked curiously, "Confused about what?" He thought to himself, "Don't you find it strange? Why would black hounds, who are nocturnal, appear during the day?" Helena remained indifferent. "I don't know. Maybe they have insomnia." Seeing her calmness, Casa reminded her, "This is no time for jokes. Helena, last time, the thing only targeted you. So be careful. This time, those magical beasts might target you too." Suddenly, someone shouted, and Helena immediately turned around. "It's a blackhound." A blackhound growled. The young knight, seeing it, trembled in fear. Helena shouted loudly, reminding everyone to return to their positions. "Don't panic. Maintain formation. Attack." Upon receiving the order, everyone immediately charged towards the pack of blackhounds. Helena also joined the battle. "These bastards, are they really only after me?" Thinking this, she turned around and unleashed a powerful slash. Helena yelled, "Everyone move to the sides." Everyone immediately moved to the sides. The blackhounds charged straight towards Helena. She sneered, "You dare challenge me? You underestimate me." Helena immediately charged forward, shouting, "Got." Agat appeared at once. "Yes, miss." One attacker, one supporter. Seeing this, a young man said smugly, "Excellent. At this rate, we can join forces and destroy them." His words were cut short as a giant magical beast appeared behind him. The beast pinned him to the ground, roaring menacingly. Everyone cried out in alarm. "It's a giant magical beast." The knights began to hesitate. A trembling voice said, "Damn it, it's a Lucracoda." Helena immediately turned and commanded, "Don't panic. Hold the formation." The knights were in chaos. "Run. We'll all die at this rate." Helena gritted her teeth. "Damn it. These knights have completely lost their will to fight." In this situation, the person she could trust. She immediately turned to Casa and yelled. Casa immediately raised his sword. "Leave it to me." Helena placed her full trust in him. "Good. Teach them a lesson." Leona's gaze was firm. "How can I stand idly by?" With that, he charged forward, drawing his sword. One slash hit the magical beast, making it roar in pain. Agat was not to be outdone, attacking relentlessly. When the giant magical beast opened its eyes, it was Helena standing before it. She smiled faintly. "This is the end." She turned to Casa now. As she turned back, Helena felt a chill. It was clearly in front of her just now. How did it get behind me? Everyone shouted anxiously, "Helena!" Immediately after, a flash of sword light swept across the giant magical beast. As the beast crashed down, Agat rushed forward, anxiously asking, "Miss, are you all right? I'm so glad you're safe." She recalled Casa's words. "Be careful, Helena. That thing is really after you." Casa was right. Those magical beasts are targeting me. But why? The knight stepped forward, praising her. "The Duchess is amazing," using herself as bait. Having the Duchess here is so reassuring. Helena forced a smile. "It was nothing. It's embarrassing to be praised like this." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Captain, come look at this." The captain turned and said, "Then I'll excuse myself, Duchess." After the captain left, Helena called Agat. Agat turned back and replied, "Yes, miss." Helena said, "They seem busy over there. Go help the captain." Agat immediately obeyed. "As you command." After everyone left, Helena was left alone in deep thought. Why are they targeting me? What's their purpose? Suddenly, she noticed a pattern. What is this pattern? A sharp pain suddenly stabbed through her heart. She staggered, as if about to collapse. Hearing the noise, Casa immediately turned his head. His eyes flashed with panic. A giant magical beast burst from the ground. An attack struck the beast, making it roar in pain, but its jaws were still clamped around her arm, lifting her into the air. Leona yelled, "Helena!" Leona's sword slashed down, and the beast, in pain, released Helena. She fell to the ground, but Casa rushed forward and caught her just in time. He immediately asked, "Are you all right?" Helena opened her eyes wide. "I'm fine." Casa was a bit speechless. "Seriously, Helena, you're still joking at a time like this?" Helena, then push him away. Get off. We have to deal with that magical beast immediately. Casa hurriedly stopped her. Wait, if you move around anymore. Helena staggered to her feet. Damn it, my eyes, so blurry. That monster's saliva is poisonous. Even a touch makes your vision fade and your other senses dull. I'm not in good shape. I can't retreat. Trying to escape will only make it more dangerous. One decisive blow. Then she called out the monster's position. Casa, not understanding, asked what? Leona, also worried about her, called out, Helena. Helena gripped her sword tightly. The monster's position. Casa's voice followed hers precisely, 12 paces ahead. The monster is there. Helena smiled faintly, thinking to herself, even my footsteps. Casa, there's nothing about me you don't know. She looked up and said with a smile, Casa, if I fall, please catch me. I trust you. Touched by her words, Casa replied, as you command, master. With preparations complete, Helena said, all right, everyone fall back. I'll take the lead. Follow me. With that, Helena charged forward. Even though she couldn't see, she could feel her disciples supporting her from behind. So, I absolutely cannot fail. Helena leaped into the air, striking at the monster and slashing a long wound across it. The monster roared in pain and flung her back, sending her falling, that I'm being tossed around like a piece of paper. Casa said he'd catch me. I trust you, Casa. Casa immediately moved, shouting, Helena. He stretched out his arms, catching the falling Helena. They both tumbled to the ground. Casa said with relief, thank goodness. I caught you. You're all right, Helena. Helena replied, also relieved, yes, you caught me, Casa. Helena's past flooded back. Oh, cold. Your Highness. Oh, I can't hear your footsteps. I've been dreaming of him lately. Duke Loy, my only friend who stayed by my side for so many years. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. What was that dream? She sighed, oh dear, I'm so sore. A voice spoke beside her. That's to be expected. Helena turned her head in surprise. Casa asked, who do you think? Helena replied, Your Highness. Casa said, no need for such formalities. It's just the two of us now. Helena immediately responded, all right, Casa, but is it all right for you to be here? Casa's voice was slightly strained. Why first priority isn't duty. You broke 2 ribs, your shoulder blade, and your arm, and you can't see, can you? Helena asked in surprise, you knew? Casa replied, though you're sharp, you still had to ask me the monster's position, because you couldn't see. According to the physician, your sight will return soon. Helena breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Where's Leona? Casa draped a cloak around her. He returned to the academy after you woke up. Helena smiled. That's good. I was so afraid he'd find out I was blind. He'd definitely fuss over me constantly. Casa interjected, I should be the one fussing over you. Helena laughed. What? The crown prince tending to the duke's daughter? People would be shocked. Then her laughter faded, realizing she'd gone too far. Embarrassed, she said, Casa, could you say something? Anything. Casa spoke. Helena, I should have made you go back. Why do you always insist on handling everything yourself? Helena gave a wry smile. I was the only one who knew that monster's weakness. I couldn't let His Highness get hurt, and I didn't want to either. Casa's voice deepened. I'd rather be the one injured. He clenched his fists, trembling slightly. I'd rather be hurt than see you like this, Helena. I would sacrifice everything for you. So please, don't shoulder everything on your own anymore. Helena sank into thought. I'm strong, so I always rush to the front to solve problems. This has been my way of life for so many years, I've never questioned it. But Casa, why would you? Helena asked, bewildered. Why would you sacrifice yourself for me? Casa smiled and took her hand. Because I like you. I would gladly give my life for you. I love you very much, Helena Parika. Helena, when will you understand that I truly love you? A while later, Helena's face showed utter exhaustion. I think I need some advice, because I have no experience in this sort of thing. Hamilton asked, so, is that why you came to me? Helena asked hesitantly, yes. Are you busy? He replied, no, I've finished all the reports. Now I just need to finish this letter to Duke Parika. What should I write to him? Helena thought to herself, oh, this must be a letter informing my father that I'm injured and can't come home. Then she said, just keep it brief. Hamilton's eyes reddened. Do you think I should write a draft first? Helena thought, he's really making a mountain out of a molehill. Then, scratching her cheek in embarrassment, she said, I didn't come here for that. Hamilton suddenly remembered. All right, you said you had something important to discuss. Let's continue the topic we were interrupted from earlier. You came to ask for relationship advice. Oh, you've grown up. To be honest, I'm quite surprised you don't know anything about this. Helena asked, surprised? I never thought something like this would happen. Hamilton said, "Tell me exactly what happened." Helena began to recount. "I truly like you, Helena." Helena hesitated and replied, "I've never thought about this before, so I don't know. It's strange." Silence hung in the air for a moment. Then Casa stood up. "Then just forget what I said. Get some rest, Helena. I'll come visit you again tomorrow." Then he left. The door closed, leaving Helena alone with her thoughts. His lonely voice suddenly made my heart ache. Even until the next day, I kept thinking about it. Helena clenched her fists, thinking, he told me to forget what I heard yesterday. Casa appeared. "Do you prefer peach cake or chocolate cake?" Which one do you prefer, Helena?" Helena sighed and replied, "Chocolate cake." Casa scooped a spoonful of chocolate cake and fed it to her, saying, "Our tastes in desserts are quite different, aren't they? Here, open your mouth." Helena refused. "My fingers aren't broken." While she was speaking, Casa fed her a bite. "Yes, my lady. Your hand is fine. Your fingers aren't broken either." Helena chewed, thinking, he's so sly. After what happened yesterday, how can he feed me with that expression? Casa said, "It's delicious, isn't it?" Then he reached out and wiped some cake from the corner of her mouth. Casa licked the cake off his finger and asked, "How delicious is it?" Seeing this, Helena's skin crawled. Casa chuckled and said, "Oh, it's sweet." Helena exclaimed, "Why did you eat that?" Helena held her head in her hands that he said I could forget his confession. But what is he doing? I can't be swayed by things like this. That's how it is. Hamilton crossed his arms and chuckled. "IT seems there are a lot of issues, huh?" Helena replied, "Yes." Hamilton rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Is it because His Highness, the Crown Prince, wants you to give him an answer?" Helena immediately said, "No." Hamilton continued, "Then has His Highness's attitude changed suddenly? Is he avoiding you or something similar?" Helena sighed, "Not really." Hamilton chuckled, "Oh, then just act as usual." She thought to herself, irritated, "That's precisely what I can't do, which is why I'm here." Hamilton placed his pen on the table. "That I was quite worried about this before, but everything is still the same. I'm glad you've started to become more perceptive. Also, please be kind to His Highness's feelings for you." Helena was stunned. "What? You're talking as if everything is all right, but you're his aide." Hamilton gave a wry smile that you've been by His Highness's side for 10 years. Helena looked at him, thinking, his expression says it all. 10 years later. Come to think of it, I've only known Casa for 7 years. Could my feelings really be affected by an arrogant brat? A swordsmanship teacher and her student. All this time, I only thought his attitude was the friendliness and trust he had for a childhood friend, for a teacher he trusted. I never thought it was love. Hamilton sat down on the chair opposite her and continued, "It seems that because you've never encountered this situation before, I can understand why you feel so unfamiliar and confused. But the important thing is your feelings, Duchess." Helena asked vaguely, "My feelings?" Hamilton continued, "When His Highness confessed, did you feel uncomfortable and scared? Or did it make you feel relieved and happy? The important thing is how your heart received this situation." Helena wondered, "My heart? What do I feel for him?" Helena remembered her past life again. Air opened the door and asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Helena, still calm at the time, replied, "Oh, I'm fine, just not very satisfied with this reception." Air gritted his teeth that I'll have someone come and clean this up. Helena turned around. Tell them to bring me a glass of water." Air replied, "I'll get it for you right away." Helena smiled and asked, "I'm not bothering you, am I?" He immediately replied, "It's all right. With our relationship, I can do much more than that." Helena didn't understand. "What do you mean by that?" Air said, "I apologize." Helena continued, "I'm just curious. These people were appointed to my side by my relatives. You and I aren't related by blood, so I'm curious what kind of relationship we have that you would say something like that." Air was silent for a moment. "Perhaps we are friends, Your Highness." Helena suddenly woke up, snapping back to reality. She angrily hugged her pillow. "Not again. I can't believe I dreamt of my past life again. It's all Casa's fault. It's all because of him that I can't sleep well." Not long after, Rowena held a stack of documents in her hand and said, "This might be a sudden question, but are you and the Crown Prince dating?" Hearing this question, Helena froze. She yelled, "What?" Rowena calmly asked, "Why are you so surprised? Don't you have anything to say to me?" Helena stammered, her voice trembling. "It's that." Then she bowed her head in distress. "It's not like that yet." Rowena sighed, "I understand." "Very well then. I suggested this meeting today because His Majesty wishes to hold a banquet at the palace to celebrate the successful subjugation of the monster." Helena leaned against the railing and asked in surprise, "Oh, a banquet at the palace? That sounds like a lot of trouble." Rowena continued, I'm currently planning the invitations and the organization of the banquet. What do you think? Helena immediately replied, wonderful. I'll leave it to you then. Casa was currently training below. Having just finished, he panted, wiping away the remaining beads of sweat. Then, he smiled brightly. Helena, how long have you been there? Wait a moment, I'll be right up. His words caused Helena to blush. Rowena smiled and said, the Duchess said she wasn't dating, but it seems like it's about to happen. After this banquet, you'll surely be very busy. So please enjoy this time. Helena thought to herself, embarrassed, enjoy what? That night, Helena hugged her pillow as she lay in bed. I keep having these strange dreams. It's all because everyone keeps chattering about nonsense. Ugh, I'm going crazy. I'm sure I'll have another strange dream tonight. How could I like such bloody things? How could I treat him like a good friend and pretend nothing happened? Please forgive me for causing trouble for your descendant. Please bless me. Having said that, she cried out in the night. The next morning, birds chirped merrily. Agat exclaimed in surprise, goodness, Duchess, what happened last night? You look so pale. Helena said weakly, good morning. Agat was slightly panicked. Let's wipe you down with warm water first. We also need more firewood, don't we? I'll bring you some ginger tea. Helena said tiredly, I'm fine, Agat. Agat said worriedly, please cover yourself with a blanket. Helena replied, I'm fine. A while later, the tea was brewed. The fireplace was also burning brightly. Everything was ready. Helena, bundled in layers of clothing, said, so many layers. I can't move my arms anymore. Agat immediately replied, it's better than getting sick. This is the last one. Helena was startled. Huh? There's still more? But I'm not even going outside. Agat said dejectedly, even so. Helena thought to herself, Agat has been like this ever since the monster subjugation mission. It's probably because she feels responsible for my injury. Helena sighed, is this really the last one? Agat immediately replied, yes, it is. She thought to herself, I just need to endure this stubbornness a little longer. Should I tell Agat that Casa confessed to me? Probably not. It's better to keep the crown prince's private matters a secret. After dressing Helena in a pile of thick clothes, Agat said cheerfully, all right, Duchess, I've made plenty of ginger tea. Please remember to drink it before you go to bed. If you feel unwell during the meeting, please call for me. Helena, walking ahead, said, all right. Agat followed, constantly asking, will you be all right on your own? Helena replied, don't worry. My vision is much clearer now. I'll be fine. Helena reached for the doorknob. She turned around and smiled. I'll be right back. I'm very curious why the Count is so eager to see me. Then she opened the door and stepped inside, where Casa was already waiting. He said, you're here, Helena. You look. Helena was wearing so many layers that she practically resembled a snowman, a masterpiece crafted by Agat. Helena spoke up. Apologies for the tardiness, Count. The Count replied, no worries. I heard you'll be returning tomorrow. Casa bowed his head slightly. Yes, thank you so much for your hospitality, Count. The Count immediately responded, no, we are the ones who should be thanking you. Thanks to you, the monster trouble has lessened and the people can live in peace like this. I'm incredibly grateful and don't know how to repay you. Casa sat comfortably in his chair. You needn't worry about it so much. As a monarch, seeing my people in distress, I couldn't stand idly by. The Count continued, if there's anything I can do to serve your highness, I will certainly do my utmost. Casa gave a slight smile. That's very kind of you to say. It's as if I've just gained an entire army. The Count lifted his teacup and said, by the way, your highness, there's something I'd like to show you. He then turned to the butler. Butler, go and fetch it. The butler bowed his head and replied, yes, master. I've already had someone bring it. Please wait a moment. Helena thought to herself, I wonder what it could be. Soon, 3 knights carried in a box. Helena looked at it, thinking to herself, it doesn't look that heavy, but why would they need 3 knights instead of servants? Helena immediately realized it was the hide of a beast. The thing carved on it made her heart pound. This feeling, I felt it before. Noticing her distraction, Casa called out, Helena, are you all right? You look pale. Helena, breaking out in a cold sweat, replied, no, I'm fine. She sank into thought. Thankfully, the pain didn't last. But that mark, what is it? Why did it cause such a strong reaction in me? Hamilton stroked his chin, speculating, judging by the shape, it resembles a magic circle. But the Count interrupted. Allow me to explain about this beast hide. This is the mark found on the belly of the ferocious monster we captured during the previous hunt. A similar mark was also discovered on Gum's fur. Both monsters had it. This is very suspicious. So, I sent it to the Magic Academy for research. Hamilton asked, and what did they say? The Count stroked his chin. The problem is, they said they didn't know anything. The 3 of them asked back in bewilderment, what? The Count continued, I sent it thinking it was related to magic, but they reported back that those symbols aren't magic runes. Casa crossed his arms and asked, then what is it? The Count said, I suspect it's related to the Reiko Church. Hamilton was surprised. Is that the religion you mentioned before? The one that opposes dragons? The Count replied, yes. After the church appeared, the number of monsters increased, and not just one. But two monsters appeared with these unprecedented marks. Based on these coincidences, I believe they may be related. Helena also crossed her arms and asked, are you suggesting this mark allows someone to control them? The Count replied, I can't be certain. If these symbols were magical, I would have deciphered them already. But they're not magic, so it's difficult to understand. Hamilton asked, can't we summon the head of the Reiko Church for questioning? The Count shook his head that we still lack concrete evidence. Doing so would only escalate the conflict. Helena thought to herself in surprise, oh, maybe that person would know something. Then she touched the hide and asked, may I have a copy of this mark? The Count didn't hesitate. Please, feel free, Your Highness. Casa then asked, what do you plan to do with the copy? Helena smiled and replied, that's a secret, Your Highness. May I have some paper and a pen? The Count immediately offered her a pen. Of course, Duchess. Here you are. Helena took the pen and began practicing sketching the pattern. I don't know what this is, but every time I see it, I feel a sense of pain. This matter is definitely serious, and it probably has something to do with me. The conversation ended, and Helena stepped outside. Although it was only a short time, thank you for everything. Thank you so much for your hospitality. I hope we will have the opportunity to meet again soon. The Count placed his hand on his chest and replied, yes, I shall look forward to that day. With that, Helena boarded her carriage and departed. The carriage rattled along, and Helena sat by the window, her gaze directed outside. That my first time in the capital, and I feel surprisingly indifferent. But is this place always like this? So bustling and warm? Seeing her staring out the window, Casa asked, Helena, is there something interesting out there? Helena, perplexed, asked back, what do you mean? Casa replied, I saw you looking intently out the window for a while, so I was wondering if something in particular caught your interest. Helena wondered to herself, I don't understand what he's talking about. Casa smiled and said, never mind. I apologize for bothering you. Helena lifted her head. Honestly, he's being so awkward now. Casa stared at her, causing her cheeks to flush. She immediately asked, what? Why are you staring at me like that? Casa asked in return, Why do you ask? I'm always looking at you, Helena. But if it makes Master uncomfortable, I can close my eyes like this. Helena's face was now as red as a ripe tomato. She clenched her hands, thinking, it's a good thing a god is asleep. Otherwise, she would see my blushing face. If I keep my head down like this, it will be suspicious. Perhaps it's best to look out the window and pretend to be completely focused. Suddenly, something caught her attention. What is that? Why are so many people gathered there? A young man was loudly proclaiming, the dragon tribe are our gods, our saviors, our monarchs. Helena murmured, dragons are our gods and kings? Wait, I've heard something similar somewhere before. That day, Noid said, I have waited so long for the day you were born, O true king of all creation. That preacher could be Reiko's poet. Looking out of the carriage, Casa said, I think you're right. Let's go and take a look. Suddenly, someone called out, Duchess. Helena turned to Agat. Agat, please watch the carriage. I'll be right back. Agat asked in bewilderment, excuse me, where do you suddenly want to go? I'll go with you. Casa immediately drew his sword, blocking her path, and I'll go with her. Agat sighed in disappointment. Very well. Please be careful. Duchess, Your Highness, please protect her. Helena pulled up her hood. We'll be back soon. They headed towards the preacher. Please believe in our savior, the dragon tribe. I once suffered from a strange illness, my whole body bruised, wounds bleeding incessantly. But after I started believing in the dragon tribe, my illness was cured. Even when the doctors gave up on me, I was healed by the grace of the dragon god. Helena asked suspiciously, the dragon god? Casa replied, she's probably talking about the head of this church. The woman spoke up again, people say he's a fraud, but only ignorant fools say that. Look at me. I didn't spend a penny and I'm cured. He said it was a blessing bestowed by the dragon tribe upon everyone. Helena mused, dragons will save and bless humanity. She recalled the memory of when the dragon appeared. People screamed in terror. It's a dragon. A dragon has appeared. Please spare me. Helena clenched her fists. Dragons destroy humanity. Take everything away. Dragons are not trustworthy creatures at all. The preacher woman continued, the dragon tribe will return. Listen, listen. Yes, everyone, our God, our savior, our monarch will return. Helena turned to leave, thinking, I don't need to listen to this nonsense. It's best to leave. Before she could finish her thought, Helena saw a familiar figure. Noi looked at her and smiled. Helena exclaimed in surprise, Noi. Then, Noi left without saying a word. Helena shouted, Noi, wait. Damn it. I can't get through this crowd. I can't let him escape. I have to get out of here immediately. Casa saw her rushing off and called out, Helena, where are you going? Helena. Helena's hood fell off, causing her a moment of embarrassment. Oh no, my hood. Someone saw her and immediately glared, asking, what are they doing here? Isn't that a noble? Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm. Hey, what's the rush? You look like a noble. Didn't your mother teach you not to wander around places like this alone? Helena looked around, her face grim that I don't see Noi. I've lost him. Did I see wrong? But even if that was really Noi, how should I face him? The man holding Helena's arm chuckled and asked, what wind blew a pretty noble lady like you into this filthy alley? Don't you know how this kind of trouble ends? Before he could finish, Casa rushed forward and delivered a lightning-fast kick, sending the man sprawling. Oops. Casa said coldly, sorry to interrupt your conversation. I've apologized, so we're even, right? Or do you still have something to say to me? Seeing Casa's icy gaze, the man immediately replied, fearfully, no, nothing else, sir. Casa pulled Helena away. Let's go, Helena. A moment later, Helena, are you all right? Helena nodded that you am. Yes, I'm fine. Casa sighed. What did you see that made you so panicked? And who is this Noi you kept calling? Helena forced a smile and explained, oh, it was just an acquaintance, but I think I must have mistaken him for someone else. Casa said, oh, that composure, you're truly amazing. Helena thought, yes, but thinking about it, it doesn't mean anything. It's been 10 years, and he's still the same. I must have mistaken him. After returning to the capital, many things had changed. Leona had arrived from the academy. He would become the commander of the Red Knights next spring. And I officially became His Highness's swordsmanship instructor. Yes, His Highness's swordsmanship instructor. I'm quite sure about this title. The knights, eyes sparkling, said, Captain, we heard you're called the swordsmanship instructor here. You're a teacher, right? I'm so lucky. Helena held her head, thinking, they're teasing me again. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Helena continued to think. After all, the reason I became an instructor for the trainee knights is all because of Hamilton. At that time, he said, all of this is to secure the princess's position. Furthermore, it's to discover your highness's potential. Blah, blah, blah. He put on that pitiful puppy dog face to make this request, so I really couldn't refuse. A knight asked, Captain, so does that mean you'll stay here forever? Helena replied, I think so. The knight laughed cheerfully. So that also means you'll take us as your disciples, right? Helena froze. Helena thought, no. At most, I can only do trivial things like correcting their posture. Helena reassured everyone, all right, calm down. Casa, who had appeared behind Helena at some point, radiated a murderous aura. For what I see, you're quite confident in your own abilities to dare ask to become her students. The knights cried out in fear, Your Highness. Casa sneered, students, if you can survive a match against me, I'll allow you to become my students. Of course, I believe you can survive. The knights hugged each other, sobbing, Your Highness, that's sob, sob, sob. Helena broke out in a cold sweat, thinking he'll easily kill someone. Helena called out, My dear student. Casa immediately beamed, Yes, master. Helena asked, Let's not fight yet. Have you warmed up? Casa grinned, Not yet. I just arrived. Helena suggested, Then, let's all run 30 laps around the training grounds to warm up. Everyone, including Casa, froze. What? What did you say? Helena smiled, ordering, Start running. A while later, the sun had risen high. The knights, breathless, sat down heavily. Helena crossed her arms. It's too early to be exhausted. Next is 100 aerial rotations. The knights' voices trembled. 100 times? Master, please spare us. Helena feigned surprise. What? Do you want to do 200 times instead? The knights immediately replied, No, we'll do 100. Casa, wiping his sweat, approached Helena. Why are they calling you master? I think you shouldn't accept them. Helena asked, confused why. Casa replied, when they asked if they could call you master. Helena asked again, Oh, is that really necessary? I think it's fine to let them call me that. Casa interrupted, No, only the 3 of us are allowed to be your students, Helena. Helena looked at his earnest face, thinking, Casa, a few minutes ago you were like a serial killer. Why are you acting like a child now? Do you think I'll find that cute? Helena spoke up. Do you like me that much? Casa blushed, sweating. Don't ask like that. I don't want to share you with anyone. Helena picked up her holy sword, humming very well. In 5 rounds. If you can defeat me once, then you can have me all to yourself. Do you mind, my puppy? Casa immediately attacked her. Pointing his sword at her, he said with a smile, "You'd better not go back on your word." Helena scoffed. "Aren't you a little too confident?" Casa replied, "Master, I find you most adorable when you wield a sword." Helena took her stance. "Is that all? Let's see if you can still say that after I knock you to the ground." In an instant, their swords clashed and bounced apart. Helena stepped back. Casa lowered his stance, preparing to lunge. A smile played on Helena's lips as she thought, "I knew it. His technique has improved. This time, he might actually be able to beat me." Casa closed in, his sword thrusting straight towards Helena. Helena swiftly parried the blow. Immediately after, she launched a counterattack. Casa raised his hand to block, bringing Helena's movement to an abrupt halt. After the close call, Casa suddenly embraced her tightly, his sword clattering to the ground. He then lifted her up. Helena worriedly reminded him, "You can't use your body to block a sword. It's too dangerous." Casa laughed. "Look who's talking. You can't let your guard down during sparring. That's not like you, master." Helena lightly punched him a few times. "You idiot. Do you want to injure your arm again?" Casa's eyes welled up. Wait. Helena trembled with exasperation as Casa clutched his head. "That I almost died." Helena said angrily, "Almost died? Do you want me to show you what almost dying really feels like?" Casa broke out in a cold sweat. Helena roared, "How dare you tease your master?" Casa tried to stop her. "Helena, calm down." A loud crash echoed, startling a flock of birds into flight. A while later, Helena was soaking in a bath. It felt so relaxing after that sparring session. That Casa, how could he use such a cheap trick? It's a good thing we were only sparring. If it were a real fight, his arm would be gone. But then again, not only does he always pull those stunts, his swordsmanship has really improved. If Casa had defeated me today, I wonder how I would have felt. What if he becomes stronger than me? What am I even thinking? All I think about all day is him. Helena blushed with embarrassment. I don't think I can deny it anymore. After her bath, Helena was having her hair done by a maid when someone arrived. "Your Highness has come to see you, Mississippi." Helena thought for a moment, then said, "Let him in." Casa entered, pouting at Helena. Seeing his demeanor, Helena asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a bad mood?" Casa said angrily, "Those knights were waiting to bother you. I sent them away." Helena admonished him, "Casa, don't hurt my subordinates." Casa looked at her intently. "Helena, I don't want to share you with anyone. I'll say it again. Your students are only the 3 of us." Helena's heart raced. She confessed her feelings. "Do you know, Casa? Whenever I complain about something, you always speak to me so carefully. You care about me more than yourself. I like you. I like you, Casa." Casa was surprised, his face flushing crimson. He asked, "What? You mean like the kind of like between a man and a woman, right? Not the kind of like for a friend or a student?" Helena was a little annoyed with him, thinking, "Idiot, I just confessed to you." And she asked, "What? Do you want me to say it again?" Casa immediately nodded vigorously yes. Helena couldn't help but smiled that "I like you. I like you very much, Casa. Life used to be so boring, but not anymore." Casa smiled happily. "These are the sweetest words you've ever said." After that, the two shared a very romantic kiss. Not long after, Helena was sitting across from her father. He silently observed his daughter for a moment before setting down his teacup and saying, "Helena, I called you here because there's something I need to clarify." Helena put down her teacup and asked curiously, "What is it, father?" He asked, "Are you considering becoming the crown princess?" Helena was stunned. "What?" He replied, "Viscount Noy wants to know. If you want to become the crown princess, our family will also have to follow a new path." Helena pondered. She thought to herself, "Father will naturally be worried. He's avoided politics his whole life. If I become the crown princess, I'll basically be stepping into the political center. The matter of becoming the crown princess, actually, I wasn't very interested in it before." But Helena put down her teacup and replied, "I can't answer that question right now because I haven't received something important yet." Her father asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Helena smiled brightly and said, "A proposal. So, that's what I'm still waiting for. But anyway, there's a more pressing matter now." Not long after, Helena entered a bookstore. I got followed behind, exclaiming, "Wow, miss, why do you suddenly want to come to a bookstore?" "Miss, what book are you looking for?" Helena replied, "Yes, I need a book on magic." I got said in surprise, "Huh? But you don't know how to use magic." Helena's eyes landed on a book. She said, "These days, everyone's the same, who still uses magic anyway." Then she reached out and took a book. I got peeked from behind. Oh, why are you buying a book on that subject? Helena hummed and said, I'm thinking about giving it to someone. But the problem is, I have to know what it's about before I decide whether to give it away or not. I looked at the book, also surprised that you're right. Helena's face fell. Maybe I should change to a different one. She looked around. Everything was pitch black. Helena swallowed, thinking to herself, the other books don't look any easier to understand. Maybe I should ask someone knowledgeable to recommend one. Speak of the devil. Helena walked over to Excuse me, I'm not very familiar with magic. I wonder if you could recommend a book for me. The other girl turned around that's so? What kind of magic are you interested in, miss? Seeing Helena, Dulika was extremely surprised. Even Helena herself couldn't believe it. Helena immediately laughed. Miss Dulika, I didn't expect to see you here. Dulika forced a laugh. Me neither. Hello, Duchess, what a coincidence. Helena asked curiously, Miss Dulika, are you here to buy books too? Dulika replied, what other reason would I be at a bookstore? Helena waved her hand. Well, it's great that you're here. Could you recommend a magic book for me? Dulika turned away. Wouldn't it be better to ask the bookstore staff? Helena immediately refused. No, I want to hear your recommendation. Because you're very knowledgeable about magic, Mississippi. Dulika blushed at the compliment. Yes, I do know quite a bit about magic. This book isn't chosen by many people, but it's the one I want to recommend. Then Dulika handed Helena a book. Here's your book, Mississippi. Helena took the book, grinning from ear to ear. Wonderful. Let's go pay then. Agat, standing behind her with a purse, replied, Yes, Mississippi. Helena approached Dulika and said, I'll give this book to its new owner right away. Actually, I was looking for a book to give to you. Dulika was astonished. What are you playing at, Duchess? Helena placed a hand on her chest and said sincerely, Playing at? All right, I like that word. If I invite you, will you play along? Play with me, Mississippi. By this time, Helena had led Dulika to a table laden with food. Please enjoy. I insist. Dulika asked, puzzled. Why are you treating me like this, Duchess? Helena smiled radiantly. I just want to have a cup of tea with you. Dulika said suspiciously, I don't think we're close enough to be sitting face to face having a friendly chat. Helena propped her chin on her hand. Oh, but that doesn't mean we can't, does it? Dulika frowned. Look, Duchess. Helena leaned closer and lowered her voice. Don't make that face, Mississippi. People are watching. Hearing this, Dulika suddenly became aware of her surroundings. She reproached Helena. If you hadn't brought me here in the first place, this wouldn't have happened. Helena asked, so it would be better if we met somewhere more private next time? Would you like that? I'm more dangerous than you think, Mississippi. Dulika was startled by these words. She stammered, Anyway, if you have something to say to me, Duchess, just say it, so I can leave. Helena pulled a piece of paper from her pocket. All right, I'll be brief. I want to borrow your knowledge of magic. Could you take a look at this? Dulika asked in surprise, What is this? Helena replied, I don't know. I just know it looks like a magic circle, so I wanted to ask you. Dulika looked at the symbols on the paper and said thoughtfully, But these symbols aren't rune. Helena asked doubtfully, You mean it has nothing to do with magic? Dulika stared at it and said, Yes, pretty much. Helena still didn't understand. What do you mean? Dulika explained, Rune is a language created by humans to use magic. In other words, magic that existed originally might have been a completely different kind of language. Helena asked, Can you tell me more about this other language? Dulika shook her head. There aren't any records or information about it that have been passed down, so I'm not sure. All I know is that it once existed. Helena sighed in disappointment. I see. I thought you would know the meaning of this symbol. That's too bad. Dulika asked, If you don't mind, could I borrow this paper? Helena agreed, surprised, Of course. But what are you going to do with it? Dulika said, a little uneasily, I just want to learn more about it. Helena beamed. Well, of course you can. But if you discover anything, you must tell me. Dulika immediately agreed. All right. After that, the air between them became silent. Dulika awkwardly lifted her teacup. Helena smiled, breaking the heavy silence. Try the cake, Mississippi. It's delicious. It's my favorite. Then, Helena took a large bite with relish. Dulika watched intently, seemingly a little interested. She said, I'll eat this, only because you've shown such sincerity. Then she stuck her fork into the cake and took a bite as well. Dulika slowly chewed, surprised that the cake tasted quite good. Helena smiled and said, At times like these, wouldn't you say we're quite compatible? Dulika froze. Compatible? Us? Now I understand why you invited me to this ridiculous date. You wanted to humiliate me, didn't you? Helena immediately denied I.T.N.O. You misunderstand, Mississippi. That's not why I'm here. Dulika cut her off. Don't get too cocky just because His Highness the Crown Prince favors you. No matter what, the Crown Princess's position will belong to the Rani family. Helena thought to herself, how strange. She said the Crown Princess's position will belong to her family, not to her. Dulika is so naive, being used as a tool by her family. Is she really all right? Then Helena spoke. Miss, you don't have to live for your family just because I'm a woman. Dulika froze at her words. She gave a shaky smile, her hands clenching tightly. Are you pitying me? I'll do my best to become the Crown Princess. If I can't, I'll have nothing left. You must think I'm pathetic. Helena hadn't expected her to misunderstand. Miss, that's not what I meant. Dulika continued. Just because you have everything doesn't give you the right to pity me however you please. I find it utterly disgusting. It was a pleasure meeting you today, Mississippi, but I hope we never have such an unpleasant encounter again. With that, Dulika turned and left, leaving Helena standing there stunned. She berated herself. Helena, you idiot. Even though it's been a long time since that day, I still recall Dulika's words sometimes. Just because you have everything doesn't give you the right to pity me however you please. She was right. I did pity her. I'm a one by his side, so I assumed she would never have his love. My shallow thinking and arrogance hurt her. I can't believe I was so narrow-minded. Lost in thought, she heard someone call Mississippi. The voice startled Helena back to reality. Rowena asked, is something the matter, miss? Helena forced a smile and, oh, nothing. What were you saying? Rowena replied, I said you'll definitely be the most beautiful one at the party tonight. This isn't just any party. It's a celebration of a monster subjugation. You're the main character of this party, Mississippi. You absolutely must be more beautiful than Miss Dulika. Helena hesitated in, oh, there's no need for that. Rowena immediately interrupted her. Nonsense. I heard the Empress hired the best-dressed designers and dance instructors in the Empire for the Rani family. Helena shook her head that we don't need to go overboard. It's just a party. Rowena interrupted her again. Please don't be so humble, Mississippi. Rowena said with a murderous glint in her eyes. How can you say it's just a party? This is a war. Please discard those weak thoughts. Helena thought to herself, am I going to a party or a battlefield? Rowena continued, her voice softening. The Empress has booked all the famous designers. But don't worry, Mississippi. After inquiring everywhere, I've found dresses designed by recently popular up-and-coming designers. I think everything will be all right. Those famous designers usually just focus on creating traditional styles. How foolish. The Crown Princess has always been a trendsetter, not a follower. Helena looked at the mountain of clothes in front of her and couldn't help but sweat. Rowena, does the Rani family owe you money or something? Why are you so enthusiastic about competing with them? Rowena politely coughed and said, please forgive me. I got a little carried away. It's not that I hate them. If I have to say I'm dissatisfied with anyone, it would be the Empress. Helena was surprised. The Empress? Rowena said thoughtfully, when I was young, my family, the Everin family, was executed by the Valor royal family. It was all because we had a close relationship with the former Empress, Prince Kasa's birth mother. Our family wasn't particularly influential, but the Valor family always tries to eliminate anyone who might support the former Empress. Ever since the Rani family sided with the current Empress, I've wanted to defeat them at all costs. That's my way of avenging my family. Helena thought in astonishment. Hamilton, why has he never told me about something this important? Then Helena said, Rowena. Rowena pushed up her glasses and said, oh, please don't worry about it. Mississippi. Helena thought, how can I not worry about it? Rowena continued, that's why I'm always so grateful to you, miss. Helena asked, confused me? Rowena replied, yes, thanks to you, His Highness has become more open-minded. Just like you accepted a god, His Highness also accepted me. Back then, Kasa told Rowena, as long as you are capable, your past and identity don't matter. Stay by my side and prove yourself. I'm incredibly grateful for what he did for me. Therefore, the person he cherishes is also the person I cherish. Looking into Rowena's sincere eyes, Helena thought, Rowena's eyes are full of sincerity. I could see her loyalty to Kasa in her eyes. I'm a little surprised. Then, Helena smiled brightly. Kasa really is a wonderful person, isn't he? Rowena nodded in agreement. Yes, of course. That's why, even if it stems from pride and a selfish desire for revenge, I won't accept being defeated by those associated with the Empress. So, please follow me Suddenly, Mississippi Helena was pulled along, feeling a little dizzy. Rowena, wait. A moment later, a god appeared with a bright smile. Miss, you look like a different person. Helena was now wearing a beautiful blue dress, the same color as her eyes. Rowena smiled brightly and said, I did my best. Mississippi God couldn't help but exclaim, You're so beautiful that I want to show you off to everyone, but I also don't want anyone to see you. Just then, Leona knocked and entered. Helena, are you ready? Helena said shyly, Oh, Leona. Rowena covered her mouth and chuckled. We put a lot of effort into her, you know. Helena thought, just how much effort did you put in? Leona smiled, praising his sister. I already thought you were lovely, but it seems you can be even more beautiful. This compliment pleased Helena greatly. She thought, goodness, my brother really knows what to say. Rowena clapped her hands. Rowena caught Helena's attention. All right. We don't have much time left. I've tightened your corset quite a bit, miss, so be careful not to eat too much. Be careful not to step on your dress, and don't rub your eyes either. Helena, bewildered, asked, Why are there so many things I can't do? Rowena stepped closer and said, Oh, there's one thing I will allow you to do, Mississippi. You can smudge your lipstick. Having said that, Rowena clasped her hands and nodded. Helena, however, misunderstood. Does she mean I can drink freely? Well then, let's head to the royal palace. The banquet quickly began. Helena had also arrived at the royal palace. People surrounded her, praising Miss, you look radiant. Helena smiled and replied, Thank you, everyone. They continued to praise her. You truly are the heroine who defeated those two giant magical beasts. Such a loyal woman. Helena thought to herself, a little displeased. Is loyalty even considered a compliment? Oh, the Empress is over there. Fewer people are paying their respects to her than I expected. Even though she's smiling, she must be worried inside. Perhaps she's realized her position is quite precarious. But even if the Empress's power is waning, I still thought Dulika would be by her side. I'm quite surprised I don't see her anywhere. The young ladies there began to gossip. Oh, speaking of which, where is Lady Dulika? That's right, she's always stuck to the Empress like glue. Could it be that the Empress has changed her affections? Helena thought to herself, I understand how the nobility are, but that's a bit much. This won't do. Then Helena spoke up. Listen, I don't think it's right to speak ill of Lady Dulika behind her back. Before she could finish, Dulika arrived. The topic of conversation seems interesting. May I join? The young lady, seeing Dulika, paled. Lady Dulika? Haha. Oh, how rude of me. I forgot to greet the others. Please excuse me. She then ran off. I'll wait for me. After the young lady left, Dulika immediately turned and questioned Helena. Were you just bad-mouthing me with those other ladies? How pathetic. Helena replied, No, Lady Dulika, you misunderstand. I was trying to stop them. Dulika frowned. Misunderstand? Stop them? Do you still take me for a fool? Helena continued. I'm trying to explain. She thought to herself, this isn't fair. She clearly spilled wine on my dress. No, this isn't right. I should explain the situation and apologize for the last time, before things get worse. Then Helena said, I really did try my best to stop them. Please believe me. I also want to apologize for what happened last time. Helena suddenly stopped. Wait, something strange. She realized something. The dress Dulika is wearing, isn't it very similar to mine? If you look at the laurel leaf pattern, and then look at both of us, we look like a set. At that moment, Kasa's voice rang out, Helena. Kasa appeared. He wore an elegant outfit in the same color scheme as Helena. Looking at Kasa's attire, Helena thought, oh, seeing Kasa, I understand. My dress was designed to coordinate with his. Kasa approached and asked, Duchess, are you enjoying the banquet? Helena lifted the hem of her dress and curtsied, Your Highness. Kasa continued, Tonight, Duchess, you truly are the star of the show. Your beauty is dazzling. Helena replied, Well then, I shall be Your Highness's eyes. Kasa took Helena's hand, cherishing as long as the Duchess is by my side. Even if I were blind, I would willingly accept it. Those present, witnessing this scene, whispered amongst themselves. Their astonishment was understandable. For so many years, they had only seen a cold and intimidating Kasa. It was a pity they didn't know his true nature. In reality, Kasa was like a lovable, large dog. Helena smiled and said, I won't abandon my student, so don't worry too much. Kasa was about to compliment her. Duchess, today you are. At this moment, someone approached and interrupted him. Your Highness, you're late. Kasa turned around, his brow slightly furrowed. Count Ranti, standing behind Dulika. Count Ranti said, There are some urgent matters I hope to discuss with Your Highness. He then gave a cryptic smile. Casa turned to face him and said, "Whatever it is, I hope you can be as brief as possible. As you can see, I'm rather busy." Count Randy scoffed, "Oh my, there's no need to be so tense. I merely wanted to ask your highness if there has been a satisfactory conclusion regarding the Solly Berry matter." Casa replied, "Thanks to you. Thank you for your concern, Count." Count Randy sneered, "Ha ha, I didn't bring this up to hear your highness's thanks. Everything I do is for your highness and this kingdom." Helena stood to the side, arms crossed, her expression grim, thinking, so long-winded. If that's the case, then why bring it up at all? It seems he'll be occupied with Count Randy for a while. What a headache. Suddenly, Count Ranty turned to Helena and said, "I also have something I wish to discuss with the Duchess." Helena was surprised. "Me?" He replied, "Yes, my daughter wishes to congratulate you on the marvelous contributions you made to the kingdom. For this, she has diligently practiced this piano piece day and night. While it's nothing extraordinary, I hope the Duchess will accept it." Hearing these words, Dulika was stunned, her face falling. Helena placed a hand on her chest and smiled, saying, "Of course, a performance for me? I'm very much looking forward to it." Then Count Randy turned to his daughter and said sternly, "What are you doing, Dulika? His Highness is here. Begin playing." Dulika startled, I. Then he glanced at Helena. "This way, your highness. Not a single invitation for me." Helena was left alone, unsure what to do. What the heck? Didn't he say she practiced for me? Anyone can see he's trying to ditch me. I've been dealing with these people all evening. I'm exhausted. Perhaps this is for the best. I want to take a walk in the back garden. Inside, Dulika sat at the piano. Count Randy smiled with satisfaction, while others whispered amongst themselves that a duchess who received a proper education since childhood is indeed different. But playing the piano, there's already a dragon-slaying duchess, so playing the piano is nothing special. Indeed, the Count's family must be quite embarrassed. Dulika screamed internally, "Shut up." The whispers continued, "Poor Lady Dulika." Dulika seethed inwardly, shut up, you idiots. How dare you pity me? I will become the most outstanding woman in this kingdom. I don't deserve your pity. I'm not unfortunate. Absolutely not." Outside, Helena was enjoying the undisturbed air, letting out a long sigh of relief. Count Ranty's influence is vast. He even mentioned the Empress to boast about his connections. The Count will definitely make him look bad. Dulika's performance too. If Casa refuses, it will only cause him more trouble later. I understand that, but I still can't be happy. Is Casa listening to that music? I wonder if they're sitting together like friends. They look so good together. If Dulika becomes the crown princess, it means she'll also see the side of Casa that only I know. The innocent smile he gives me, will Dulika see it too? That bright smile, the gentleness and warmth from his chest, will he give those things to someone other than me? Suddenly, someone called Helena. Helena turned around. Casa, breathing heavily, said, "I've been looking for you everywhere. What are you doing out here?" "I was so worried." Helena was surprised. Then she smiled, holding out her hand. "Can you give me a hug?" Hearing this, Casa hesitated for a moment, then embraced Helena, as Master wished. Held in his arms, Helena said, "Casa, I've definitely spoiled you too much. It seems I can't control my feelings anymore." Casa replied, "That means I was spoiled early on." Helena asked back, "Really? Then let's both be that way. But you have to promise me. This has to be a secret." Casa softly replied, "Helena, anything you wish." Helena's heart was in turmoil. "I don't know what it feels like to love someone like this. I didn't know yearning for someone was love. I don't know when I became so naive and blind. Thanks to Casa, I understand what love is. He taught me what love is. I hope he can stay by my side forever." A moment later, the two of them entered the royal palace. Helena wondered, "Why does His Majesty suddenly want to see me?" Casa replied, "Don't worry too much. His Majesty probably wants to congratulate you on successfully eliminating a monster." Helena thought to herself, "On the surface, that might be the case, but how can I know his true intentions? Now that I'm involved in politics, I have to be careful about everything. My current life is completely different from my previous one. Now I have so much to protect. I also need to protect myself well. Otherwise, my family, my masters..." Casa absent-mindedly called, "Helena." Helena startled, Casa comforted her. "Don't worry too much." Helena worriedly said, "How can I not worry? If I do something wrong or displease His Majesty, it won't be beneficial for the family at all." Casa took her hand, encouraging her, "Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll level this place and run away with you." Helena was incredibly surprised by his words. She smiled and replied, "It's decided then." Casa tightened his grip on her hand. "Let's go." Very quickly, the two arrived. The emperor spoke that you've arrived. Helena lifted her skirt, respectfully saying, "This humble servant, Helena of the Parika family, greets your majesty." The emperor said with a smile, "Feel free to sit. I called you here just for a little chat." Helena obediently replied, "Yes, your majesty." After Helena sat down, the emperor continued, "I've heard about your achievements in Vindalum. You've resolved the issue that has been troubling the royal family for a long time. Your contribution is significant." Helena smiled and said, "I am merely doing my duty, your majesty." Hearing her words, the emperor chuckled. "I've heard about it. I've never seen anyone so brave, not even the strongest warriors." The empress, sitting beside him, added, "Indeed, your majesty. Lady Helena's exceptional talent has caused some concern." Helena swallowed, thinking with disgust, "I knew it. She wouldn't let this go. This is exactly what she wanted. She wants the emperor to know I'll be an obstacle for Casa again." Casa spoke up. "Why are you so worried, mother?" The empress replied, "Some people constantly praise Lady Helena, which could be detrimental to your majesty. I'm simply concerned." Casa continued, "How could it be detrimental? She's an asset to his majesty." The empress rested her chin on her hand and said with a smile, "I only mentioned it out of concern. Your Highness, are you certain your feelings for Lady Helena won't cloud your judgment?" Casa's gaze sharpened. "Are you referring to the same judgment that allowed me to recognize her unparalleled talent and bring her to the palace?" The empress was momentarily speechless. Then she said, "You speak as if I'm trying to undermine Lady Helena. I agree she is a talented woman. So, your majesty, what do you think about granting her land and a title? She's exceptionally gifted at slaying magical beasts, so the title of countess would be quite fitting." Helena was stunned. "Wait, countess?" She thought, is she trying to banish me to some remote area? She forced a smile and said, "I've only just come of age. I fear such a title would be too high an honor." The empress laughed. "Oh, how modest. Such a virtuous trait. I don't think it would be too difficult for you. You've been instructing His Highness, the Crown Prince, in swordsmanship and are now in charge of training the knights. Furthermore, your loyalty to His Majesty is unwavering, so you wouldn't refuse, would you?" She finished with a smug smile, having cornered Helena. Helena frowned, thinking she clearly sees me as a thorn in her side and is eager to get rid of me. Casa spoke up, "Mother, only father has the authority to bestow titles. If you're not more careful, rumors of you coveting father's power might spread." The empress and Casa exchanged heated glances. Casa continued, "Moreover, Lady Helena is my instructor. So if..." The emperor agreed with his son, "The crown prince is right. Furthermore, I believe the topic of titles is inappropriate for this conversation." The empress forced a smile. "Yes, of course. I misspoke." She then glanced at Helena with a sneer. Helena sighed, her heart heavy with worry. If the political climate remains like this, will I even survive? After the conversation, Helena dragged her weary body home. Neff, seeing her state, asked, "Lady Helena, you're back. Why do you look so tired?" Helena's face was grim. "Doing things I don't enjoy is utterly exhausting." Neff smiled. "It's always like that at first. You'll get used to it soon." Helena's face paled. "I didn't expect that to happen." Neff said, "Oh dear, His Highness will be very sad to hear this." Helena continued, "Huh? Casa? I mean, why would His Highness be disappointed?" Neff froze. "Do you mean you don't want to get closer to His Highness?" Helena was startled. "What? Are we talking about two different things? I didn't mean that." Before she could finish, Neff interrupted her. "Honestly, I'm worried about you too. Every time you meet, you just practice sword fighting and then more sword fighting. All you two do is practice sword fighting." Helena, struck by the truth, was momentarily speechless, unable to refute. Neff propped her chin on her hand and continued, "That's not how normal couples get to know each other." Helena thought to herself, "I know outsiders would see it that way. But the problem is I don't know how to get to know him. I have absolutely no experience in this. This can't go on. I need an expert's help." Soon, Rowena arrived, asking, "Did you call for me? Do you need some dating advice?" Helena forced a smile. "Yes, I need an expert opinion." "Well, I've already planned a date." Rowena replied, "All right, tell me about it." Helena said, "We'll go for coffee in a wonderful setting. I'll initiate conversation, then we'll go see a play. Then we'll enjoy the night view at the magnificent Mon Cathedral. Finally, we'll have dinner together. That's the plan. What do you think?" Rowena pushed up her glasses. "Not bad, but you seem to have no concept of romance. How could you come up with such an ordinary date plan?" Helena was stunned. That's what the little love fairies told Helena. "Lady Knight, you're sad all day because you're not going on dates. We'll help you. Just leave it to us. Helena waved her hand. No, you don't need to be so enthusiastic. Helena said wearily, please give me some advice. I'm really tired. Rowena said, since you don't have time, I won't ask too many questions. But have you overlooked something important? Helena asked doubtfully, what is it? Rowena seriously asked, what are you planning to wear? Duchess Helena stammered, she hadn't actually thought about that yet. Rowena immediately said, I knew it. Now follow me. Helena was startled. What? Wait. A moment later, Helena had changed into a dress. She also had a dreamy purple bow in her hair. Helena asked, is this the outfit you said was suitable for a date? Agat asked in surprise, Duchess, you look wonderful. Do you like it? Although it's very suitable for a date, it's a bit different from your usual style. Helena bowed her head slightly and said, yes, this isn't my style, but everyone says it suits me, so I'll just have to bear with it. Then she said loudly, prepare the carriage. I'm going straight to the palace. Today, I've decided to have a normal date with Casa, just like everyone else. Coffee, concert, stargazing, restaurant, coffee, concert. This plan cannot fail. That's right. If there are any mistakes, it's over. The love fortune tellers were noisy again. Are you planning to listen to the concert in the front row? If you want a warm and romantic atmosphere, you should watch from the second floor balcony. Helena replied, all right, I understand. I booked seats on the second floor balcony to avoid the noise. Be prepared, Casa. I'll give you a surprise. A short while later, Casa's voice rang out. Hello, Helena. I've been waiting for you. I'm very curious as to why you asked me out. Helena blushed. I recently heard there's a very good opera, so I wanted to go see it with you. Casa asked in surprise. Opera? Helena worried silently, thinking, what if he doesn't like opera? She timidly asked, you don't like it? Casa smiled and said, no, I enjoy opera. Helena smiled, relieved. That's great. Then she clasped her hands together and said, the evening has just begun. Let's go have some coffee first. Casa immediately agreed. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Then he took her hand. Well then, today, I am entirely yours, master. Very quickly, the two arrived at their destination. Casa gently helped her out of the carriage. Helena got out and opened her parasol. Casa asked in surprise, Helena, this parasol? Helena shielded herself with the parasol and smiled, asking, well, is it pretty? Casa asked, which, you or the parasol? Helena said shyly, both. She thought with a little disappointment, why doesn't he have any reaction? The apprentice knights told me a beautiful lady is one who shyly holds a parasol, smiling like a violet. I don't know what smiling like a violet looks like. I just thought carrying a parasol would do. Did I fail? Helena anxiously asked, you don't like it? Casa immediately replied, no, that's not it. It's rather overcast today, so I don't understand why you're carrying a parasol. Helena looked up at the sky, also dejected. She stood there awkwardly, embarrassed, and replied, because it's pretty, isn't it? Casa chuckled and said, well, you're right. Suddenly, Casa reached out and took the parasol, startling Helena. Helena immediately asked, why so suddenly? Casa replied, you holding the parasol like this prevents me from standing next to you. I don't like that. Helena asked, puzzled, why? Casa smiled and said, whether you carry it or not, you are incredibly beautiful. I should be the one holding this parasol. Helena blushed shyly, thinking, what kind of talk is this? Then she immediately said, give it back to me. People are laughing at us. Casa chuckled and said, who cares? Let them look. In her second life, Helena Parika's first date had begun in such a boisterous manner. Helena ordered, put the parasol away. I won't use it anymore. We can just be like this. Casa snatched the parasol. No. Helena was taken aback. What? Why not? Casa gave a smile. Then he complimented, because it's beautiful. Helena gently stroked her hair and said, don't tease me. Then Casa placed the parasol behind him. He lifted Helena's hand and said, oh, like this. Is this all right? A moment later, an elegant atmosphere. Soft, melodious music played. Whether it was the tables and chairs or the hot tea, everything was impeccably perfect. But why are we the only ones here? Seeing her continued unhappiness, Casa asked, what's wrong, Helena? You seem melancholic. Is something not to your liking here? Helena responded, flustered, no, it's not that. It's just a bit strange. This place is usually very popular, so why is there no one here today? Casa smiled and said, is that so? I rather like this quietness. Just the two of us. Helena thought to herself, all right, if you like it this way, then I'm fine with it too. But it's so quiet, it's awkward. I need to say something, anything. What do couples usually talk about? Think of something quick. What would a normal couple talk about? Oh, right, family. Talk about family. Thinking this, Helena smiled and asked, you don't seem much like His Majesty. I suppose you take after Her Majesty more. Hearing this, Casa froze. He replied, not really. I don't resemble my mother either. I've heard people say I resemble Emperor Ray, the first emperor. Helena recognized the name and said, you mean Air Ray? I thought so too. Casa closed his eyes, but I don't like him. Helena asked in surprise, really? What? Casa explained, in his eyes, the Empire was more important than people. I don't agree with that. If I had to choose between you and the Empire, I wouldn't hesitate to choose you. Haha, seeing your touched expression makes me a little embarrassed. There's no one here, so you can do whatever you want. Helena pulled her hand back. That you're such a scoundrel. Anyway, was he only concerned with ruling the Empire? Did he and the Empress not get along? Casa replied, their relationship wasn't bad, but I heard he was almost always busy with affairs of state. Helena thought of her friend, murmuring to herself, air again, so cold. At that moment, a server brought their food. Excuse me for interrupting, I brought your dessert. Helena saw the pastry and raised an eyebrow. What's this? This cake looks delicious. After eating her fill, Helena sighed, oh, I'm so full, I'm about to burst. Casa replied, Helena, you have quite a sweet tooth. I didn't realize you had such an appetite. Helena was a little embarrassed. It was so good, I couldn't help myself. Casa smiled and said, I'm glad you liked it. Helena thought to herself, am I the only one enjoying this date? Does Casa even like it? While she was pondering, Casa looked at the road beside them and said, if we go straight ahead, we'll reach the theater. Helena became even more confused and lost in thought. This conversation feels a bit one-sided. I have to do something. But at the opera house? This can't be considered a date at this rate. Suddenly, a scream rang out nearby. Help, help! Casa pulled Helena close, saying worriedly, come here, Helena. Helena blushed, thinking, I don't need protecting, and he knows it. Nearby, a young woman was being cornered by two men. The woman yelled, get away, leave me alone. One of the thugs grabbed the woman's arm and said, stop resisting. I know you like it. Dressed like this, wandering around in an alleyway. Aren't you looking for men? The woman cried out in alarm. Don't touch me. I don't want this. The thug sneered, don't want this? You sound like you want me to touch you even more. Helena let out a displeased hum. This guy. Suddenly, the woman's next action surprised her. The thug was slapped across the face and clutched his cheek. You dare. The woman's eyes welled up. I said I didn't want this. Disgusting, don't touch me. The thug roared, I was going easy on you, and this is how you repay me. The woman closed her eyes, bracing for the thug's blow. Helena appeared, holding her parasol in front of the woman, but if she cries any louder, you'll be in trouble. The thug immediately threatened her. I don't know which noble lady you are, but I suggest you mind your own business. Helena replied calmly, no need, thanks. The thug looked surprised. What? Are you crazy? Do you want both of you to get beaten up before you understand? Helena pointed her parasol at them. Beaten up? Sounds good. Yes, but it's you who'll be getting beaten up, not me. This is a warning. Running away is useless, because I will chase you to the ends of the earth. The thug swung his arm and yelled, a spoiled little missy dares to talk to me like that? I was going to let you go, but you just lost your chance. He threw a punch. Helena dodged it just in time, causing him to stumble in surprise, losing his balance. Helena raised her parasol high and brought it down like a thunderbolt striking his head. Helena smiled and said, keep going. The thug gritted his teeth in anger and threw a series of punches towards Helena's face. He managed to grab Helena's coat, smirking triumphantly. Helena asked, what's so funny? Aren't you protecting your groin? Oh no, my balls. He screamed in pain. Both thugs quickly collapsed to the ground. Helena smoothed her hair and chuckled. Haha, perfect. The other woman came forward and said, I'm sorry. Sobbing, thank you, miss. I was so scared. I don't know how to repay you. Helena walked over and placed a hand on the woman's shoulder, replying, no need for repayment. It's what I should do. Don't worry about it. Helena thought to herself, honestly, it's a good opportunity to relieve some stress. There's been so much on my mind lately. The Empress and Count Rani are causing trouble, bothering me. I want to rest, but so many people want me to teach them swordsmanship. I even tried things I've never done before, like going on dates. This is a good chance to let off some steam. Then Helena said, all right, you should go home before other pieces of trash show up. The bruised and battered thug struggled to get up and cursed. You bitch. I'll definitely get revenge next time. With that, he helped his companion up and they ran away. Helena scoffed. I never thought I'd hear that line myself. Come back for another beating next time. The woman left, but not before bowing her head in gratitude. Thank you, miss. Thank you so much. Helena was in a good mood, feeling incredibly proud of herself. Casa asked, feeling better? Helena immediately replied, yes. Casa looked at her and smiled, sharing her joy. Well, seeing you happy makes me happy too. But there's something I want to say. Helena asked curiously, what is it? Casa replied, we're about to be late for the opera. Helena suddenly remembered, oh, I was so caught up in beating those two guys that I completely forgot. All right, now's not the time to panic. She took Casa's hand. Let's run. With that, she ran off, accompanied by Casa's laughter. Haha. Ironically, when they arrived, the opera house was closed. Helena's face fell. Damn it, we're late. Casa smiled and said, we can go in during intermission. Before that, is there anything you want to do? Helena said dejectedly, we've already missed half of it. What's the point of going in now? I heard of the famous opera specifically for couples, so I really wanted to see it with you. Casa rested his chin on his hand and asked, who told you that? Helena replied, a trainee from the Red Knights. Casa continued, is that so? But I don't find this opera romantic at all. Helena replied, the story itself, yes, but the music. Suddenly, Helena paused. Huh? Wait a minute, Casa, you know this opera? Casa smiled and said, yes, I was invited to the premiere. Helena gasped, asking in a panic, you've seen it already? Why didn't you tell me? Casa replied, seeing you so excited, how could I bear to spoil it? Hearing this, Helena blushed crimson. She complained, frustrated, what's that supposed to mean? I put all my effort into this. Casa continued to smile gently at her. Haha, if things have turned out like this, then let's move on to the next plan. Come on, Helena, you look like you're about to go pick a fight. Helena grumbled, it's not that different. Stop talking and follow me. Casa replied, as you command, master. I hear we're going to Mon Church to enjoy the night view. The sunset is magnificent. Helena smoothed her hair gently. You're right, it's beautiful. Casa gazed at her, beautiful beyond words. I heard this place is more suitable for enjoying the night view, not the sunset. But the sunset is also very beautiful, isn't it? Helena lowered her head slightly. I seem to have ruined everything because the plan failed. I just wanted a normal date like other couples. Suddenly, Casa called to Helena. What I like is Lady Helena Parika, whether it's a normal date or not. I only want Lady Helena. Helena blushed again, touched by his words. She choked up. I like you too, but I still feel very awkward. I've never done anything like this before. I don't know what to do, and I don't know if I'm doing it right. Casa placed his hand on her cheek, comforting her. Do you need to worry so much, Helena? Just do what makes you happy. I don't care if it's what you want or not. Even if you asked me to destroy this world, I wouldn't hesitate. Helena could only give in to her disciple. You should rethink that. I don't want the end of the world or anything like that, you know? I just want a piece of cake. Casa laughed out loud. My girlfriend has such simple desires, while her boyfriend is a crown prince. Helena smiled along with him. Thinking about it, it is a bit simple. What about you, Casa? What can I do to make you happy? Casa pondered. Let me think. After a moment, he said, a kiss. Hearing this, Helena froze. Huh? Casa said, what's with that reaction? Isn't that a bit stingy? I'll be sad. Helena thought to herself, a kiss. The guards are definitely secretly watching us. Do I really have to kiss him in front of them? But this is what Casa wants. Then, she opened her parasol and said, close your eyes. Casa asked back, full of excitement, are you really going to kiss me? Helena urged, close your eyes, quickly. Then, her hand touched Casa's cheek. Helena placed a kiss on his lips. A truly romantic scene concluded their date. Not long after, Helena returned to the imperial palace. Oh, it's so hot. I don't want to train on a day like this. Agat agreed. You're right, Mississippi. You'll get heat stroke if you're not careful. Helena wondered, why did the Grand Master summon me on a day like this? What is he thinking? At this moment, the Empress and Dulika, standing beside her, appeared before Helena. The Empress said, oh, Lady Helena, it's been a while. What brings you here? Seeing her, Helena curtsied and greeted, greetings, your majesty. It's been a while, Lady Dulika. She thought to herself, I wonder if there's a problem with my request. Did she discover something from the evidence we submitted? The Empress asked Lady Helena curiously. Are you here to teach swordsmanship? Helena replied, ah yes. I'm here today on the orders of the Red Knights. The Empress said in surprise, the Red Knights? Oh, the Honorable Duke Parika is the vice commander of that knight order, isn't he? I was rather excited, thinking you came because of the proposal. Helena asked, confused, what proposal? The Empress said, hasn't the Crown Prince proposed to you already? Aren't you the one who wants the position of crown princess? Helena thought to herself, the empress is so malicious. Why would she say these things in front of Dolica? She desires that position more than anyone. Then Helena replied, Your Majesty, to be honest, he hasn't proposed to me yet. The empress covered her mouth and laughed. Oh, is that so? How strange. Why would the crown prince hesitate to propose to you? Helena was silent for a moment and then said, Your Majesty, I think he will propose when he's ready. It depends on His Highness, the Crown Prince. Of course, it also depends on whether I accept or refuse the proposal. These words astonished the Empress. What? Refuse? You think you can refuse this marriage? Ha, Duchess Helena. Perhaps you're deceiving yourself, but this isn't a matter of amusement or romance. This is a political matter, Helena frankly replied. But, Your Majesty, do you truly believe this is solely a political matter? If so, you should discuss the marriage with my father, not me. The Empress was displeased. Ah, how rude. Helena continued, Of course, you asking me must have its own considerations. I'm still young and lack experience. I apologize for not being able to fully comprehend Your Majesty's profound intentions. The Empress said, Well then, we shall see if you remain so composed in the future. We should be going. Enjoy these days of peace and good health. Helena curtsied in farewell. Thank you, Your Majesty. Please take care. With that, the Empress departed. Silence returned. But Helena's mood was not as calm as her outward appearance. Days of peace and good health? How worrisome. A god stepped forward to open the door for her and asked, Duchess, why do you think the Empress said that? Helena sighed that I don't know what scheme she's plotting now. Let's go. Commander Dan Tun is surely waiting for us. Entering, Helena was surprised. Huh? He summoned me. But he's not here. A hurried report came from outside. Vice Marshal, Sir Leona has been arrested by soldiers of the White Knights. Helena's face darkened, her heart filled with worry. Arrested? The sky began to pour rain. Inside the room, Helena immediately said, So, summarize what you said. When the three knights were about to disband after the meeting, they discovered confidential documents belonging to the White Knights in Sir Leona's uniform. Neff angrily slammed the table. That's right. No matter how many times I said it was impossible, that bastard Oreo wouldn't let it go. Moreover, the documents weren't even important. The documents they found were just the White Knights' training schedule. They were just looking for an excuse to cause trouble, as that information would have been released soon anyway. The door opened from the outside. Apologies for the tardiness. Helena immediately turned her head. Casa entered. He had been running, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. I came as soon as I heard from Hamilton. Casa sat down at the table and asked, What's the situation? The Duke, chin resting on his hand, said gravely, Leona has been arrested, but they haven't made an official announcement yet. Casa lowered his head. That I apologize. It's all my fault. The Duke replied, Your Highness, please don't blame yourself. Nothing has happened yet. Helena mused. No, something has already happened. Leona is a high-ranking noble, so he won't face anything too terrible. But we can't predict how serious the repercussions of this will be. If this attracts the Empress's attention, we'll lose him. The fire in the fireplace crackled, adding to the heavy tension in the air. Neff asked, Do you think Oreo has sided with the Empress? Helena, her chin resting on her hand, thought for a moment before saying, It's strange that the White Knights arrested him with such a flimsy excuse. It was just a training schedule. Perhaps the Empress and Oreo are conspiring. The Duke held his head in his hands. Not again. When you try to harm others, you're bound to face unforeseen consequences. After all, if Leona is proven innocent, Oreo will be in danger. Yes, I believe you're right. Oreo and the Empress have struck some sort of deal. Casa continued. Then, the most important thing now is the Empress's intention. Why would she resort to such underhanded tactics? The Duke pondered. He asked, Has anything happened recently that would harm her interests? Helena immediately replied, The monster extermination. She thought to herself, the Empress isn't satisfied with the current situation. A new competitor for the Crown Princess position has appeared, and the appearance of the one who resolved the monster issue at the border, earning the Emperor's respect and becoming the star of the banquet. It's me. She's threatening me. Then she spoke aloud. Father, the Empress will soon come to me to discuss terms. She wants me to agree to those terms if I want to save my brother. The Duke thought for a moment, then called to Helena. Helena replied, Yes, Father. For Leona, I'm willing to do anything. He immediately stopped her. No, don't agree to anything. Helena exclaimed in surprise, What? The Duke continued, if you surrender to these underhanded tactics, she'll continue to use similar methods in the future. Helena said worriedly, but Leona, the Duke interrupted her. It'll be all right. This is an unjust situation, but it's not a disaster. We have plenty of opportunities to prove his innocence. Casa offered his assessment. The person who planted the documents on Leona was likely a servant. If we investigate thoroughly, we can surely find the culprit. The Duke said gratefully, thank you, Your Highness, for volunteering to take on this task. In any case, I believe everything will be resolved. Leona is not weak. It's getting late. Your Highness, please return to your room to rest. I'll have a servant escort you. After that, everyone left. Helena walked down the hallway, lost in thought. The Duke called out, Helena. Helena abruptly turned around. Her father placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Don't worry anymore. Until things calm down, just stay put. That's what I wanted to tell you. But you're not the type to do that. How long are you planning to stand there dazed? If you chose to side with the Crown Prince, you should have foreseen this happening. Have you forgotten what I said? Helena responded without hesitation. No, I still remember. The Duke praised her. Good. Neither of my children are weak, are they? Now tell me, what do you plan to do next? Helena replied. Everything she's done, I'll take back with interest. The Duke chuckled. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's my daughter. Afterward, Helena returned to her room. As expected, the next morning, an invitation from the Empress arrived. It was an invitation to have afternoon tea with her and Dulika. Helena remarked, afternoon tea? How leisurely of her. Agat, while brushing her hair, asked, Miss, is there any way to decline the invitation? Helena turned and replied, No, I must go. To bring Leona back. Agat worriedly asked, But miss, what if something happens? Helena responded, Come here, Agat. It'll be all right. Helena then embraced Agat, comforting her. Nothing will happen. Agat exclaimed, touched, Miss Helena. As if to affirm, Helena continued, No one can touch the Parika family. That's right. No one can harm my family. I will protect them. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, the rain was still pouring down. A servant outside announced, Your Majesty, Miss Helena has arrived. The Empress replied from within, Bring her in. Once inside, the Empress said, Welcome, Duchess. I've been expecting you. Helena curtsied, Your Majesty. The Empress covered her mouth with her hand, smiling. There's no need for such formalities. Someone showed Duchess Helena to her seat. I had intended to have this conversation on the terrace, but unfortunately, it rained yesterday. So, do you have any idea why I called you here, Duchess Helena? Helena spoke frankly. Isn't it because of what happened yesterday? I already know what's in that document. It's nothing important, just the White Knight's training schedule. Tea was poured. The Empress picked up her teacup. I'm not sure if this is important to Oreo, but judging by your words, I assume it's a significant matter. Helena immediately asked, making a big deal out of just a training schedule? The Empress scoffed. Just? Haha. As far as I know, the Red Knights and the White Knights don't get along. He likely wants to grasp the White Knight's strength for revenge, or he stole military information to incite rebellion. And you think this is normal? Helena thought to herself, so that's it. Trying to frame him. Helena immediately asked, Why are you accusing him like this? Everyone will laugh at this absurd scheme. The Empress continued to hold her teacup. Yes, this isn't enough. All right, Lady Dulika, bring it to me. Helena wondered, Bring what? Dulika quickly brought it over. Your Majesty, here it is. Helena was astonished. Helena immediately recalled her previous conversation with Dulika about the symbol. If this symbol is the word Sonic, I tried to decipher it, but I couldn't figure it out. Could I borrow this paper for a moment? I want to study it further. At that time, Helena didn't think much of it and replied with a smile, All right, of course. But if you discover anything, you must tell me, okay? The Empress picked up the symbol and asked her, Duchess, do you remember this? I've deciphered this symbol and discovered it contains quite a rebellious message. Helena didn't understand and asked, What do you mean? The Empress replied, Welcome back, Your Majesty. That's what it means. Helena looked at Dulika in astonishment. What? Dulika deliberately avoided her gaze. Then, Helena turned back to the Empress and said, That symbol has nothing to do with the Parika family. It was found on the body of a slain monster. The Empress smiled. Is that so? For me, it's not, Duchess Helena. People aren't interested in the truth, but they love stories. If I add a little spice, they'll happily spread the story. And this is the spice. You've experienced it yourself, haven't you? The day you received the flower wreath from His Highness, the Crown Prince. Just because of a simple wreath, people believe you were a candidate for Crown Princess. Helena thought worriedly, damn it, the Empress is right. If a story is sensational enough, people will treat it as the truth and gossip endlessly. She clenched her fists. Empress, how long do you think such a deceitful scheme can last? The Empress replied calmly, of course, it won't last too long. Just like it didn't take much time to execute, Sir Leona. Helena asked, aren't you worried about what will happen after the truth is revealed? The Empress set down her teacup and laughed aloud. Haha, Duchess Helena. Do I look like the kind of person who can't handle even such a small matter? Helena couldn't contain her anger. I can't stand this anymore. I have nothing left to persuade you with. In my past life, I had no one I could call family. So I had no attachments, no weaknesses for others to exploit. That's why I never thought they would take someone I cherish hostage to threaten me. I truly regret it. What would have happened if I hadn't exterminated the monster? No, what if I hadn't asked Dulika for help? The Empress then continued, let me give you a choice, Duchess Helena. Choose to lose your brother, or choose to reach an agreement with me. Helena asked suspiciously, what do you want from me? The Empress smiled radiantly, very simple. You just have to give up the position of Crown Princess. At the same time, limit your private meetings with His Highness, the Crown Prince, to avoid further spread of unpleasant rumors about the two of you. What do you think? I believe this is a good deal. Helena immediately replied, I accept your proposal. So, please return my brother immediately. After that, Helena also left. She walked out along the corridor. Dulika appeared again, calling Duchess. Helena turned around. Dulika looked troubled. Helena said, no, Lady Dulika, please explain to me what happened. Dulika stammered, I'm so sorry. Helena became angry. Sorry? You're sorry? After all this, you still want to pretend to be the good guy. Dulika denied, no, that's not it. I just want to tell you a few things about that symbol. The writing on the symbol is the language of demons. And when demons speak of a king, they only refer to one person. That is the evil dragon, Ru-Sek, a creature that was sealed 500 years ago. Helena sharply said, so you knew, and you told the Empress. Dulika hung her head dejectedly, recalling the Empress's frightening image, and said, Lady Helena, don't you think we've underestimated politics? This is the burden an Empress has to bear. It doesn't matter what she has to do, or whether it goes against her conscience. She needs the power to do all those things. Helena continued, so you think my actions are justified? Is that what you're trying to say? Dulika hesitated for a moment. I just want to tell you that I had no other choice. Dulika thought miserably to herself. I wanted to explain it to Lady Helena personally, to tell her that I and the Empress met that person that day. I want to admit that after meeting that mysterious man, I was terrified because my intuition told me everything was spiraling out of control. But I didn't have enough courage. Suddenly, Helena called out, Lady Dulika, please protect His Highness, the Crown Prince, until I return with him. The scene shifts to the Duke's mansion. Helena was standing outside in the hallway, lost in thought, when a god approached and called out, My lady, you'll catch a cold. Master Leona will be back soon. Please come inside and wait. Helena replied, but I feel like I need some fresh air to clear my head. A god was very worried. My lady, what happened? Are you not allowed to enter the capital anymore? Helena denied it. No, it's not that. I have to be there as an instructor. Agat wondered, what about His Highness the Crown Prince? Will you be able to see him? Helena replied, I don't think so. I'm sure Casa knows everything, including the agreement between me and the Empress. I wonder what he's doing now. Is he suffering because he can't protect us? Just as she was lost in thought, someone shouted, startling Helena, My lady, Master Leona has returned. Helena immediately ran to meet her brother. Leona nodded. Helena, you've lost weight. Helena ran towards him. So have you? Leona replied, No, I'm fine. I have to return to the army tomorrow. Helena was surprised. So soon? Leona explained, they've made it clear that it was just a small misunderstanding. So, they have to resolve this as soon as possible. That's probably why they summoned me immediately. And since I couldn't go anywhere and had a lot of free time, I did some investigating on Commander Oreo. Helena said, I heard you were detained. So how did you get out? Leona chuckled. The commander and Hack helped me. Helena thought emotionally. They really went all out for us. The Duke also spoke up. You must be tired. Come inside and talk. Leona replied, Yes, father. After going inside, the Duke asked, Did you find any useful information? Leona recounted what he had discovered. Yes, we found out that Commander Oreo has joined forces with the Empress. Helena wondered, Isn't the Oreo family in business? Leona replied, Yes, it's a large-scale operation. They have a shipping business and a few large merchant vessels. The Duke stroked his chin thoughtfully. Why would such a prominent family feel the need to side with the Empress? They already have considerable wealth and prestige. Leona said, "It's not a partnership, father. The Empress has something on them." The Duke was dubious. Something on them? Then we had best investigate their connections, such as clients or servants. Leona asked, would the servants know anything about that? Helena joined the conversation. Yes, I'm certain they would. They know the ships are isolated when at sea. So, even if something were to happen on board, the cleaning staff would find out. The Duke agreed with her. Yes, let's investigate everything. Even the smallest details will take some time, so be prepared for that. Both of you must also remember one thing. The Parika family doesn't hold grudges, but we are merely retaliating. Until the investigation yields results, just focus on your own duties. Leona immediately replied, "Yes, father." Helena confidently added, "Leave it to us." Almost a month after I reached an agreement with the Empress, the royal family announced Dulika and Kasa's engagement. Our family also received an invitation to the engagement ceremony, as if the Empress wanted to use this opportunity to boast that she had won. Helena frowned, angrily thinking to herself, I really don't want to go. Do I really have to go? It's so bothersome attending such a bizarre party and having to make some kind of official statement. The Empress's voice echoed in her mind. Duchess Helena, I believe you'll want to use this opportunity to clarify some matters. Helena closed her eyes, placing a hand on her chest as she declared, yes. Contrary to the rumors circulating, His Highness the Crown Prince and I have no intention of marrying. I will never become the Crown Princess. Thinking about it further fueled her anger. As if it wasn't humiliating enough, the Empress had sent an invitation to the ceremony. Agat arrived with T-E-M-Y lady. Couldn't you say you have prior engagements and can't attend? Helena replied, even if I said I was unwell and couldn't go, they wouldn't believe me. Agat wondered, then why don't you create a small incident, my lady? Helena, not understanding, asked, what do you mean? Agat replied, I heard that the Daco Church has been holding protests recently. Helena was surprised. Where did you hear that? Agat explained, a girl named Everett who delivers food to the mansion told me. She said she participated in a protest. My lady, why don't you try meeting with her? Helena lifted her teacup. All right, let's go, Agat. Agat immediately replied, yes, my lady. A short while later, the two arrived at their destination. Agat called out from the front door, is anyone home? We're looking for Everett. Everett didn't open the door, but called from behind them, oh, hello, Agat. It's my day off. What brings you here? Agat smiled. Oh, Duchess Helena wanted to ask you a few things. Helena removed her hood and greeted her. Hello, Everett. Everett asked curiously, what brings your ladyship here? Helena placed a hand on her chest and spoke sincerely. I wanted to learn more about the protest you recently participated in. Everett replied, oh, I see. It's not very convenient to talk here. Would you please come inside? Very quickly, everyone went inside. Everett asked curiously, are you too curious about the Daco Church? Helena immediately replied, yes. Are you a follower of the church? Everett denied, oh, no. I don't usually go there because the atmosphere there scares me. Helena didn't understand and pressed. What do you mean? Everett explained. The church leader performs a very strange kind of magic, said to be the power of the dragon god. He can teleport or make objects levitate. Helena thought to herself in astonishment, how amazing. Do mages of that level still exist in this era? Everett continued. But the important thing is there are rumors that they use people for sacrifices. Agat broke out in a cold sweat. Please tell us more. Everett said worriedly, oh, about that, I deliver food to the Parika household, but I also provide similar services to other places. Recently, in a village where I deliver food, many people have gone missing. One of the missing people found their way home, and he said, a brown-haired woman wanted to eat me. He kept repeating that. I only heard it from someone else, so that's all I know. Helena immediately asked, by the way, have you seen the church leader with your own eyes? Everett replied, I've seen him from afar. He's younger than I thought and has bright blonde hair. Helena felt it sounded familiar. A young man with bright blonde hair? Helena responded, as if confirming to herself, that's right. Helena then asked Everett, do you know when the next demonstration will be? Everett rested her chin in her hand, thought for a moment, and said, there'll be one this weekend. It will probably be held in the slums at the castle square. Helena was very grateful for this information. Thank you. You've helped us a lot. Not long after, at the slums in the castle square. Agat spoke up. I think they're about to start, my lady. Helena whispered, we should find a spot too. Let's go. Then the two of them them quickly moved. As Helena walked, she thought, I didn't expect so many people to gather here in such a short time. Does the Daco Church have that many followers? At this moment, someone behind Helena shoved her, shouting, Move it! Helena frowned. Don't push. The woman immediately replied, Sorry. Helena felt the voice was somewhat familiar, thinking to herself, that voice sounds so familiar. Did I hear wrong? A god spoke up, Oh, it's so crowded here, my lady. The followers began to pray. Oh, dragon god, we hope to see you today. Helena didn't understand, thinking to herself, it's unbelievable that they worship dragons so much. They have no idea what dragons have done to humanity. The man standing above spoke up, Ladies and gentlemen. Helena saw this person and was stunned. The man placed his hand on his chest and said, Thank you all for coming here today. Those among you who show the most piety will receive the greatest blessing when the dragon god appears. Helena thought to herself, he looks quite young, about 30 years old. Just like Everett said, the first time I met him, he was about 25 years old. So could it be him? The man began to levitate in midair. The dragon god is about to appear before us. The only thing left is for the dragon's soul to be ready. Then the dragon will return to us. Everyone who saw this scene was astonished. The dragon is coming. Oh, my lord. The man continued. When the divine dragon returns, these current actions will become insignificant. Then he performed magic, causing the two people below to also levitate, leaving everyone in awe. Look, they're flying. This is the power of the divine dragon. He continued, but only the chosen ones can wield the dragon's power. So please pray sincerely, hoping that you can become one of the chosen ones. Everyone believed him, immediately placing their hands on their chests. Oh, my lord. Helena thought to herself, the dragon's power. What a joke. But that kind of magic is basically extinct now. Anyone who sees this magic will be mesmerized by it. To ordinary people, it looks even more miraculous. They see it with their own eyes, so they won't have any doubts. Even a guy couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, What is this? It's so amazing. Helena was speechless. Calm down, Agat. Now's not the time to pay attention to that. The man continued, Those with faith, follow me. I will lead you to the dragon's dwelling. Helena was astonished. He asked again, Now, who wants to see the dragon with their own eyes? Helena was extremely surprised. With my own eyes? Impossible. They're extinct. How could we possibly see a dragon? A man raised his hand. Take me. Then everyone raised their hands one after another. No, me, choose me. Please take me. People jostled each other, accidentally bumping into Helena. Hey, don't push. Unexpectedly, Hamilton also appeared. My apologies, but I was also pushed here, Duchess Helena. Helena was surprised. Viscount and OC both said in unison, What are you doing here? Everyone immediately noticed them. The atmosphere became heavy. Are they nobles? Why are nobles here? Both of them immediately became worried. Oh no. Hamilton tried to explain, Well, I'm not a noble. My title starts with Viscount. The crowd immediately yelled, Shut up. If you talk nonsense. They're clearly nobles. They came here to disrupt the demonstration. They were definitely sent by the Holy See. Seize them. Don't let them reveal anything about this. Helena felt the situation was getting out of hand and immediately pulled Hamilton. Damn it, let's get out of here. Then the two of them ran away. The crowd chased after them. Everyone after them. The preaching man smiled. It seems we have some guests. Then he raised his hand. I'll only show this to special people. A dragon fragment. He snapped his fingers, and a shackled person appeared, causing Helena to freeze. It was a god. She grabbed her hand. My lady, it's dangerous. We have to run. This way. If you turn there, you'll reach a main road. Hamilton gave directions. My house is there. So we just run in that direction. Agat replied, Understood. A moment later, the three of them arrived safely. Hamilton panted, I thought I was done for. Why did you appear at the demonstration, Duchess? Helena spoke with worried eyes. I don't know where to begin. Viscount and OC, do you remember the symbol we found during the monster extermination mission? Hamilton replied, Yes. Her next words stunned Hamilton as well. I gave it to Lady Dullica and asked her to decipher it. Hamilton was speechless that I'm still wondering how they knew the meaning of that symbol. But who would have guessed you were the source of this trouble? Helena avoided his gaze. Anyway, I learned that the symbol means welcome the return of our king. And that king could be the evil dragon Rue Sec. That's why I came to investigate the Laco Church. Hamilton was surprised. I came here for the same reason. I heard that the sudden increase in monsters is related to this religion, so I came here to confirm. Those related to this religion have recently gone missing. However, law enforcement doesn't consider these to be missing person cases. They believe these people left voluntarily for religious reasons. I got interjected. If it's voluntary, do you think the church would still create a situation like we saw earlier and kidnap them? Hamilton replied, I believe so. At this rate, I'm wondering if the dragon has truly been revived. Helena immediately refuted. That's impossible. Hamilton asked suspiciously, huh? Duchess, how do you know? Helena clenched her fists and said, do you remember what you saw just now? When he said he wanted to show us a fragment of the dragon. A person appeared from the sky. It was the king who sealed the dragon, Dante Renatot. Hamilton asked in astonishment, what? Dante Renatot? Isn't that the first queen? Could Dante Renatot be the dragon? Helena immediately denied, no, that's not it. Agat also said, that's right. Her Majesty didn't look like a dragon at all. She said it was a fragment of the dragon. So what's the connection between Queen Dante and the dragon? Helena clenched her fists and said, actually with the magic of that time, Her Majesty used her own heart to seal the dragon. That's why she said it was a fragment of the dragon. A part of Dante's body is also a part of the dragon's body. Hamilton asked, you know that kind of magic too? Agat said excitedly, Duchess, how do you know this? Helena forced a smile and gave a random excuse. I read it in a book. Agat praised her profusely. Duchess, you're the best. Hamilton asked suspiciously, but I still have one question. Do you think the person we saw was Queen Dante? Helena answered without hesitation, I'm certain. Helena sank into thought. I can say that because this is my body. The scar from when I attacked the dragon is still here. Then she scratched her cheek and continued, and the fact that unmarried people are treated like corpses, this is really suspicious. Hamilton suddenly realized something and raised his hand, saying, oh, I know. Queen Dante's body was never buried. It was embalmed and placed in the underground tomb of the cathedral. After all, she was an important historical figure. Helena was startled and jumped to her feet. What? Helena thought in a panic. Oh, air, my friend. He should have buried me 6 feet under. I can't believe I've endured this humiliation for 7 years. Agat stroked her chin and deduced, this means the head of the church possesses the queen's body, along with a part of the dragon inside. The only thing left is the dragon's soul, which is ready. Then, once they obtain the soul, as the cult leader said, the dragon will return to us. Doesn't this mean the dragon will be revived? Hamilton sighed wearily. We can't rule out that possibility. The problem is we don't have a plan. We don't even have Dante Renatot to defeat the dragon anymore. A short while later, at the Duke's mansion, Helena thought to herself, that's right. If the dragon revives now, it will be a disaster. We must stop this before it actually happens. Her brother approached and called out, Helena, how was your trip? I was so worried, as it's a very dangerous place. I'm glad you returned safely. Helena asked in surprise, what? You knew where I went? Leona smiled and replied, of course, I'm your brother, and I know everything that happens in this mansion. Helena, enlightened by her brother's words, said, it seems I've been too complacent, young Duke. Leona said, I'm glad you're back in time, Helena. I have some news for you. Helena inquired. Leona smiled again. Go change your clothes first. I'll wait for you in the drawing room. Both Agat and Helena felt puzzled. A moment later, the Duke said, have a seat, Helena. Helena was surprised. Oh, father, you're here too? Neff is also present. The Duke extended his hand to Neff, smiling. It's been a while since we last met, Neff, hasn't it? Helena immediately asked Neff, wait, why are you here, Neff? Aren't you in charge of investigating the Oreo family's business dealings? Neff smiled and said, yes, that's me. The Duke spoke up. You must have discovered something, haven't you? Since Helena is here as well, tell us. Neff's expression turned serious. Yes, Your Grace. I'll be blunt. There's smuggling, and the Empress has discovered it. Helena asked suspiciously. So, their smuggling operation has been exposed? Neff countered, no, there's something even more interesting. Take a look at this. Leona immediately covered his nose. What's that awful smell? Is it tea? Helena interrupted. No, it's dechira, used as a poison. Helena clenched her fist, thinking to herself, I can't believe I'm seeing dechira again. In my previous life, as a mercenary, a colleague of mine used to smoke it, claiming it was a medicinal herb from the 6th continent. A few months later, his entire body was covered in bruises, and he died. I can't believe they're smuggling something so dangerous. What are they thinking? Neff continued, not only that, Your Grace. I've also discovered that Until recently, in addition to datura, they were smuggling various other poisons. However, they stopped a few months ago, right before Vice Commander Leona was framed. Helena immediately said, I think I've figured out their plan. The Valor family discovered the Oreo family's smuggling operation. The Valor family must have ordered the Oreo family to attack the Perica family in exchange for covering up their crimes. The Duke tapped his fingers on the table, continuing her thought. The Oreo family miscalculated. They thought we would handle this quietly. Since the things they're smuggling are dangerous poisons, perhaps we can also make use of this. Perhaps we can do something about those baseless treason accusations. Helena raised her hand. Father, I have an idea. Why don't we keep this hidden? It would be a waste to expose it immediately. The Duke, not understanding her meaning, asked, a waste? Helena, what do you mean? Helena explained, Leona has returned safely, so exposing it now won't benefit us. The Duke started to object. This isn't about what we gain. Smuggling is a crime. Helena smiled and said, that's why we must hide it. This way, we can use it to threaten them at a critical moment. The Duke frowned at his daughter Helena's scheme. Helena continued, let's wait for the right opportunity. Leona agreed with his sister. Helena's father said, she has a point. We should investigate further. We need to find out the details of where they're trafficking drugs. If we expose their crimes now, the Oreo family will be punished, but the addicts will also cut off contact and flee. The Duke looked at the pile of drugs in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then said, that makes sense. I'll discuss this with the Crown Prince first. A moment later, Helena returned to her room. She put down her teacup and said, that's how it is. Now we have the Oreo family's weakness. Agat, standing beside her, breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful, Duchess. Helena replied, it's too early to say that. I'm still worried that that vicious dragon could revive at any moment. Or perhaps I should disguise myself and infiltrate the demonstration again. Agat anxiously objected. No, Duchess, it's too dangerous. The Crown Prince said he would investigate the Daco Church's headquarters, so please wait patiently. Helena chuckled softly. Just sitting around like this makes me really anxious. Suddenly, Agat burst out laughing. Helena asked, puzzled, what is it, Agat? What are you laughing at? Agat replied, I'm laughing because the things that used to bother you, Duchess, you've changed so much now. Helena scratched her cheek. Don't you see I've been trying very hard? Suddenly, the door burst open. Duchess, please forgive my intrusion. Helena turned and asked, what is it? The servant reported, His Majesty has suddenly passed away. Helena was astonished at this news. What? The Emperor's sudden death signaled many changes to come. Everyone was watching to see if the Valor family's power would remain as firm as before. Then came the era of the new Emperor, Casa, which would change many things. Casa had now ascended the throne. Helena and her father bowed in obeisance. Long live the Emperor! Helena looked at him, thinking to herself, Casa, since the last time we met, he's lost so much weight. The Empress stepped before Casa. Congratulations, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty inherit the legacy of the late Emperor and become a fair and impartial monarch. Casa replied, I heed your advice, Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. The scene shifted to the Duke's mansion. Helena sighed. Hayes, what should I do? I knew the Empress Dowager wouldn't leave Casa alone. Casa is now essentially sitting on a branch full of thorns, not knowing when it will break. If there's a sliver of hope in all of this, it's that Leona is the commander of the Royal Guard. But other than that, those around Casa all belong to the Valor family. I don't know if there's any way. Suddenly, a noise caught Helena's attention. Agat approached and announced, Miss Everin is here. Helena replied, Rowena? Let her in. Rowena entered. Thought it's been a while, Duchess. These are unusual times, so I came to see how you were doing. Helena said, have a seat, Rowena. Helena sat down and said, compared to myself, I'm more worried about Casa. Rowena replied, he's doing well. He asked me to relay this message to you. Helena smiled. He's so thoughtful. Rowena sighed, a little discouraged. Perhaps His Majesty doesn't want those around him to worry. But some thoughtless nobles keep bothering His Majesty. Helena frowned. He won't be able to stand it much longer. Rowena agreed. Yes, he's nearing his limit. If only someone could be by his side right now. Helena asked in disappointment, is there any way I can see him? even just for a few minutes? Rowena said, right now, the palace is full of people from the Valor family, so it's very difficult. Helena asked suspiciously, is the situation that serious? Rowena immediately replied, yes. Valor has control of the advisory council and is interfering with personnel decisions. Helena held her head. This is such a headache. Rowena continued, fortunately, Duparika is also working hard for his own purposes. Helena breathed a sigh of relief. Casa, I heard he looks quite haggard. Oh, I spoke without thinking. I apologize, Rowena. Rowena smiled that it's all right. It's natural for us to be concerned. Helena asked, goodness, shouldn't Miss Dulika be handling this? Rowena looked up. Oh, she seems to be trying her best as well. Just looking into His Majesty's eyes brings her to tears. But she still stubbornly insists on having tea with him frequently. Helena was speechless at this naive girl. It's commendable, but also frustrating. Thank you for today, Rowena. Please give His Majesty my regards. Of course. Well then, I'll be going. With that, Rowena left. Helena stood there, lost in thought. As expected, Casa is having a difficult time. If only I could be there to help him. If there are too many eyes and ears in the palace. Helena then turned to Agat and ordered, Agat, could you close the door and come here for a moment? Agat looked bewildered. Huh? What is it, Your Grace? Helena asked, could you help me find a maid's uniform? Helena had already thought of her next course of action. The only way in is to sneak in. Not long after, Helena was dressed in a maid's uniform, and one is better than you, Agat. You found a maid's uniform so easily. Agat praised, smiled foolishly. For Your Grace, I can do anything. Even this maid's uniform looks like a beautiful dress on you. Helena smiled that I've also changed my hair color, so no one will recognize me, right? Agat replied, absolutely no one. I also found out when the servants change shifts. I heard they check His Majesty's room every night. Helena happily took Agat's hand that you're the best, Agat. Agat preened, praise me more. It was time for Helena to act. All right, we're perfectly prepared. Let's go to the palace. That night, all right, I've tied the ribbon. I'll keep watch here and stop other servants from coming this way. Helena replied, okay, I'll leave it to you, Agat. Agat ran off. Then, good luck with both your mission and your love. Helena said shyly, what do you mean by love? All right, everything's ready. It's almost time for the shift change. I should go inside, not look out of the palace like this. I'll quickly see Casa's face and then come right back out. Arriving at the location, Helena froze. Huh? Leona is guarding the door? Viscount Neff is here too. Hamilton immediately spoke up. Leona, His Majesty is coughing up blood again. Helena was shocked. What? Leona asked suspiciously. How is His Majesty? Hamilton replied, he's taken his medicine and is asleep now. But, he sighed, that we even checked the food before bringing it in. When the world happened? Helena overheard their conversation and was alarmed. Casa coughed up blood. Hamilton said worriedly, I'll go find a doctor. Leona replied, all right, thank you. Helena leaned against the wall. I can't let this be. I have to see Casa right away. Then she stepped forward. Commander, I'm here to change His Majesty's bedding. Leona gave a suspicious hum. Helena was startled. I can't believe I was discovered so quickly. Leona said gently, oh, it's you? It would be strange if I didn't recognize my own sister. What's wrong? What's with this getup? Did you just overhear our conversation? Helena lowered her head and answered anxiously, yes. I heard Casa isn't well. Has he been sick this whole time? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Helena asked. Leona looked troubled. His Majesty said he didn't want anyone to worry, even if it was just a small matter. Helena immediately questioned, a small matter? Coughing up blood is a small matter? Leona, let me in. I need to see how he is. Leona immediately stopped her and, you can't go in. His Majesty gave orders not to let anyone in. Helena looked her brother in the eye. I'm not just anyone, Leona. Just think of me as a trainer visiting her student. Leona still disagreed and sent her away. Go home, Helena. That's all I can tell you. Helena naturally didn't listen to Leona. I know you're guarding the door, and there are many servants attending to him, but His Majesty is in critical condition now. Tell me, who has been by his side during this time? Leona froze. Helena continued to press. Is anyone with him now? Leona lowered his head and replied, no one. Helena thought to herself, I thought so. When you sit on the throne, things are simply like that. That position seems to be able to possess everything, but in the end, it holds nothing. That is the price of being the emperor. Casa is all alone now, of course. Then she spoke, I don't blame you, Leona. Let me in, please. Leona had no other choice. I guess I'm no longer fit to be commander of the Royal Guard. Just a few minutes. You have to come out right away. Helena smiled. All right. Then the door opened. Helena entered the room and saw Casa sleeping on the bed. Helena approached him. He was sleeping soundly, breathing evenly. Good. He seems all right. But she noticed he had lost a lot of weight. He must have a lot on his mind. But it's strange that he's lost so much weight so suddenly. I'm sorry, Casa. If I could have been by your side, this wouldn't have happened. He has a fever. Wearing clothes like this must be very uncomfortable. He'll catch a cold. Suddenly, Helena saw something and was startled. What is this? Why is his body covered in bruises? Impossible. How could anyone hit him here? Almost his entire body is covered in bruises. Could it be poison? Just then, Casa's hand reached up and caressed her cheek. He smiled and asked, Master, you came to see me? Helena immediately asked, Casa, when did you wake up? Anyway, yes. As your teacher, it's my responsibility to visit you. Casa sat up. Master suddenly visiting me like this makes me very happy. He then took Helena's hand, pulled her into his arms, and they lay together on the bed. That I wish I could hold you like this forever. Helena also lay quietly in his arms. That I'll stay with you now. Go to sleep. Casa replied, and don't go. Stay with me forever. A moment later, he finally drifted off to sleep. Don't get sick again, Casa. No matter what happens, I will protect you. After that, Helena bid him farewell and went outside. Seeing Helena, Hamilton was startled. Your Grace, why are you here? Helena put a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Sure, I've figured out. Leona asked suspiciously. Figured out what? Helena replied. Why His Majesty suddenly fell ill. He shows signs of poisoning. Leona and Hamilton were astonished upon hearing this. Helena continued. He didn't fall ill from overwork. He was poisoned. The dosage is very small, and the method is extremely discreet, making it difficult to detect. Hamilton's face darkened, but we checked everything he ate. How is that possible? Helena replied, there's a way, without using food. The bruises spread from the back of his neck down to his chest. These aren't normal symptoms, so I don't think this poison originates from our continent. Leona stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, a poison not from this continent. Could it be related to the Oreo family? Helena affirmed, I'm certain it's related. She thought to herself, after all, the most suspicious party is still the VA Low family. Then she said, let's be careful for now. Don't make this public until we catch the culprit. Agat, seeing her constant worry, asked, is something wrong, miss? Helena replied, no, I'm fine. Agat said worriedly, I don't think you. Helena immediately cut her off, pushing Agat away. All right. Now that you're finished, let's return to the estate. Just then, someone suddenly approached and called out, Your Grace. Helena was startled. Miss Dulika, what brings you here? Dulika replied with a sad expression. I had to see you before you left the palace. I have a few things to ask you. By the way, are you free tomorrow? I'd like to have tea and chat with you. Helena was suspicious. Just the two of us? Dulika replied, yes. Helena thought to herself, she suddenly wants to have tea with me. Then Helena asked, why do you want to meet me? Dulika said somewhat uneasily, I don't have any ulterior motives. I just want to tell you a few things. Helena was silent for a moment, then replied, all right, but let me decide where we meet, okay? Dulika immediately agreed, of course, Your Grace. Helena smiled and said, then meet me at the annex of the Parika estate tomorrow at noon. Dulika bowed her head. Yes, Your Grace. Then I'll take my leave. With that, Dulika turned and left. Helena turned to Agat and said, Agat, can you run an errand for me? Go tell Viscount a lot about my schedule for tomorrow. Agat immediately replied, yes, Your Grace. The next day, at the Parika estate, Hamilton asked, Your Grace, why did you open the door? Helena replied, I wanted to leave it slightly ajar to easily observe the situation outside. Hamilton praised, you're so thoughtful. Helena asked Casa's servants, His Majesty's servants, where are they all? Hamilton replied, I've had them wait in the next room. If anything happens, they'll come running immediately. Helena gestured. Very good. She suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Let's not bring the drinks in yet. I also don't want anyone touching the food that Lady Dulika brought. Hamilton asked, puzzled, why is that, Your Grace? Helena replied, if the VA Low family is behind the poisoning, then they will use it today as well. Hamilton was a little surprised. You kept it because of such suspicion? But what if Your Grace is poisoned? Helena smiled and said, I'll be fine. I can identify poisons to a certain extent. There's a more important reason. I can't be the one who appears imprisoned. If the tea Dulika brought is found to contain the same poison related to His Majesty's illness, I'll at least have a plausible motive. They could say I poisoned Dulika out of jealousy or anger. That's why we won't touch those drinks. Hamilton was sweating. Very well, Your Grace. Helena smiled reassuringly, so there's no need to worry too much. Just then, the maid announced, Your Grace, Lady Dulika has arrived. Shall I escort her in? Helena ordered, Yes, but first, clear the table. Hamilton said, Then I'll wait in the next room. Everything was ready. Dulika entered. Greetings, Your Grace. Helena smiled in return. Welcome, Lady Dulika. Helena thought to herself, I will find out what you're planning. Helena invited Dulika to sit. Please have a seat, Lady Dulika. Dulika sat down and replied, Thank you for the invitation, Your Grace. Helena sat down in her chair and said frankly, Let's get straight to the point. What did you want to talk to me about? You said you had something to tell me. Dulika lowered her head and replied, I just wanted to clear up the misunderstanding between us. Helena continued, Is that so? Is there a misunderstanding between us that needs clarification? Dulika clenched her hands and said, I know I was wrong, but please give me a chance to explain. Just then, a servant spoke from outside. Your Grace, I've come to bring in the drinks that Lady Dulika brought. May I enter? Dulika immediately replied, Oh yes. I wanted to bring Your Grace a special kind of tea. Helena was suspicious. Tea? Helena thought to herself, This is a scent I've never smelled before. Then she asked, What kind of tea is this? Dulika replied, It's a floral tea made from roses. Helena raised the teacup to her lips. A floral tea. Just then, Helena paused, a knowing smile spreading across her face. Helena abruptly stood up, startling Dulika. Helena looked at the teacup and said, I knew it. Then she ordered, If anyone is outside, come in. Yes, Your Grace, you called for me. Helena ordered, Bring this to Viscount Hamilton. Dulika's face paled, and she said in a panic, What? Your Grace, why are you suddenly doing this? Helena spoke, Lady Dulika, do you truly not know that the flowers in this tea are poisonous? Dulika's face was as white as a sheet. Poison? After the Empress Dowager gave it to me, I drank this tea. Nothing happened to me. You clearly see I'm still alive, so why? Then Dulika cried out, But more importantly, why would the Empress Dowager want to kill me? Helena said, I don't know. Who knows if the Empress Dowager wanted to kill you or if you wanted to kill me? Dulika was astonished. No, I didn't mean that. Helena stood up and said, We'll find out when Viscount Hamilton arrives. A moment later, someone announced, Your Grace, I've brought the person who can appraise the poison. Dulika turned to Duke Gummun. Gummun spoke, I want to confirm with you too. This is the flower tea that Lady Dulika brought. Dulika, still panicked, said yes. It's not poison, is it? It's just a unique flower, right? Gummun replied, Lady Dulika, the flower in this tea is Angel's Trumpet. It's a poison. If it accumulates in the body to a certain extent, it can be fatal. Hearing this, Dulika was thunderstruck, utterly horrified. What? She still couldn't believe it. No, it can't be. There must be some misunderstanding. Gummun continued, Nevertheless, you still have to come with us, as we have obtained evidence. Dulika asked suspiciously, Go where? Gummun answered, Until you can prove your innocence, we have no other choice. Please understand. After that, Duke Gun ordered, Escort the lady away. The servants immediately restrained Dulika. Yes. Dulika cried out, Heavens, Your Grace. I didn't know it was poison. I'm telling the truth. Helena thought to herself, Dulika is now detained. She probably believed the Empress Dowager would protect her, that the Empress Dowager wouldn't abandon the Rani family. However, the Empress Dowager openly cast Dulika aside. She pretended as if Dulika orchestrated everything herself and completely removed herself from the matter. When Dulika realized she was abandoned like the most useless piece of trash, she finally confessed. The Empress Dowager gave me the poison. I can prove it. She even wrote instructions on how to brew the flower like tea. The Empress said at the time, brewing it this way makes the aroma richer and the taste fresher. That paper is in the drawer in my room. Helena immediately went to look and found it. This is what we can use against the Empress Dowager. At the Empress Dowager's palace, Casa led the knights, ordering everyone to enter. The knights immediately took action. The maids panicked. What are you doing? How dare you be so disrespectful at the Empress Dowager's residence? How dare you dirty your mother's home with those filthy boots? Casa stepped forward and said coldly, Mother, the mother you speak of? Is there a mother who would poison her own son? The Empress Dowager appeared. Your Majesty, there must be some grave misunderstanding. I've practically been banished to the inner palace, so what could I possibly know? I know nothing. Casa immediately said, This was done by the VA Low family. How could you not know anything? The Empress Dowager tried to deny it, that if there isn't any evidence of my wrongdoing and your majesty punishes me, your mother, what will the world say? Your majesty, please don't turn yourself into a tyrant. Casa stood before her and said, it seems you're begging for my mercy. The Empress Dowager replied, my point is, you shouldn't be angry with an innocent person like me. Casa took out the evidence from his pocket. You say you're innocent? Then do you recognize this paper? The Empress Dowager's face paled when she saw the paper. It was the paper written by the Empress Dowager herself, a paper filled with everyday, trivial matters. She probably didn't know Dulika had kept this paper as a treasure. Helena held the evidence and asked, faced with this evidence, do you still want to continue denying it? The game is over, I won. The matter was resolved promptly. My father presided over the advisory council, discussing the seizure of the VA Low family's assets, as well as Valega's dethronement. Now the former Empress Dowager, she's been exiled to the north. She still can't believe what happened. This can't be happening. As for Commander Oreo of the White Knights, his assets were seized, and he was forced to resign. At the Imperial Palace, in the Red Knights' training grounds, Neff chuckled and said, it's so good not to see that bastard Oreo anymore. Helena saw him beaming and said, look how happy you are. Neff replied, of course I am. Recently, the problems that have been bothering us have all been resolved. Speaking of which, how did things turn out? I mean, Lady Dulika, has her engagement with His Majesty been annulled? Helena thought for a moment and replied, yes. She came to see me recently and told me everything. Dulika had said to Helena, His Majesty said I won't be punished. You made him do that, didn't you? Thank you, Your Grace. Helena asked. Thanks to her, we were able to catch the Empress Dowager. She'll be leaving the capital and returning to the Randy estate, right? Dulika smiled and replied, no, I've been disowned by my family as well. Helena was surprised. What? Dulika continued, Your Grace, I came to see you today because I wanted to apologize before I leave. I sincerely apologize for everything I've done. And thank you for everything. Back in the present, Helena raised her head, looked up at the sky, and thought, Dulika, you've changed so much. Suddenly, someone shouted, you can't come in here. That person still tried to force their way in. I told you I'm not suspicious. Helena turned her head and asked, what's all the commotion? Neff asked the person, what's going on? The person said, my name is Roman. I'm a mage. I'm here to report an unregistered mage to the guild. Helena suddenly realized something. She thought, wait, an unregistered mage? Is he talking about Noi? Helena immediately asked, do you know the mage's name? Roman replied, his name is Noi. Do you know him? Then Helena ordered, someone bring him to me. A little while later, this is indeed a famous restaurant. Wow, all the dishes are amazing. Helena asked, you said your name is Roman, right? Roman replied, yes. Helena continued to ask, about that mage named Noi, what do you want to tell me? Roman, his mouth full of food, said, oh yes. I know he met with the former Empress Dowager, but currently, there's no one named Noi in the guild. So I looked through hundreds of years of mission records and found that name in a list from 500 years ago. Noi. There was once a mage who used extremely powerful magic when the Dragon King was sealed, and the current Noi is the lover of that mage. Helena's face darkened. So, you're saying this person is from 500 years ago? Roman continued. He also became a deviant because he committed a terrible act. Helena asked suspiciously, what did he do? Roman replied, he committed a taboo. It was something forbidden even in the age of flourishing magic. He resurrected a dead person. Helena, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning. The records state that he died due to a failed incantation. However, someone with the same name entered the Imperial Palace, so this is a matter I must investigate. The air became still. Helena broke the silence. A person named Noi tried to resurrect someone else. His lover? Roman stroked his chin and said, that's just my speculation. But if you look at the records, you'll find it very strange. I believe he's gone beyond the scope of resurrecting the dead. He's performed magic that causes rebirth. Helena was utterly astonished. A spell that causes rebirth? I was reborn without losing my memories. Noi Raven once cried and said he would wait for me. I don't understand how I got involved in this forbidden magic. Then she said, Roman, let's share everything we know. We have to catch Noi Raven at all costs. A while later, Helena was still lost in thought, unable to forget the name Noi. If what Roman said is true, it means someone took advantage of my rebirth. Every time she thought about it, she felt a sense of despair. Casa, seeing her distraught look, spoke up. What are you so lost in thought about? I'm standing right in front of you, and you don't even recognize me? Helena is startled. Oh, it's nothing, just thinking about some things. Casa smiled and asked, "Are you thinking about what happened at the Reiko Cathedral again?" Helena was surprised. "How did you know?" Casa replied, "Well, it's the only issue left, isn't it?" Helena smiled that it's not fair. "Only my worries are transparent. What about you? Has anything been bothering you lately?" Casa replied, "Actually, there is something. It's wanted to marry you." Helena froze, asking what. Casa's face flushed crimson. He stammered, "I want you back by my side right now. I want to hold the wedding ceremony immediately, but waiting until after your issue is resolved would be better, wouldn't it?" Helena hesitated slightly. "Yes, it would." Casa immediately became excited. "Well then, let's quickly hold an engagement ceremony first." Helena said, "Before that, isn't there something else we should do?" She then walked towards Casa, leaving him slightly puzzled. Helena knelt before him. "Your Majesty, Casa Huintere, please marry me." Casa's face turned as red as a ripe tomato upon hearing this. He flustered. "That's not right. I should be the one proposing to you." Helena immediately refused. "No, me first." "So what is your Majesty's answer?" Casa took her hand. My answer is very clear. Helena Parika, I've always looked forward to the day I could be engaged to you. The day of the engagement ceremony. Casa asked Helena, "Have you memorized the parade route yet?" Helena, holding a piece of paper, replied, "Oh, your Majesty, I'm just looking it over." An archer stood ready with a bow and arrow. Helena wondered, "What's the archer for?" He replied, "Oh, a giant basket of flowers will be attached to the pillar in the center of the square. When the archer shoots an arrow into the basket, flowers will rain down, filling the square." Helena exclaimed, "It's sure to be beautiful." Casa immediately flattered her. "Helena, nothing is more beautiful than you today. I feel like I'm dreaming. Finally, I can announce to the whole world that you are mine." Helena asked, "Even though this is just the engagement ceremony?" Casa continued, we'll be married soon too." At that moment, a cough was heard nearby. "Forgive me for interrupting while you're busy, but I have something to report." Helena startled, thinking embarrassedly, "Did Leona see everything?" Leona said, "There will be a solar eclipse this afternoon. I believe the important ceremony will be over by then, but I thought you should both be aware of this." Casa embraced Helena and sighed, "Haze of all the days, why on our engagement day? How annoying." Helena comforted him. "It'll be over quickly. Just bear with it. Everyone is gathered to watch the ceremony, so it should end soon, right?" Soon, everyone arrived at the engagement ceremony venue. Looking from afar, Helena suddenly saw a familiar figure. "Wait, could it be Noi?" Casa asked Helena doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Helena thought to herself, "Damn it, because dealing with Maria went off without a hitch, I got careless. What is he planning? When did the Empress Dowager get here?" Magic truly is a wondrous thing. It easily freed me from my confinement in the north. I'll make sure you regret showing me mercy." With a swing of a sword, blood splattered everywhere. She muttered, "Helena Parika, you took everything from me, so I will take everything from you as well." The magic circle began to glow. A giant claw reached out from below. Everyone screamed in terror. "Monster!" The Empress Dowager laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Chaos erupted as people scattered and fled, shouting, "Help!" She summoned a monster to slaughter us all. Casa immediately turned to Leona and ordered, "Leona, summon the royal army here at once. Stop that monster from leaving the square." Leona immediately obeyed. "Yes, your Majesty." Helena thought to herself, "I need to formulate a strategy before acting. I can't draw my weapon yet." At that moment, Agat's voice rang out, "Your Grace, I heard the screams and brought your sword and gloves." Helena took the sword. "Thank you, Agat." From out of nowhere, Roman also appeared. "Your Grace, I'm here too." Helena turned to Roman. "How do we destroy the magic circle?" Roman stepped forward and said, "You have to eliminate the one who activated it." Helena replied, "All right." Casa was stunned. "Helena, your dress." Helena ripped her dress, saying, "I have no other choice. The situation is too urgent, though I'm sure Rowena will lecture me." "Never mind, let's go." The Empress Dowager taunted, "All right, you two little mice, where are you hiding?" Then she circled in the air, searching. She roared, "If you don't show yourselves." Helena thought to herself, finally within range, "I never thought I'd use the ribbon on the flower basket for this. It's over, Maria." Then Helena drew her bow, and the arrow flew instantly. The Empress Dowager couldn't dodge the arrow. She roared, "Helena Parika." Next, the stone in her hand was crushed. The monster lunged down, wrapping itself around Helena. Then she was lifted into the air. At that moment, the scene shifted to another place. Helena stirred, waking up, and opened her eyes. Helena clutched her head. "Ouch, my head. Where am I?" Helena looked around and saw someone identical to her sitting opposite. The other woman said, "Hello." long time no see. Helena recognized her as herself. If she didn't look closely, she would have thought something was strange. What the hell is going on? The other woman said, this is where I've slumbered for 500 years. Your inner world. Helena said, so you've always been in my subconscious. The other woman laughed and replied, coexistence isn't so bad, human. Think about the boring life you've lived so far. If you possessed greater power, you wouldn't have to live like that. I can grant you that power. What do you say? Do you want to cooperate with me? Helena clenched her fist. If this is my subconscious, then anything I imagine will become reality. For example, if I imagine a sword to kill you, will it appear? Perhaps. Helena immediately grasped a sword in her hand and lunged towards the other Helena. She laughed and said, I don't need greater power. I don't find life boring at all. Suddenly, Helena woke up back in reality. Casa stepped forward, worriedly asking, Helena, are you all right? Helena called out, Casa. Casa gently took her hand. I thought you would never wake up again, so I... Helena asked in confusion, have I been asleep for long? Casa replied, yes, you haven't woken up since that day. Helena was surprised. That day? You mean the day I shot the dragon with an arrow? I slept for that long? What happened after that? What happened? Is everyone safe? Casa replied, everyone is safe. Don't worry. Maria, riding the dragon, died instantly. We also captured the mage, Noi, but he died before being imprisoned. He looked very haggard, probably due to the after effects of magic. Helena sat up, thinking to herself, finally, it's all over. Casa held her hand. Helena looked over and saw his eyes were red-rimmed, on the verge of tears. Helena smiled and asked, what are we going to do now? The engagement ceremony was ruined. Casa comforted her. Don't worry about that. We can have hundreds, no, thousands of engagement ceremonies if we want. Helena said in surprise, you want to go through that complicated and boring affair hundreds of times? Casa's arm went around Helena's back. If I can declare to the whole world that you are mine, my beloved, then I'm very willing to go through this many times. Do you feel the same way? Helena smiled. Yes. Then the two shared a sweet kiss. Rusek, living in my subconscious, probably still hasn't realized. At this moment, someone came running in a hurry. Agat pushed the door open and shouted, Princess. While shouting, Agat ran to hug her tightly. But life no longer feels boring. Thank you to those who love me. Not long after, my body quickly recovered. I wasn't seriously injured, just my consciousness was slightly invaded. My body soon returned to its original state, just needing proper food and rest. Just like my recovery, the royal palace gradually returned to peace. In this tranquil daily life, I only have to face one single problem, that is Casa's overprotectiveness. That's all. Casa sat on the bed and said, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Helena blushed, embarrassed, and said, all right, I understand. Your Majesty, could you please pull up your robe? Casa reached out his hand towards her and said, why be shy? We are husband and wife now. Come here, Helena. Then Casa took her hand, leaving her stunned. Casa pulled Helena down, embracing her. He kissed her hand, then continued, do you know how much I love your hands? Your slightly cool body temperature, your beautiful polished nails, I love them all. Moreover, I especially love the calluses in your palms. I also love your strong back, your waist, your thighs. I love everything. You are mine. Helena replied, your Majesty is also mine, Casa. Your thoughts, your body, everything about you. The next morning, Casa looked at her and asked, are you awake? Wow, you slept for a while. Helena asked shyly, whose fault is that? Casa chuckled and said, whose fault is it indeed? She thought to herself, why is he being so petty? This Casa is getting more and more cunning. Casa spoke up, Helena, while you were sleeping, I've been doing a lot of thinking, and this just won't do. I want to tell the whole world that you're mine, but our engagement ceremony was ruined. So, let's have another ceremony. But this time, let's make it a real wedding. Even then, I still thought he was joking. We held a simple wedding ceremony in the royal palace. Every step I took was towards Casa. The present moment I was living became clearer than ever. He was like a miracle that walked into my tedious life. I looked forward to the life I would build with this man. Even though neither of us said a word, it was enough to understand what the other was thinking. I will spend the rest of my life with you. No matter what I become, I will give you everything I have. So I hope you can stay by my side forever. Promise me you will always be in my arms. poise. That's what was evident in Helena's face and gestures as she gradually recovered from the incident. With each passing day, that poise became even more vibrant and radiant under Kasa's devoted care and unwavering protection. His Majesty Kasa, despite going through so many events, maintained a steadfast demeanor. His gaze towards Helena was always filled with deep affection and a determination to protect the one he loved until the very end. The two of them, after their incomplete engagement ceremony, were now looking forward to a real wedding, and their expressions couldn't hide the hope and anticipation for that momentous day. At the royal palace,